Stand up! New York Giant fans. Want to give a quick shout out to Jamie Ward. Thank you for becoming a member. I saw that before I went live. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody for being here. Day 2, Bando. We're going to be on the clock quick. We got the 4th pick today at pick number 36. So it'll be interesting to see what we do, man. But you ready to go?
Yeah, it feels like I haven't seen you in ages, Chris.
I know.
It's been like a few hours.
Been a couple hours. So,
man, you know what? We still drafted Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal.
Exactly.
That still happened.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Let's start this one off the way I started off last night. I had one left.
Pinch yourself.
Good luck, Brewski.
Let's go, man. What's going on, Frank? What's going on, Booze? What's going on, Dre Mac, man? Thanks for popping the stream. Camel in the chat. Nah in the chat. Horny Tane in the chat. Best name on YouTube. Camel in the chat. JC Silva, stand up and book it. What's going on, James Jones? Yeah, pretty cool. I got just randomly today. I don't know what happened. Darius Slayton retweeted me. And then Joe Thomas retweeted me and he followed me. And he said, book it. And then James said, oh, Joe Thomas must watch your Knicks streams.
Yeah.
I was laughing. But Dominic, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Hope we go Andrew Booth Jr., the DB from Clemson. Yeah, Dominic, I mean, I think that's got to be one of the names that are on people's minds right now. He's kind of the #1 corner. The question is, does he fit the scheme? A lot of Giants fans have told me that they don't feel like he's necessarily the best man press cover corner. He played some zone. So we'll see if the New York Giants go that route, but he's definitely going to be one of the 5, 6, 7 names that I'm looking at that the Giants could potentially take.
So many names, Chris, so many names. And that's why you really can't be dissatisfied. We can't take them all. We can't take them all. There's going to be a lot of names available, and again, Joe Shane has probably explored maybe the possibility of trading back, maybe the possibility of trading back up into the second round, maybe Bradbury, maybe Slayton. Who knows what's going to go on tonight, but it's a very important night for the Giants. Again, your top 10 picks or your first round picks are extremely important, but this really is where you start to make your money is in the next 2 days. I'm very excited to see what the Giants
do. It's me that's frozen or you.
What's that?
Okay. No, it's something frozen. I don't know if it was on my end or your end, but you're good now. You're good. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all I was saying. There's a lot to choose from tonight, and if the Giants have about 8 guys on their board and they want to trade back a couple spots and get another second rounder,
let's do it. Can't wait.
Shane,
just want to give a quick shout out to Killian Farrell, man. Thank you so much for being a member for 12 months. He says, what's up, fellas? I'm staying up the whole damn thing. I want to see a bit of James Cook at the back end of the 3rd round. Plus, do not take Malik Willis. And we'll see. That's going to be the first thing that some Giants fans are either excited about or really worried about. I think the majority of Giants fans don't want to take Malik Willis, but there's definitely a small portion that does. Mm-hmm. And that'll be the first thing that we hear. There's been rumors all over Twitter, not necessarily just the Giants per se, but that a lot of teams are looking to potentially trade up to one of these first 3 or 4 picks to potentially get a quarterback, which if the Giants are not going quarterback, they still potentially could trade back down.
Yep.
And maybe, get some extra draft capital. So that's something to look out for as well at the start of the second round.
Yep, without a doubt. Like I said, if the Giants have about 8 guys on their board and they can go back 8 to 10 spots or whatever, and they think they can get their guy and they can get an extra back end of the second round or something or a future second, they may do it.
Absolutely. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Sports Influencer as well. Good to see you, Slurpee, man. Thank you for being a member for 21 months. He says, here's to a great night, fellas. Keep bringing the energy. Slurp, man, thank you so much. And let's get to a couple of these. Matt Singh, what's going on, man? Hey, guys, sorry I forget to come in the chat, but I was damn sure watching. Neil and Tibbs made me get drunk. I had too much fun. Love the stream. Best in the business. Let's go, G-Man, baby. What's going on, man?
Thanks, man.
We're probably about 65%, but once the stream gets going, man, you guys jack us up. And thank you to everybody for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. And I'm looking forward to having another great night with all of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Let's catch up on all these.
Definitely. Yeah, once the draft starts, the energy level, it'll get up there again.
Oh, forget about it.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And Joel, man, thank you, buddy. He says, Bucks fan here. Love this show. What will you give us for pick 33? Well, I heard that you were the team that was getting offers and potentially looking to trade down. So you would think a team that's going to move up with you is going to potentially get one of these quarterbacks, whether it be Willis or whoever.
Yep.
So we'll see. It'll be interesting. I ain't giving you nothing.
Man, I was going to say, it ain't going to be us. We got our guys. We're picking right behind you, so we don't really need to move up.
Yeah. If anything, I want to trade back.
Yeah.
I want one of these quarterback hungry teams to come up and give us a
Hell
back.
yes. Hell yes. Maybe Joel, maybe both of us can get some extra draft capital for a couple teams that trade up and want a Desmond Ritter or a Matt Corral or Malik Willis.
Yeah. And Mark Stewart, man, happy birthday. Member for 14 months. He says, it's my birthday.
Happy
Mark,
birthday, buddy.
I don't know who you want for your pick, but whoever you want at 36, I hope they pick it for your birthday, as long as it's not Malik Willis.
Right.
Safety, a cornerback. I hope you want a safety, cornerback, middle linebacker. And I hope they get your guy, man. But thank you so much for being here, man. I really appreciate it. And let's get the big daddy real quick. He says Muma, Kolar, and maybe Booth. Well, I think Muma's more of a third-round guy, but if we don't go middle linebacker here, I could certainly see the Giants targeting him at 67. He's kind of a natural fit to potentially replace a guy like Blake Martinez. He's a similar type of linebacker. So yeah, he's a guy I got my eye on more so for pick 67, though, not 36.
Right.
Booth, clearly a possibility at 36, along with a guy like Nakobe Dean and several of the guys we've mentioned. Petrie's a guy I really like at the safety position. Brisker's the other one. Yep, absolutely. And let's get to Frank real quick, man. Frank's the man. Always talk to him on Twitter. Diehard Giants fan. What's going on? I truly believe the Giants are trying to get teams to trade up for Malik ahead of them so they could land their guy at 36. I mean, this is just my opinion on the matter. Some people are going to agree. Some people are going to disagree. And maybe I'll be proven wrong. And by no means am I going to be like really upset if the Giants take Willis. I understand he's got upside. There's no real financial commitment there for a second-round pick.
Yep.
If they go for it, they go for it. But my line of thinking, Bad Dog, is the New York Giants yesterday were picking at 36. If I'm the Giants, you have to think you try to, if you really wanted Malik Willis, you try to trade up to 30, 31, 32 to ensure you get your guy and also give yourself the option to give him the fifth-year extension. Once you take a guy in the second round, you no longer have that opportunity.
Yep.
They're under a 4-year contract with no potential fifth-year extension. So it's just my opinion, but due to the fact that it would have been not that big of a trade to move up.
They might not give up a fourth rounder or something.
Yeah, so that tells me that they're not like absolutely in love with getting any prospect to trade up into the back end of the first round. But maybe, like it said on Twitter, the Vikings were turning down trade offers. I don't know.
You never know.
We'll find out shortly.
I mean, Diana Rossini was just on ESPN. And she said Giants are looking for safety and corner help in day 2. So yeah. I'm sure that's where we're headed.
That's what I think we're doing.
Yeah, that's where I'm sure we're headed.
And Tyler, man, thank you very much. If Breece Hall is available, you have to take him. They did bring him in for a top 30 visit. He's one of the higher.
They brought in a lot of running backs.
Yeah, one of the guys, one of the more sought after running backs in this year's draft class. Maybe if he seeps down to 67, I don't think they're doing it at 36. Barkley's either going to be expensive or worthless. We're taking a running back, Tyler. I don't think we're taking him at 36 though.
Me neither. I think it's James Cook as their target in the third round.
By the end of the night, I won't be surprised if we take one.
I saw real quick. I'll pull up the GS when I'm drinking. It's Brown's Cherry Raz.
I got Sam Summer.
Yeah, Brown's Cherry Raz. It's an upstate New York brewery, so Brown's is pretty good. And there was no Heineken yesterday, and this is my last pint. I didn't get through all of them yesterday, which was good because I might have been drunk if I drank the fourth one.
Dashy in the chat for Bad Dog. How could you be the greatest when I'm the greatest?
That's right, Dashy. How can I be the greatest when you're the greatest?
What's going on, Dashy, man? Thanks for popping in, man. We appreciate the support, buddy. And let's just make sure we're caught up with everybody. I think we got one more. Cody, what's going on, man? Yo, was at the draft party last night. Got a pick with Big Dex and Carter Coughlin and talked to Aziz. Stadium exploded when they drafted Kayvon Thibodeau. I'm sure it did. Both picks, I'm sure it exploded. And must have been a really fun experience for you. Unlike when we took Daniel Jones, remember all everything that you saw at the stadium after the fact we took Daniel Jones. But it must have been a real fun party. I'm glad that you got to see Aziz. Aziz looks like an absolute animal right now.
Yep.
I hope he doesn't get drug tested, but he looks like an animal. This year, he looks like a beast.
Yeah, I threw our reaction up there, for Evan Neal because, people that want to go through the whole stream and try to find it. I was like, I'll just clip that out, throw it in there. And people are like, this is the exact opposite reaction of when we took Daniel Jones. So I was like, yes, it was. It was a good reaction. We thoroughly enjoyed our draft last night. Beautiful.
I see Young Chow. He's asking, draft starts at 7. I don't remember how many minutes are in between picks. I think they shorten it a little bit by round. I think it's maybe, I think
5?
Yeah, I don't remember, but I do think they shorten it. So the pick should come in a little bit quicker tonight. It'll probably end around the same time as last night, being that it starts an hour earlier. There's 2 rounds though instead of 1, but it moves a little quicker.
Yeah, it usually ends about the same time.
And Silly Parody, man, thank you very much, man. 2 picks potentially change the entire trajectory of our franchise. You guys killing it on the draft coverage. Let's go, G, man. Thank you so much for being here, Silly Parody, man. We appreciate it. And you're absolutely right. I mean, like you said, potentially. We're all excited in the moment. These guys still got to produce the way that we are hoping and think they potentially can. But you get 2 guys. I mean, Bad Dog, let's be real. These guys were projected to go 1 and 2 in like January. In February, right around Super Bowl time, these guys were projected to go 1 and 2 in these drafts before, the
combine and the smoke and the mirrors. Yeah.
Right. So you get 2 talents like that at those positions. That's going a long way, man.
If somebody would have told me in February, you guys are going to get Thibodeau and Neal, I would have said, you're insane. We might get
if somebody would have told me in February, or probably January/February, you're going to get one of those guys, I would have said you're insane.
Right.
Based on where they were projected to go.
True. Good point. So we ended up with both of them. And I mean, like I said, I love the fact, Chris, that they didn't get cute. Cute. No, let's take Charles Cross. Oh, let's skip a tackle. Let's skip the obvious pass rusher. We can easily just, get it. Like I said, an Ellerson Smith in the 4th round, and maybe he could turn into Kayvon. Like, they were cute.
Right.
He's the best pass rusher. We're taking him. We know that there's 2 tackles that we rate really highly between Aquanu and Neal. They're about the same grade. Thibodeau ain't going to be, we chance losing him if we don't take him. We're taking him at 5. We'll get one of the other tackles at 7, and we'll be very satisfied. So I love what they did. Finally, smart GMing. Finally, smart. Just, I'm not worried about the crap about you don't play. I'm not worried about this. I'm not worried about that. He can play football. Let's bring him in here. He can be a beast for us. He will be a beast for us. Let's get Kayvon Thibodeau, and then let's get the best tackle in the draft.
Can't wait, man.
Love it.
I can't wait.
The Eagle fans come in on my video, and they're salt. It's just salt. Oh, the Giants suck. We didn't want Kayvon Thibodeau. You wanted sauce. BS. BS. And they're like, oh, Evan Neal's a left tackle. No kidding. But you can move him to the right side.
Evan Neal played on the right side.
Right. So
Evan Neal played on the right side. His first year.
Salt. That's all I put as a response.
As a matter of fact, man, of the 3 tackles, the one guy that I think I was most comfortable with playing on the right side, it was him.
Yes.
And Aquanu played on the right side as well. But yeah, no, he's played on the right side. Cross has never played.
That was my biggest issue with Cross, is that he never played right tackle. And they did that to Eric Flowers. He was right tackle in Miami. They moved to left, and we know what happened to him.
Right. So I'm not concerned with that at all. Gabe, man, Gabe's the man. Been with me forever. He says, yo, Chris, we back. Dean will be a Giant. I got no voice. Bad though. Can you do it? Try the Sui or however it goes. There you go. As far as the Kobe Dean goes, this chat will get lit up if we take Nakobe Dean. I know.
Oh God, yeah, this chat will go insane if we take Nakobe. I'll go insane if we take Nakobe Dean.
He's probably the fan favorite right now. If I had to guess. And Tom, man, what's going on, man? Bad Dog, we in his Kayvon video had me weak. So good to have optimism back in the community. Let's go, Big Blue. What's going on?
Let's do it. Whee! I didn't do that for when we got Thibodeau, but I did go, whee! Let's go. I loved it. Pumped, baby. So pumped.
I think that was we wanted the line, but at that point we knew we were going to get one. So at that point, yeah, you wanted to get of course, Thibodeau is going to excite you more. The edge rush, right? Something we haven't had forever. And I was just so relieved when I saw all 3 tackles get there, because then I'm like, all right, now we go edge first. We get the tackle second, and it just worked out perfectly.
It did. Like I said, perfect scenario, perfect storm. We mocked it. We had Stingley, and the day we had Stingley, and the chat
had Sauce 3.
Stingley going. Well, did they have Sauce 3 or Stingley 3?
Either way, we had to.
Well, we did. We had them out there, and we ended up with Thibodeau and Neal.
Yeah. It worked perfectly. They were watching our mock. That's what happened.
Good. They should watch more of us than other content creators, except for the ones that want Malik Willis. They don't watch them. No, I was just kidding.
Giovanni, man, thank you very much, man. Bradbury, a 5th, and I see Jai in the chat as well. She's awesome, always in the streams. What's going on, Jai? Giovanni says Bradbury, a 5th and a 6th this year for a high second rounder or low third rounder this year. What do you think, cornerback, edge, or running back with the 36? That's getting a little bit creative, but yeah, maybe you could do things like that. Couple some picks with Bradbury, move up, get a back end second, early third. Those are things that they could at least explore. For sure. Yeah, I don't know what the exact trade will be, but something along those lines. Yeah, you get creative, you include some picks to be able to get a more premium pick in this draft, and we'll see if we end up trading James Bradbury. But it all depends on who's on the board. If you really like a player, yeah, you go up and you get him, much like the Eagles did yesterday. So if you really like a guy, you think he could be a big difference maker on your team, especially day 2, yeah, you do what you got to do to go get the guy.
Yeah, and I think corners I think that's what they're going to target here at their first pick. But you never know. If a couple corners go off the board and they say, "Oh, Kobe Dean's there," they may go that route too. But there's going to be a lot of good talent that the Giants can take here at 36. We'll see if they use that pick or if they trade back. It's going to be interesting because, like I said, if a couple teams trade up to get quarterbacks, then you know that you don't have to worry about them taking a safety or a linebacker or any of that stuff. So maybe you do move back a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see. But I think I said, I think my hot take yesterday was Malik Willis is going to go first tonight.
I can see that.
We'll see.
I can see that. Yeah. Dennis says, quarterback aside in round 2, who else would y'all not want?
A running back.
At this pick, I'm assuming that's what you mean by that. Oh yeah, you said round 2. Tight end. I don't want a tight end here. I know some Giants fans want to potentially take a tight end. I don't want to take a tight end this early.
Running back is the other one.
Too early for me.
Wide receiver.
Yeah,
I would be okay with it, but not preferably.
Exactly. I'd be okay with it, but it's not my preference. Wide receiver. Me personally, I want to go linebacker, cornerback, or safety here. Those are my 3 preferences right now in terms of position.
I think that's where the best talent is on the board.
Yeah, I think that's
right now.
I think it kind of meets like where the best guys are on the board with what I think are our most important needs right now.
Yep.
But Dennis, man, thank you very much. Mike Nixon, what's going on, man? Just like I promised, entertain us. Split this with Bad Dog. You too. We appreciate it, man.
Brother.
I'm still hype as hell after last night. I want Nakobe Dean at 36, and our picks in the third to be McBride or Woods and Cook. So you want to go tight end and running back in the third round, and certainly a possibility. Obviously, tight end's a huge need, and they've shown a lot of interest in potentially drafting a running back. So we'll see if that's what they elect to do in the third round.
I can tell you this, Mike. If they got Dean, McBride, and Cook, it'd be a great night for us again.
I'd be completely fine with it.
Be a great night for us again.
Be completely fine with it.
We'd have a great night anyway. We got Joe Shane, baby. He bought a new mic to drop it again.
And Irish Rover, what's going on, man? Shout out to my 2 friends and the best Giant content providers. Looking forward to reading the chat and listening tonight. Go Giants. Go Big Blue. What's going on, man?
Appreciate it, Irish Rover.
Turn your camera off, Stephen Lilly. He doesn't like
Steven!
From across the pond. Hi, you guys. So Shane Neil Tiptoe has doubled Gettleman's Andrews draft picks in 1 round. Weird how a real franchise works. And what's going on? Number 56, the GOAT, his signature hashtag there at the end.
For Stephen Lilly. For Stephen Lilly. There you go, Stephen.
There you go. He did it for you. I'm not going to do it. I'm not
Steven, cover your eyes. I'm coming back.
Steven's the man. Thank you so much for being here. He's been with us, I think, since I started on YouTube.
Yeah, he's been around. He's been with us a long time. One of the first.
And ER, what's going on, buddy? Who's having the better career, Trayvon Walker or Kayvon Thibodeau?
Thibodeau.
Jags really does us a favor in picking Walker. I mean, who knows? I mean, I hope Thibodeau.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, I'm going to say Thibodeau. I mean, I like Thibodeau more as a prospect. I'll say that going into the draft. I liked him more as a prospect. So I'll go with Thibodeau. But Walker certainly got a high ceiling. I understand why they took him, but I would have preferred, if I was a Jaguar fan, I would have preferred Thibodeau. And that's being dead honest.
Definitely. Or a tackle.
Yeah.
To be honest. You want to protect, I would want to protect Trevor Lawrence the best I could.
Yeah.
I'd worry more about him than anything else because they're also rebuilding. I certainly would want to work around Trevor Lawrence because he's supposed to be the cornerstone of your franchise. I would work on protecting him because you see what it's done to our quarterbacks. Eli at the end of his career and Daniel Jones's entire career, he got no offensive line. It's hard for the guy to succeed unless they're absolutely elite talent, which I think Trevor Lawrence could be. But still, you don't want the guy running for his life every time he drops back to pass.
Yeah. I always had them going tackle, but then you found out that they were going to extend Cam Robinson, and then it started to make me believe they could go edge.
Yep.
MY Giants 26 says, if Dean falls to 36, do we take him?
Depends
he's one of the 3, 4, 5 most likely guys that I could see us taking. I don't know who we're going to take.
David Ojabo's sitting there.
Maybe we take him.
There's James Cook. We're taking him.
There's James Cook.
Come on, James.
I
You're
think
a dog. We're the Giants.
I think he'll go at some point tonight. I think it'll be in the third round, but I think he'll go at some point
to
tonight.
us. And don't forget, Jake Camarda, undrafted free agent.
Let's go. Cairo, what's going on, buddy? After getting virtually the top 2 picks yesterday, how do you feel now about us making the playoffs? Now, by the way, Giants are huge in the UK. I know. Both of us have plenty of UK followers, whether it be on Twitter or YouTube. You guys are incredible.
Awesome.
UK's got, and I think they're playing there this year, so you guys should be excited about that. But as far as the New York Giants making the playoffs, I mean, I'm still going to go in with conservative expectations. We'll see. I think a lot of it's going to have to do with how quickly they pick up the offensive scheme, how quickly the offensive line develops. But there's at least some more reason for hope after yesterday. I'm still going to go in with reasonable expectations, but it's football. Anything can happen. And if Daniel Jones clicks, we could have an unexpected season. You never know. So that's what's great about sports and football.
That's right. 2 words, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Daniel Jones.
That's what it comes down to.
If he plays really well, like some people think he will, we have a legitimate shot to get, because I don't think our division's great. I think it's good. I think all the teams are good, above average, maybe even very good. The Eagles definitely improved, and they had a nice run last year. But I don't see a team in our division winning 12 games.
No,
so or 11 games, maybe 11. The Cowboys won 11 last year, I think. So, I mean, and the Cowboys got a lot worse. So, and we have a last place schedule. Again, like Chris said, though, I'm going in with conservative expectations. I'm not expecting the playoffs. But if Daniel Jones plays really well and this defense really adapts,
that changes everything.
Yeah.
If Jones,
we have a shot.
Yeah, if Jones suddenly becomes,
especially since they added more playoff teams.
Yeah. If Jones suddenly becomes a really good quarterback, that changes everything.
Yeah.
And Mike, man, thank you very much. He says Neal has over 700 snaps at the right tackle. Yeah, his freshman season he played on the right side,
just like Andrew Thomas did. Just Mike, you take the Eagles fans with a grain of salt. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just salty because we had a good draft. They didn't like that.
And Sports Friend says, I still want a Jabo. He's my favorite player ever. I'm not going to be upset if we take a Jabo, even though we already took an edge rusher. I mean, he was a guy that was supposed to go top 10 before the injury. So if the Giants really like him, he's a stash in cash. You put him on the bench for a bit. When he comes back, you hope he can develop into that player that you perceived him to be before the injury. If they elect to go that route, I still think we're going secondary, but anything can happen. He's certainly a guy that's at least a possibility.
Yippers.
Colin, what's going on, man? My boys. Let's see what Shane has in store today. What's going on, Colin, man? Thanks for popping in.
Let's go, baby.
We should get the first pick soon. Got a commercial right now, but I would assume we're going to have the first pick probably in
very soon.
Very soon. Flex Lopez. Sup, Dana? My take, give me McBride. Who wants that tight end?
Yeah.
Tight end. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going tight end.
I don't think we're on tight end.
I think it's a bit early. It's a deep tight end class. I think we'll get one in the late third, early fourth.
Yeah.
Dan says, can I get a big stand up? New York Giant fans. What's going on, Dan, man?
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. LA Louis says, if he's there, Giants take Nakobe Dean.
Yep.
That'll light the chat up if they do that.
Yep. The chat will light up.
I said it today on Twitter because I was thinking about if we take Nakobe Dean. Think about the front seven all of a sudden.
Oh,
You got Leonard Williams, you got Dexter Lawrence, you got Azeez Ojulari, Kayvon Thibodeau, Nakobe Dean, Blake Martinez, Quincy Roche.
Sick.
All of a sudden, our front seven looks like pretty damn good.
Sick.
It's just
you still worry about the secondary a little bit.
Yeah.
Not because the talent's not there, but there's not a lot of depth there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I can get on board with it. You know me, I'm a defensive guy. I can get on board with that front seven any day. Any day. And Wink, you would need to get him a bib because he'd be drooling with that front seven. He'd be sitting there going, oh my God, what do I do? He would just throw a bunch of plays in a hat and go, yeah, go get the quarterback.
Forgot to turn my light on, by the way. I just saw him like, I look a little dark right now. I look like I've been tanning.
Maybe you did. I was going to say, did you get a tan in a few hours?
And Brandon says McBride or Dulcich today. Tight end today for sure. I'm not going to say for sure. Definitely not for sure. I don't want the Giants to draft specifically for need. I want them to take the best available player. I think they will for sure take a tight end at some point. I don't know if it'll happen today. If they want to take McBride, they're probably going to have to take him with this pick, which I don't think they'll do. And what the hell is going on?
What the hell are they doing?
I guess it's Vegas. Maybe it's like a magician.
Okay. I'll tell you who's a magician. Joe Shane. Joe Shane pulled off the best magic trip of the draft.
What is going on right now? They got a guy swinging from the ceiling in a straitjacket.
Is that a guy or a woman?
I think that's a Giant fan.
That's the way we've been the last 5 years.
We're all in straitjackets.
The last 5 years.
The last 5 years. That's got to be a Giant fan. He got out of it.
Yeah, maybe it is. It is.
Trey Mac, man, what's going on, man? Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. He says, I appreciate what you guys are doing for your followers. The midday streams helped me through a hectic week at the office while I was listening to you guys in my office. Thank you so much, Trey, man.
Thank you, Trey.
Really appreciate it. Yeah, that's something we may do more in the future. Maybe not necessarily midday, but whatever fits our schedule. We were talking about that.
Yep.
In the future, during the hot time, during sports like September, we might do a weekly 2-hour spot, when we got something to talk about. So we'll see if we do that in the future because that was a lot of fun.
Definitely. And like I said, I mean, I get a lot of vacation time at work. So I could definitely just say, you know what, instead of taking it straight 2 weeks off in April, because I always take the week off after Easter, but I'm like, maybe if the week of Easter is the beginning of April, maybe I'll just say, you know what, I don't need the second week off. Let me just take the draft week. Cause I had a lot of fun. I loved doing that this week, talking about the draft, doing the midday streams, hanging out with Chris, hanging out with you guys and girls, especially since, there hadn't been a lot to talk about. So we really hadn't been doing the talk show, but to be able to do it every day of the week, I thought that was cool. So that's going to be my plan, is to take draft week off as my vacation and let's go.
A lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and we'll definitely do that more in the future. Let me get to Wyatt about being a member for 9 months. Want to make sure I don't miss this. I feel like I've been gone for a while. Don't ever apologize. Wyatt, I've been gone for a little bit. I took a break, so
we all need it.
I appreciate you for your support, man. Says, I feel like I've been gone for a while. Sorry, I haven't seen much talks about taking DeMarvin Leal. Yeah, he was supposed to be a first-round pick. Somebody asked me about him in our midday stream earlier today, the defensive tackle, about 3 months ago. A lot of people have him pegged to be a first-round pick. I don't think we'd take him at 36. He might be a possible third-round target if he's there, but he's kind of been a guy that's dropped a little bit. But, yeah, at one point he was a first-round, or at least people thought could be a first-round pick. And the Imp, he says, hello, doggy. Nice background.
Thank you. I just last night.
I was going to say it, but yeah.
I did Giants background last night. I figured Chris had a New York Giants background. Let me throw it. It matches my jersey. I matched today.
There you go.
I matched it up today.
And Big Blue Sack Attack. That's a good name.
It is.
Do you think Benito and Drake, the other edge, can be used at outside the linebacker?
Benito definitely can.
Yeah.
Benito definitely
that route, by the way.
What's that?
I wouldn't be shocked if they take another edge. Nothing would shock me here.
No, Benito definitely. I love Benito. I mean, I'm a Sooner fan, so it was like Kenneth Murray last year. It's rare that Oklahoma has defensive players that excite me, but Benito is a high energy, nonstop. He's a good player. I don't think he'd be the best available for the Giants, but if they went that route, it would not surprise me.
Yeah. If they double up on a position, I'm not going to be upset. Take the best player on your board.
Yep.
By the way, the Bucks are on the clock. Clock's ticking.
7 minutes looks like they got between picks tonight.
Yeah,
in this round, it'll go down in the third.
Maybe goes down in the third.
Yeah.
But we'll see if there's a trade. People are talking about there could potentially be a trade here. Stephen Lilly, he says, I just looked. I can't find anything about the Giants coming to the UK. I don't think it's been official yet, Stephen. And maybe it was just a rumor. But I did see it on, I think it was Giants Wire a couple of weeks ago, that they thought the Giants were going to have a game in the UK, but maybe it's not going to happen. But I thought I read that, but I could be wrong, Stephen. But I did think I did thought that I read that. He says, it say at the moment, Jags, Packers, and Saints only announced. Where did you hear about this, Chris? Stephen, I'll try to, if I could remember. I think you're in my Discord. If not, make sure you follow me on Twitter. Send me a private message. I'll try to find it for you. But I thought I saw something where was pretty sure they thought the Giants were going to play in the UK. But thank you, Stephen.
Sorry, I had to look at my face that whole time. At least I looked at my phone. You only had to see my head.
And the Dayman says, if I wanted to watch an illusionist, I'd watch a video on YouTube What the hell was that?
Great question.
Thank you so much, Dave, man. I appreciate it. And the Big Blue Sack Attack, stand up. New member. Welcome to the squad, man. I really appreciate it, buddy.
You go, baby.
Love the name. I love that name. Blake Dwyer, DB or trade back at 36. Yeah, DB is what I want. I mean, again, I'm going to let
maybe able to trade back and still get a DB, depending on how far back they go. But if they have to go back 9 spots or something and can still get one.
Yeah. I prefer DB here, but I'm completely open to the linebacker. And
I'm completely open to completely open to Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, they take Nakobe Dean, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
But Blake, man, thank you very much. And Bavit's in the chat. What's going on, Bavit, man? Good to see you. He's an OG. He's been here with us for a long time. He says Joe Mama in play round. Joe Mama.
I think he's going to go 33. I don't think he's going to get to us.
Yeah. Yeah. See more butts, 34 perhaps.
Yeah. Huge ass, I heard, is a big prospect.
I think huge ass is a good D tackle.
Really, really good D tackle. Really big guy, I heard.
Yeah.
Huge even.
But appreciate you for being here, man. I want to give a quick shout out to a couple of other regulars. Joe Lutz, he's an OG. I remember, and Albin's always in my streams as well. I remember when I first went live, I only had like 25 people. Joe Lutz was in there. I think Stephen Lilly was in there, and Bavit was certainly in there. They've been with me forever, so I appreciate you guys for being here. As the Bucks got 3 minutes on the clock.
Chris Senior, we don't see him anymore.
I
see
Chris
Senior.
Yeah,
he was one of the first ones. Les, who I saw last night, was one of the first. And Sperm Cell. It don't ever happen to Gavin.
Fan as well. Absolutely.
Yep. Goose. I always say Goose was, my first member that I ever had on my channel.
Yep.
So there's definitely some OGs. I like the first live stream Chris and I ever had. I think we had 8 people in there.
Yeah, it was not many.
Appreciate the hell out of you guys and girls for making it what it is today. I just looked. I think we got like 1,300 people in here. So hit that like button. It helps out the streams. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. Costs nothing to do that, but it helps huge.
Yeah, I should say that more. I got to do a better job of that. But yeah,
all right, I got you.
Hit the like button, subscribe, ring the bell. More importantly, going over to Bad Dog Sports. We've been doing this all week together. We work together all the time, so check them out.
And we'll be on this channel again tomorrow for day 3, all day.
Absolutely.
You get to spend your weekend with 2 of the most handsome Italian guys. Don't say that around Steven, but
yeah, he don't agree.
No.
Layback says
you probably don't.
If the Giants draft Malik Willis, would you be mad? No. Mad's not the right word.
Surprised.
Yeah,
surprised.
Indifferent, I think would be the right word. It's like, do I think it's the right pick? No. Like the way I look at it right now, his success of being a franchise quarterback for the New York Giants, and by success, I mean a guy that's worthy of a second contract. I think even the best quarterback prospect is probably no higher than 30 or 35% with as unpredictable that position is. I'd put him at like 8%, given the New York Giants' current situation and the fact that he's a project. So to me, I would rather go for more of a sure thing in the second round. Now, do I recognize that Malik Willis has some upside for sure? He's got good physical traits, and maybe the New York Giants feel they could get the most out of him. If they draft him, there's no financial commitment there. It's a second-round pick. You could still draft another quarterback in next year's draft if you see fit, if you don't think he could be the guy. I just personally think you could potentially be passing up on a difference maker that is much more of a sure thing to be a difference maker at the safety position, at the cornerback position, if you draft a guy like Malik Willis. That's my opinion on the matter. If they take him, I'll support it, and I hope he turns into what a lot of people.
And more importantly, right now, we could take a player that could make an impact for 2022. Malik Willis would not be that guy. I just don't see the Giants carrying 3 quarterbacks. I just think that would be a little strange. I think if they wanted Malik Willis, they would have got rid of Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and I also just feel like I could almost guarantee, like people talk about like they're scared. Like, what if the New York Giants have like the 13th pick next year and they can't get, the top quarterback?
Trade Logan Hall, first if you really want
Logan Hall's the first guy off the board defensive end out of Houston.
Wow.
I think there's going to be a guy at 13 even next year where he's going to have as much upside as a guy like Malik Willis. Because there's a lot of good quarterback prospects in next year's draft. So I don't see the need to rush that position this year.
Me neither.
And the whole league agreed with it because nobody took a quarterback. So
Chris makes a great point. If the Giants really wanted Malik Willis, they could have traded back up into the first round to give him a 5th-year option. And it would not have really cost.
It would have cost like a 4th-round pick. It would have cost like a 4th-round pick.
It would have made sense for them to move up to 31 or 32.
Yeah.
I just, again, I would be very surprised.
Packers. This would be hysterical. If
Did
they
they took Malik Willis? Yeah, they love it.
I don't think they're going to do it. You know what?
Wide receiver.
I'm going to say Christian Watson is going to be a Green Bay Packer.
All right.
I'm going to go with Christian Watson. I think about his speed with Aaron Rodgers. They need a wide receiver. That's my prediction. Christian Watson or Sky Moore is going to be a Green Bay Packer.
Yeah, I can see it. Because they would have avoided the first round. They don't want to do it in the first round, but they'll do it the second pick of the second. They'll trade up to get the second pick of the second round, but they will refuse, like we do with linebackers, refuse to do it in the first round. But
we'll see what it is.
It would be funny if they took Malik Willis.
And Master says Mike Hunt. Yeah, that's another great prospect.
Oh, and Mr. Hunt. Yeah, he's really good. He's very good.
Meets another OG. Says, sup, boys? Good stuff. Best player available all day. Complete agreement with you on that, man.
I agree.
Hopefully that's exactly what they do. Irish Rover says, Chris looks like he has some Irish. I do, actually. I got a DNA test years ago, and I think I was about 50% Italian, and I was maybe about 25 or 30% Irish, if I remember correctly. So I do have a decent amount of Irish in me.
I don't have a decent amount, but I am also part Irish. My name is Irish. Kevin is Irish. So my dad was part Irish, part Italian. My mom's all Italian. So mostly Italian. Definitely look more like my mother than my father. Definitely. Got my mom's teeth, all these eye teeth that are like dog's teeth and mess the rest of my teeth up. Got that, the big bushy eyebrows, the dark skin, the big nose. Really is. So my height and my size of my dad's, but yeah, a lot of mom there.
Chris
a lot of the Italian blood, lots of Sicilian blood.
Chris says, you guys are amazing. Stand up, New York Giant fans. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Stormtrooper says, went into work proud today after yesterday. I think we all did. I
had to go into work today when I had some stuff I had to do with the budget. So I had to go in for like a half an hour. It wasn't long. First dude I see is a Cowboys fan. I talk to him all the time. He's like, you had a freaking great draft. He goes, I don't know what the hell Jerry Jones is doing. I'm like, you guys suck. He's like, oh, I know we suck. He goes, you guys actually have a real GM. I was like, thank God.
Yeah.
He's like, I knew you had to be happy. I was like, oh, I was thrilled.
How could you not think we had a great draft last night? Regardless of what team you root for. I see Authentics in here. I want to give him a quick shout out too.
Mel's best picks, Chris, his first four best picks. Oh, that was quarterbacks. I'm sorry. I thought it was his best four picks. I was going to say they're all quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah. They're doing it by position.
But they're doing it by position.
I got to think receiver here.
Look at this. Where can I get me a Giants hat like that?
They're making the pick. I'm going to go Christian Watson. Let's see. Maybe Sky Moore.
Hell, I don't care about their pick. I want a Giants hat like that.
You want the sombrero?
That would look great on my peanut head. I would look like a nail.
Aaron Jones making the pick right now. Christian Watson.
Good call, Chris.
I think it's a great fit. He's going to do good things there with Aaron Rodgers, man. He's a burner. That's a good pick by the Packers. That's a good pick by the Packers. I don't know.
They made sure to avoid doing that in the first. They'd rather trade up and give up another pick to get him in the second.
I like that pick, though. I like that pick. He's going to do good things with Rodgers.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's, it may not be Devontae Adams, but it definitely helps to get Aaron Rodgers a burner, without a doubt.
6'4" also. He's tall.
Yeah, big kid.
Eric, man, thank you very much, man. Would you take a risk on the Michigan linebacker David Ajabo? If so, how earlier round, since you lose 1 year due to injury to the Achilles? I think he's going in the second round. I could be wrong,
too.
But I think he's going in the second round. So I think if the Giants won him, they're going to have to take him at 36. I guess it would depend on how high I was on the kid and how confident I was that he was going to make a full recovery and it wasn't going to be like a reoccurring problem.
Right.
But, if I was confident in that and I thought he was a top 10 player in this draft, maybe I take a swing. Of course, you already took an edge rusher, though. So, But I think you have to take him. Maybe I'm wrong. He could be a guy that drops down, and the further he drops down, the more I'm open to taking him. But I'm thinking he's probably going to go in the second round, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I know, and again, it might be later. So I 36 maybe a little early. Because the Giants may be like, we want an impact player in 2022, and you might not want to wait. And like Chris said, we got a edge rusher, so they may not. But they may. Well, we're getting very soon because the Titans pick is in. Don't take Nakobe Dean. I just want to have a shot at Nakobe Dean. I know we need secondary help, but
the Titans could go. They could go wide receiver too. They just traded AJ. Oh no, but I think they took a wide receiver the first. If I'm not, I can't remember if they did or didn't.
Yeah,
I can't remember. But we'll see who they pick.
They could probably use the secondary too.
John, man, thank you very much. Do you think we go tight end in round 3? I would say 50-50. I think it's either going to be round 3 or 4, maybe 5. But I'd go like 50-50. It happens today. Any interior offensive lineman left as well? Yeah, there's a couple. I don't think, though, at this pick, there's an interior offensive lineman worthy of taking, personally. But that's just my personal opinion. So I think it's possible with one of our other 2 picks tonight, but I don't think it's going to happen with this one.
Guys are saying we traded back.
We did. Oh, I see the Jets have our pick.
Yeah, we traded back.
The Jets have our
the Jets are being ultra aggressive. Look at, we're helping each other out.
What is he doing? So where were the Jets picking?
At Billy White Shoes Johnson?
Probably. The Jets couldn't have been picking that far back, so I don't think we dropped that far back.
No. I wonder what we got for it.
I'm going to look it up right now.
What was I going to say? I forget. That kind of threw me off with it. But it doesn't surprise me. Like I said, they went Roger McCreary.
I got the trade.
Okay.
Jets come up. They get picked 36. Giants go back to 38. So we move back 2 spots, and we pick up 146. Okay, so we got an additional, fifth?
There's our punter. So we're still getting Jake Camarda, but maybe Matareza at 146.
So that's a good trade because if they feel it's probably
all the secondary guys are still there, Chris.
Yeah, it's probably a situation like last year where when we took Azeez Ojulari, where they had like 3 or 4 guys together, they said we'll trade back 8, 9, 10 spots, get more draft capital. Yep. It's probably the same situation here. There's probably like 3 or 4 guys. Like Shane said before it started, we got 4 guys that we love. Probably none of them have gone off the board yet. Yep. He says, let's drop back 2 spots. Let's get an extra draft pick, and we'll still get one of the guys we really like.
Exactly. And maybe they use that pick as capital trade up at some point in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
You never know.
So I like it.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. Because again, all the guys, well, McCreary just went, but Brisker's still there, Petre's still there. So
yeah. Everybody that we said pretty much.
The Jets too. They're not taking a corner.
No, I don't think they're going to take a corner.
Maybe they go line here, running back.
Houston could go Willis, by the way, possibly.
Houston's a wild card everywhere.
Yeah. Blake says we got a shot at corner here for sure. Could go Booth,
without a doubt.
For sure. Fix the O-line. What's going on, man? Has to be cornerbacks Booth or Gordon or safety Brisker. Yeah, or Petre as well. I want to throw him in there.
Any of those guys, we can choose any of those guys.
I agree with you. I think that should be the pick right now. And the Giants may have all of those guys kind of coupled together and like, let's just trade back and we'll get, who's ever left over. That might have been the approach when they traded down.
Yep.
But fix the line, man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Rudy, what's going on, man? Question between Thibodeau and Neal. Why do the Cowboys and Eagles suck so much? Let's go, Big Blue. Now all we have to do is play football. Rudy, my man.
That's a good question, Rudy. They do. They really do suck, too.
Yeah, they do. Rudy's another OG. Love him, man. What's going on, buddy? Noam says Giants. Yep, Giants traded back. I'm a little bit behind on the chat, so I apologize. But, I think it's a good trade. I mean, it's nothing to, like, party about, but you got another pick. 146 is – I'm trying to do them. Is that a 4th-round pick?
I think it's –
When you factor in the comps,
end of the 4th, early 5th, somewhere in there. But I think it's the end of the 4th if you factor in the, like you said, the compensatory picks.
Yeah.
The Jets took Nakobe Dean, I'm hearing.
The Jets took Dean?
So obviously we didn't want Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Or we would have taken him there.
Yeah. So the Jets trade up and they get Dean. Jets have had a good draft.
Yeah, they have.
Jets have had a good draft, man. Yeah. And Independent, man, thank you very much. Working tonight to another great show and another great day for the G-Men. Please let another team draft Wills tonight. Even Pennick is talking him up. I've seen Alex was talking him up too. Like, I see people on Twitter talking him up. I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe they're trying to get behind the fan base that wants him, but we'll see. I'm not going to scream if we take him, but it's not my preference.
Oh, I saw people saying Dean. Now I see people saying Hall. I'm turning the chat off.
Turn the chat off.
Yeah, I'm turning the chat off.
Turn the chat off. Steve Lilly. Rumor just in, the Eagles looking to trade up for Mr. Plonker Wally. Oh, yeah. They already have 1 million of them in Philly.
They got more than 1 million. That's a big city.
I still can't get over that. That's like a derogatory term for them. A plonker.
Plonker's hilarious, though.
It's great.
Plonker's hilarious.
And Phenopolis, he says, blockbuster trade Darius Slayton for 2 count them 2 cans of Coke.
Nice. I mean, Coke is more than Pepsi, especially if you read Elon Musk's tweet.
He said he's going to.
Did you read his tweet?
He said he's going to put cocaine back in it.
So I said, well, that's awesome, but I might die with the amount of Coca-Cola I drink. That could kill me, but what a way to go.
Blake Dwyer says,
imagine the energy I'd have on that stuff, Mr. Musk.
Forget about it. Blake Dwyer says Joe Shane equals galaxy brain. He's off to a great start. We'll see what he picks here. And Chris Ritchie, man, thank you so much for the $1.99 donation, man. I appreciate it, buddy. German brother, I want Dean. This defense is going to be, well, we don't know who the Jets took. So
no, we don't. They're saying it's Breece Hall, though.
We'll see. I think this is a clear scenario where the Giants had 3 or 4 guys even.
Oh, God, yeah.
And so they're not enamored with any of the prospects. And there's Darrelle Revis.
I was going to say he looks very familiar.
Yeah, I think that's Darrelle Revis. And he, to me, that's him. In his prime was as good as they come at the cornerback.
God, yes.
And Peter, man, thank you very much. He says, we have to figure out where Bradbury fits in. I think we're going to package him with a pick to move up somewhere.
I think so too, Peter.
If somebody wants him, for sure. If not, maybe it happens for a draft pick next year. So it was Breece Hall. So the first running back off the board. They took a running back last year too, relatively early. They took Michael Carter from North Carolina, I think in the 3rd or the 4th round. So they get another one. And Breece Hall's really good, but Jets take another running back 2 years in a row.
Yeah. I mean, Breece Hall's a good running back. I don't know how much the Jets needed a running back.
Another weapon for their quarterback. I mean, they got a wide receiver. Now
why did the Jets trade up? Did they think did they think the Texans wanted Breece Hall? Like, why would they move up 2 spots? We're not taking Breece Hall.
They wanted to, maybe they feel Houston could potentially take him. They want to make sure they get their guy.
So then would Houston take the kid out of Michigan State?
I'm happy as a Giants fan because I don't think we were taking him. So
we're not taking Breece Hall, definitely not.
All of our guys are still there. I mean, we said Petre, we said Brisker, we said
maybe we move back again.
All of our guys are still there.
Let's move back again. Maybe we move back again.
N'Kobe Dean, they're all still there. Kevin, man, thank you so much. Would love Petre, Dean, or Pickens in that order. All those guys are still there. So, and there's only one more pick. Did we trade down again? It says Atlanta's 38 now.
Yeah, see? Let's go, Shane. He knows what he's doing.
Shane just is like, I still got my 4 guys.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just going to keep
moving like, down.
I'm going to keep moving down 2 up here. We're at 43 now.
We're at 4. So what did we get? I got to look. But Shane's just looking at his list. He's like, those 4 guys are still there. Atlanta, you want to come up? Let's go.
You want N'Kobe Dean in Atlanta? Because they're taking N'Kobe Dean.
So Atlanta now, did they take the quarterback finally?
No way. They could take N'Kobe Dean because he played at Georgia.
Did they take Willis? Could make sense.
Willis.
Could make sense.
Texans aren't going to take him.
And Kevin, man, thank you very much. I already read that. We love Petre. Absolutely, man. So
43 and 114 they're saying.
What is it?
Good. 43 and 114 we got.
So
that's back end. It's early 4th.
So 114. So now we got one. So now we got
Jalen Petre. That was one of our guys.
That's the guy I wanted. There's still plenty of guys I like, but that was the guy. I'm a big fan of Jalen Petre. I thought he would have fit our defense really well. But there's still plenty of guys I really like.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
But good
he's a good one.
Yeah, good pick by them. Really versatile player.
He's a good one. Again, I don't ever get it. I'm never really excited about Big 12 defenders because they're not known for defense, but Baylor had a good secondary this year.
Yeah. Alphabet, man, thank you very much. Nothing against Willis, but I think the media should be called to task for hyping this quarterback up. I wonder if the media hype storm actually made. Listen, it happens every year, and I knew it was going to happen because it was perceived to be a poor quarterback draft class, and the media, the fans, the quarterback's the most important position. There's always going to be one quarterback that gets hyped up.
They want to hype up the draft, guys.
Yeah, they want to.
Because if a quarterback's not going, it's the most exciting position.
Yeah. So,
But I'll be honest with you, Tad. I think this goes to show the media doesn't know jack squat.
I saw people having him second overall, and
the media doesn't know anything.
Yeah,
and that's what it proves. The people on YouTube know as much as these guys on television. Really do. And
Argenis says Dean or Ajabo. I think I'd prefer Dean.
because he can play immediately.
Yeah, he can play, and we already got an edge rusher. But Ajabo to me is the better prospect. But obviously the injury,
I like what Jihad just said there. Trader
What?
Joe. Well, you'll get to it in a second.
Oh, Trader Joe.
Trader Joe.
And Chris Ritchie says, if we move Dex to the inside, wouldn't be the best to take another wouldn't be the best to take another DT in the third or fourth. I'm not against it. I'm still not against it. Dex is only committed past next year. Dex is capable of playing on at the end in a 3-4. I'm not against taking a DT. I'm not this early, but if you want to take one in the fourth, I'm not against that. Just take the best players on your board.
I'm interested to see what Atlanta does here.
Atlanta at 30. I think they're going Willis. I'm calling it. I think they're going quarterback. I don't even know if it'll be Willis, but I think they're going to go Willis.
They could, yeah. I thought Willis was going to go first, so I was wrong about that. But they could. They definitely. I mean, they got the receiver in the first round, Chris. Right? They went receiver.
I mean, if you're Atlanta, you get a high upside guy. Who's their quarterback right now? It's Mariota, right?
Yes.
You get a high upside guy that can sit behind Mariota at least for like a half season. They got some weapons there, and there's no commitment. Like if he doesn't work and they don't feel he's a great quarterback, you could still draft a quarterback next year. So I think it's a good. This is where you kind of want to take a player like him. So I can definitely see it.
I agree.
Nick, thank you very much, man. Trade. Oh, there it is. We got 43 and 114. So
we added
we got
43, 114, and 143. Was that right?
Yeah, it was like
41, something like that.
We basically have a late fourth, early fifth.
Yeah, it's an early fourth, right? 114 should be an early fourth.
36. Yeah, or at least a mid fourth.
Because fourth is right. Yeah, maybe mid fourth.
Mid fourth.
Because the compensatory picks kind of screw me up, but I think that is like a mid fourth.
Yeah, so we got like a mid fourth and early fifth, and we moved back from third. We moved back 7 spots, right? Because we're at 36 now. We're at 43, right?
Yes. We moved back 7 total.
7 spots, and we picked up a mid fourth and an early fifth, and we're probably still going to get one of the guys that we wanted.
Yep.
Not a bad job by Joe Shane.
No, he's making room for that punter, Chris.
Yeah, man. We're going to be able to fill more needs. I mean, we talked about all the needs we had. Now you're going to be able to get another interior offensive lineman, perhaps. Maybe you get a tight end with one of those picks. Maybe you get a wide receiver with one of those picks. Giants are going to have more options now. Suddenly,
maybe you take some of those picks and move back up someplace.
We got 11 picks now instead of 9.
Right. Good stuff.
That's why he said we had 11 picks. He knew.
He did say that.
He said we had 11.
He did say that.
He knew immediately.
And Buck Josh says, I did say we trade our pick to Atlanta was one of them. Good call, man. And let's see who Atlanta takes right now. But Buck Josh, man, thank you so much, buddy. And I'm going to go Malik Willis.
It would make sense.
Yeah. Jihad says, hashtag Trader Joe. There you go. That's what you
like. Yeah.
That was the one that you liked. I'm going to catch up on these in a second. I just want to see who they take. Oh, I guess they're all right. So we got a couple of minutes here. Philip says, Sky Moore went to my high school. Great person. That's awesome, man. He's probably going to go off the board very soon. Maybe even go to the Giants. He could.
Maybe he could.
Let's keep going. True Raplet says, loving it. Plenty on the board. Acquired 2 more picks.
Yep. Agreed.
Yep. And they're pretty decent. Mid-4th round pick. That's a pretty decent pick.
That's what I'm saying. He knows. He's like, our guys are still there.
Yeah. Danny Forever says, yes, no Willis. DJ is our guy, you clowns. I'm with you. You call me
Willis. I'm with you too.
Yeah. I don't want Willis. So
I told you that guy hates Daniel Jones. That guy right there hates Daniel Jones. Hates him.
I'm with you.
So I told you he keeps doing that just so we keep not even ripping him, just being honest about him.
Yeah.
He hates Daniel Jones. That's my take on that one.
That's a good call.
We're not taking Willis, so you're fine.
Oh, they took the edge that you wanted out of Penn State.
Yeah, but we got our edge, Chris.
No, I know. I didn't.
You know what? That's a good move for Atlanta because they did not take their edge at 8, and they needed an edge really bad.
Yeah.
But that was definitely a guy, if we missed on Thibodeau, that we could have taken at 36.
For sure.
Yep.
So
good. That's a good pick for Atlanta.
Yeah. They got up. They got
the Falcons, Sports Live in the ATL. You're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. The Giants helped you out. You're welcome. He had a rant today. He was pissed. I understood. I'm like, how do you take Drake London? I didn't understand that either. I was like, take Garrett Wilson if you're going to take a receiver first. But you're welcome. We helped you out. Capiche?
Capiche. Daniel Jones burner account says we got 3/3 now and 2. Oh, so maybe we're doing the math wrong. Maybe it's
Is 101 a back end of the? No,
whatever it is. We got 2 additional picks. I'm
Well,
happy.
we've had 2/3. He's saying we got 2/3 and 2/4. That's what 67 and 81 were our third round picks.
Right.
And we got 2/4. 114 is a fourth.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Kevin says, love these moves by Shane, getting a player they like at 43 and 2 extra lottery tickets for 4th and 5th round.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a good way to put it, Kevin.
Maybe you take 2 interior offensive linemen with those picks and you fill in, so it's going to allow us to fill in more holes on this roster.
Yeah. Without a
and
doubt.
Shane said that. He said that he wanted to get more. I don't remember what the exact terminology was, but he said he wanted to get as many picks as he possibly could.
And he said we had 11 picks.
He did
we
say
do
that.
it now.
And the picks in for the Bears. The Bears, I don't think they don't because they traded it to us.
They need an offensive lineman.
I was going to say,
you got Justin Fields.
They got to go line.
They got to go line here.
They could go wide receiver, but their line is dreadful.
It's awful. And you just drafted it. You gave up this year's first round pick for Justin Fields.
Yeah.
So they got to go really stupid to not go offensive line here.
We'll see what they do. Brandon says, I bet we trade back up now. That's possible. If they really like a player, we certainly got the picks to do it now. Absolutely.
Do.
Vin says, just tuned in, still hype from day one, baby. Did we trade down? We traded down
twice.
Vin, we ended up trading down from 36. We're now at 43. So we dropped back 7 spots, and we ended up getting a
114. We got a mid-round 4th and an early 5th.
So we got 2 additional picks.
And 43.
And we dropped 7 spots.
Yep.
Pretty good. Pretty good. So. But Vin, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, buddy. And Canody says, Joe was like, you think last night was great? Hold my beer. This is a defense-rich draft, and he knows that. Let's go, man. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, he's saying hold my beer, not my medium soda, so that's a good thing.
Adam says, Chris Angel was originally hired to make the Cowboys look like they aren't complete frauds, but even a master illusionist couldn't do that.
I just saw the Chiefs are picking 62nd in the second round. Maybe that's where we make our move with Bradbury and maybe 81 and move up to 62.
Maybe we couple some of these extra picks and Bradbury and get a second round. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's a late second round pick.
Who knows, man?
There's a lot. That's why last night was awesome, but that's why this night is just as fun because look at all the wheeling and dealing shit that's going on right now.
Yep.
A lot of wheeling and dealing going on here. A lot of teams, and there was a lot of trades last night too. But a lot of teams don't really want to part with their first round pick because you're not always going to get the value you want, everything else. But here, it's all what we see 3 trades already, 2 by the Giants and 1 by the Packers.
Yep. And I'm going to tell you what, now it's possible with the additional picks we've gotten, maybe you are open to taking the top tight end in this year's draft class at 43. Because now you got a couple of extra picks. So if you really like them, maybe you do take them. So, it's giving the Giants a couple more options now that they traded down. They got some more draft capital.
I agree.
Nick, thank you very much, man. And by the way, I think this almost cements the fact that we're going a running back definitely within the first 100 picks with all these extra picks.
God, yeah. James Cook, baby.
And Nick, man, thank you very much. Who's going to have a better season, Chase Young? Who do you think we're going with?
Kayvon Thibodeau.
With Thibodeau. We're Giants fans, man.
By the way, I just want to say, I just checked. We got 2,200 people in here on day 2. You guys and girls are legends. Legends. Let's go. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. It helps the stream.
Hit that like, subscribe, ring the bell. Travis Jones, a D tackle. I think Justin had him mocked to us. He hit on his first 2 picks in his mock draft. I want to shout him out. So we'll see if that's the pick. That would be pretty funny if he hits it. Reality Stone says, okay, DJ fans, get down from the rope now. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Reality, man. Yeah. Oh, you mean we're not going to take a quarter? And Mark,
well, I guarantee you the Bears aren't taking a quarterback.
No, definitely not.
Maybe Seattle.
Yeah, this late could make sense.
That could be Malik Willis.
I want to see if I can. Oh, Mark, man, thank you so much, man. He's got a noob super sticker, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, buddy. And thank you for the support, man.
2,200 people. You guys, girls, kick ass.
They're awesome. They're awesome.
Appreciate it. If you're new, like you said, make sure you guys and girls subscribe because all football, you get nothing but football from us in September. And trust me, if you're new to either one of these channels, when we do the games or we do our shows during the year, you'll love it. The games are extremely fun or funny. Yeah, God, there goes another one.
Bears took a cornerback. A lot of Giants fans were potentially wanted there. Kyler Gordon.
I can't believe the Bears didn't go offensive line.
So he's a good man press cover corner. A lot of Giants fans wanted him. Still a lot of options, though, for the Giants.
Yes, tons of options. Well, we still got our safety. Brisker is still there. So
Dean is still there.
I don't want to speak his name because Seattle's got 2 picks in a row. One's Malik Willis. It has to be.
You're calling it.
Yeah, one Malik Willis. Maybe not Malik, a quarterback. But I'm going to say Malik Willis. Malik Willis is going to Seattle in one of the next 2 picks.
And Christopher Hayward says, evening, guys. Chris from the UK again. Looking forward to watching the Giants with you guys again in 2022 and some more victory scotch with Bad Dogs.
Christopher, I'm ready to drink some scotch with you, buddy. I'm ready to drink some scotch with the Giants fans this year. Let's go. I got to drink like 4 of them last year. And can I tell you something? They all tasted like shit. I wanted to taste good. Actually, that Eagle Scotch tastes amazing.
Eagle Scotch that you can.
That was worth 4 wins on its own. Philly 500 had to wear Giants.
Victory, anything tastes good against the Eagles. You can give me Pepsi.
PBR?
That's 3 years old. That's
Jenny Cream Ale.
James, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Jason says Shane is having a master class in this draft. Let's see who he picks. But I like the value that he's gotten so far in the second round.
Yeah.
Sebastian, he says Matt Gano went to my high school, first guy to make that's awesome. Obviously on the Giants right now, so that's pretty cool, man.
That is pretty cool.
I think he's going to be our swing tackle this year. And Bear, I just said it, Bear. Trey McBride is now. I'm open to at least the possibility of it. With now that we've traded down a little bit, we've gotten extra draft capital. I could see it happening now. I'm not saying it will, but I could see it happening now.
Yep. One of these next 3 picks has to be. There's going to be 2 quarterbacks here. Seattle's taking one and New Orleans is taking one. Hot take.
Okay.
I haven't gotten one of these right. I'm like Philly 500. I'm like 0 for 400, and then I'm going to get one right. I'm going to go, I told you. I told you.
We're at 43, right?
Yes.
So it's Seattle twice, then the Colts, then us. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that said New Orleans. It does say the Colts. They're not taking a quarterback.
They could. Matt Ryan's not the youngest.
That's true. True.
That would be. You want to talk about the perfect spot for him?
Yeah, Andy would be
that offensive line. You sit behind a veteran for a couple of years with Frank Reich.
Yeah.
That would be a really good spot for a guy like Malik Willis. I don't know if the Colts will do it. That'd be a pretty good spot, I think.
That would not be bad for him. But I think Seattle's taking one.
Live Hunters, man. Thank you very much, man. Do you think we move Bradbury today? I don't know. I hope. If we're gonna move him, I hope it's today. So we get draft compensation.
We get better draft options.
I don't know if we're gonna, but if we do move him, yes.
Yeah.
Let me read Bobby real quick. Thank you for being a member. He says, "Hi, Chris and Bad Dog, my friends. Chris, do you do raids? Well, not today. Maybe if I have a smaller stream, but today I'm too focused on the draft to do something like that.
Right. Yeah.
But maybe in the future during a baseball stream or something, sure. But thank you so much for popping in, Bobby. I mean, I appreciate it.
Bob, did you see Mr. Softy today? Oh, Chris, did you see Mr. Softy? I forgot there's no Softy in Vermont.
I didn't.
We have Mr. Dingling up here. That's.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Wait a second.
Mr. Dingling.
Wait. That's the name of the ice cream truck?
That's the ice cream truck.
The name of the ice cream truck is Mr. Dingling?
Mr. Dingling.
And parents let their kids go to this ice cream man?
Mr. Dingling.
If I had a kid, I would think I'd be scared to give him ice cream from Mr. Dingling.
If I should change the name to catch up with the times, but
did he think that would help sell more ice cream? Yeah, let me come up with a good idea for an ice cream truck. Mr. Dingling.
Listen, maybe they were hyped on the Chuck Berry song from 1972 called My Dingling, and they're like, oh, I got a good idea. Let's name our ice cream company Mr. Dingling.
Wow, Mr. Dingling. I've heard it all. Wow. Frank, man, thank you very much, man. Thing is you think we're targeting Wooten? Maybe. I thought he was more of a third round prospect, but it's possible. Maybe. We'll see.
Brings me back to the days of my man Tito Wooten. I loved Tito Wooten for the Giants. I loved me and my buddy Frank loved Tito Wooten. That was our guy. We loved Tito. Shout out to Tito Wooten wherever he is. We loved Tito Wooten.
Or
We
Dennis,
did.
he says, I never want us to draft a punter more than a razor.
We got the draft capital now.
Maybe we take him in the 5th. Who knows?
Maybe we do.
But our Dennis, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. This is going to be Seattle's first pick, and then they're up again.
Yeah.
He might as well just stay up there and read both picks. It's like a waste of time.
It really is.
Just make both picks.
Right.
And it's Boye Mafe. Good pick.
Yep.
Good pick. A lot of Giants fans thought he was a potential day 2 prospect for us at 36. So
they took him over Dean, though.
They take Boye Mafe.
Dean, stay there. Dean.
Pete the Skeet, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. He says, what's up, boys? Let's go, man. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it, buddy. And
let's go.
Another guy that's always in all of our streams, man. We appreciate it.
Love it, man. I love what we're doing. Love what we're doing today.
Jay Hood says, back with the dynamic duo. Really want a Petre, but Dean would be a nice little quality player on the board, and a few more picks doesn't hurt. Let's go, Joe.
Agree, Jade.
Yeah, and we still got Brisker on the board, too. I love.
Yeah.
There's still some
I agree. I like to trade him back, but I want to pick.
It's coming up.
I'm getting anxious. I'm getting anxious.
It's coming up.
See these guys who are on the board. Seattle has to take a cornerback, don't they? They have to. I don't know how the rest of this board goes. If Seattle don't take a quarterback, Indy isn't going to take one. They may, but probably not. We're not taking one unless we trade back again, but we're not taking one.
Yeah.
So I don't know who picks after us at 44. How far are these quarterbacks going down?
Maybe Shane trades down again. Maybe he's like, screw it, I'll get more picks.
I mean, I don't mind getting the picks, but like I said, I'm getting anxious. Like, I want to pick. I want to know.
Yeah. And Mark, man, thank you so much, man. Does anybody know if in this draft trade situation, the Giants GM gets a promise from the Jets GM on who they're going to pick? What would happen if that promise was broken? Is there any honor amongst thieves? I don't know for sure. I would guess they do not get a guarantee of who they would pick. But if the Jets, if they did, I don't think there's an honor amongst thieves. The Jets could say something complete. I would think it pick somebody completely different. If I had to guess, I don't think that there's any honor.
They really did pick him right back to back, Chris. They're picking again, so he really did stay up there.
Ken Walker, they took the running back out of Michigan State.
He's a good player.
Very good.
Ken Walker's a very good player.
So they got
no quarterback.
Could the Colts be the first team?
In the second
It's
round.
possible. I mean, it's possible.
These quarterbacks are falling. I know they said since 1997, it's the first time only one quarterback went in the first round. I wonder when the last time it took two quarterbacks 45 picks to go off the board. Like how long? What's the longest it took two quarterbacks to go off the board? We're gonna have to
look that up. When's the last time? Well, let's see when the second quarterback goes.
Yeah, but oh my God, this is crazy.
Lax, man, thank you very much, man. Tana and Bad Dog, you guys are legends. Who do you guys want in the second round?
Dean.
At this point, Brisker, Dean, those are probably my top two. Probably my top two right now, Brisker, Dean. But there's a couple other guys. But
we can get one of them, Chris, because we're picking in two picks.
Yeah, let's see what we end up with.
Yeah.
Nick says, Bad Dog stole your Scotch idea. Bottle still full. Nick says,
not this year, Nick. We're gonna polish some of that off, baby. We're probably not gonna finish the bottle, but we're gonna have more scotches than we did last year.
And the Dayman says the draft is always the best time of the year. It's always great to be able to spend it with Chris and the Bad Dog. Thank you guys for being great. No, thank you guys for being great.
You guys for being
always have so much fun with all you guys. Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's see here. We got Mr. Lopez. I like Marcus Jones at cornerback in the third. If we don't go cornerback here, he's a potential target there. We'll see. We'll see what they do here first.
What corners are left on the board?
We still got Booth. Forgot about him.
Yeah, I thought he went for some reason.
I don't think he went.
Booth is still there.
Yeah, still got him too. So.
Yep, he is still there.
We got options. We
do.
Trey McBride,
wide receiver.
Yeah, the Sky Moore didn't get picked, right?
No, Sky Moore is still there.
Colts could go wide receiver. I feel like they could use another wide receiver.
Cleveland, they're not. Well, maybe they do. Baker ain't long for that team.
Well, they just got a quarter. They got Watson.
Oh God, yeah. What the hell am I thinking?
Yeah, I got Watson.
Yeah. So Cleveland ain't going quarterback. I
no,
forgot all about
they better not.
I totally forgot about that.
And Leo Chanel is another one I forgot about. DeFron Demonic just said it. Nothing against the name, but give me Leo Chanel. Yep, who's another very popular name amongst Giant fans.
We might end up with him.
And he's another guy who I'd be very happy with. There's like
that's what I'm saying. Joe Shane's like, yeah, man, these guys are falling back. We'll take them.
German brother, been rolling with you guys for some time now. Excited for next season. Always awesome listening to you. Tip my hat and greetings from Germany. Thank you so much for being here, German man. And
thank you, buddy.
Thank you to everybody for being here.
Appreciate it. I love our overseas. I think it's so cool. Like I said, the overseas view. I just think that's awesome that the Giants have that big of a reach, like around the world. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Yeah.
Colts traded with the Vikings. Did the Vikings take a quarterback? They could. Cousins ain't going to be there long term.
No.
Good fit there. They got a ton of offensive weapons. Right?
Yeah. I don't know if anybody's taking a quarterback. I swear to God. Is anybody going to take one?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm looking forward to seeing who we end up with, though. Depressed Giants fan says, I'm so happy we have a GM with a brain. Go Giants. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it.
Like I said, you're going to have to change your name after this year. Not because we're going to be in the playoffs or anything, we're in a Super Bowl, but we're not going to be depressed anymore. We're going to have hope.
Yeah, absolutely. DM says, does Mr. Dingling wear anything under the apron besides cowboy boots? Just wondering.
An engine. It's the name of the truck. I hope the name of the driver isn't Mr. Dingling. But if it is, I can't say that I've looked under his apron. And
True Story says, doesn't serve a 10-inch cone.
Again, I think it depends on the driver. He may serve you a softie. Who the hell knows?
Ron Batista says, Chris, you know why Chris Sims is not too high on Thibodeau? I mean, yeah, I watched some of his videos. To sum it up real quick. Well, first off, you got to realize Sims is a guy who I respect. I think he thinks outside of the box. He doesn't just say what everybody else says. But his biggest, he thought he was an overhyped prospect from the media. He thought that the media completely just overhyped him, that he wasn't nearly as good as people made him out to be. He talked about how he took some plays, the normal things that people not.
The normal character.
That he took some plays off. That he just wasn't as talented as people made him out to be. That's basically, he said he was an overhyped.
It sounds like a quarterback still on the board.
Malik Willis.
Any of them.
Yeah. Matt Corral.
Yeah.
Frank says,
Stiller.
You and I are old enough to remember. Yep. Tito.
Damn right, Frank. And like I said, my buddy's name was Frank. Oh God,
maybe that's him.
Dude, I'm old enough to remember Elvis Patterson, Terry Kennard, Perry Williams.
Do you remember Frank's name? Because maybe that's him. His last name.
No, I'm still good friend. Frank.
I'm kidding. I'm messing with you.
Yeah, he's been my best friend since I was like 15. But yes, but yeah, I go way back. Phillippe Smarks, all those guys.
Stephen Lee says,
man, I loved Mark Collins.
Gets his cream from a dingling. That people like the dingling.
They love the dingling. I heard that the ladies it's not going there.
J-Man J says Alec Pierce. He's a favorite amongst Giant fans. Travis Jones, Troy Anderson, Jelani Walker. We'll see. A lot of options now with all these picks.
A lot of options.
A lot of options.
I'm just waiting to see Giants traded back again.
That'd be great.
Everybody says people have injury issues. I mean, Saquon Barkley did not have a single injury in college. Gets the NFL, constantly injured. I don't think that, unless it's a serious injury, that you can sit there and go, oh God, the guy's injury prone, because you don't know. Like I said, Barkley never missed a game at Penn State. You get to the NFL, he can't stay healthy. Yeah. So you take it with a grain of salt. I don't think you can go, God, this guy's had some injuries in college. And like I said, unless it's a serious thing, like Ojabo got knocked down because he tore his Achilles.
Of course.
I'd still ride with Dean.
Let's see who the Vikings take here. Kobe says, Shane is making me think twice about my wife. Shane is good looking. Shane is looking good, rather.
Shane looks a little like Eli.
You know what? If he wins, I don't care what he looks like.
He looks a little like Eli. No, he does. He looks a little like Eli.
He does, a little bit. Chef, what's going on, man? Waiting to see how on earth they're going to possibly make up for Caden Smith's absence. I was so happy last night when the Panthers took Icky. Let's blanking go. Yeah, because that's when we knew we were getting Neal.
Chef, I think you're going to find out Caden's replacement today.
And
not with this pick, but today.
and that'll be his touchdown bet.
Or maybe tomorrow.
That'll be his touchdown bet next year.
In this draft. Maybe not today.
Zahibe, this has to be far behind. It was only 7 minutes ago. Maybe he just came into the chat. He said we traded back. Yeah, we traded back twice.
Yeah, we're still in there. But we traded back twice. With the Jets and then with the Falcons.
And Raiden Dog says, I wanted Gordon, but Dean, Booth, or Brisker. Some unbelievable options still.
Oh, where?
All of those guys are still there.
Who's this? Who is that up there?
Ed Marinaro.
It's an interesting pick for the Vikings.
Oh, no.
It was Ed Marinaro.
The guy making the pick is Ed Marinaro.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know who it was, but it's an interesting guy to pick because he was Chuck Foreman's backfield mate. I mean, shout out to the Italian guy, of course. Of course. But out of all the Vikings, Ed Marinaro, you would have thought Alan Page, Jim Marshall, Carl Eller, Chuck Foreman, Fran Tarkenton, Paul Krause.
They were busy.
Wally Hilgenberg, Mick Tingelhoff. I know my Vikings history too. Go figure that one out.
Cody Trout says, am I nuts or does Daniel Jones look like an actor cast to play Eli Manning in a movie about Peyton Manning's life? Yeah, I mean, he does. He reminds you in terms of his demeanor, his personality. He obviously does remind you a bit about Eli Manning, especially the way he handles the media, things like that. What happened?
That is one of the best comments ever.
Why is he screaming? What happened? It obviously was a joke.
I think that they just dropped a plate of cannolis on the ground. He's pissed. And I would be too.
He slammed the card on the table.
That's what happened.
They took Booth the corner.
Man.
So that was a guy Giants fans
fast and furious.
So there's another corner off the board, and we're up now.
All right. So Brisker.
I'd like Brisker. Dean. Chabo's a name. Sky Moore's still there at the wide receiver spot. Leo Chanel.
Dean.
Yeah, N'Kobe Dean. I mean, there's a lot of guys we could still potentially take here.
Dean.
You want Dean? Let's go. Giants fans will be thrilled.
I can't listen. If they don't take Dean, I can't. No matter what he does, I'm gonna be happy. Yeah. I can't expect them to go 3 for 3 with the pick.
Oh, McBride as well. They could go tight end here. I don't want to look at the chat, by the way, because they're at this point.
Yeah, I'm not
they
looking
probably
at the
know. They probably know.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the chat.
But hey, man, thank you very much. Loving the move. Shane, Executive of the Year. Let's see how they perform.
Let's see the results in the field.
Yeah, let's see how they perform, man. But so far, so good. And Austin, man, thank you very much. Hoping you all enjoy a vacation after this long few nights coming up. What's the community scotch of choice? I'll get some delivered ASAP. Austin says.
I would never ask somebody to buy me.
You're a scotch snob.
I drink high-end scotch. I would never ask anybody to buy me that. I will take care of that. Because the scotch I drink is 21-year scotch. So it's $200-$300 a bottle, which is why
I get up already. They went up to the podium.
Yeah. But yeah, I like it. I like a nice Macallan. That's you can't even get Macallan 21 anymore, which sucks.
Who's it gonna be, Bad Dog? They wasted no time. That guy just ran up on the stage.
It's N'Kobe Dean.
Vandell, we went with a wide receiver. Oh, I know who he is. A lot of people actually compared him to Kadarius Toney. He's that type of wide receiver.
That's a surprise.
Wendell Robinson. That a lot of people compared. He's that type of receiver. He's a shifty type of receiver.
Okay, I gotta be honest. I don't know much about him. That was not one on my board.
5'8", 178. He's that type of player the New York Giants brought in. Obviously not a guy we expected the New York Giants to take there. But yeah, as you're seeing here, they use him as a running back in the backfield. They move him around. He's kind of a gadget player, similar to Toney last year.
So I guess maybe they were looking at trading Toney, and then they decided to get a guy like Toney. That was
Yeah, no, not in love with it. It's another weapon, but not in love with that pick.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Could have went Sky Moore there. Could have went George Pickens there.
Yeah. They went with a versatile. Again, I'm not going to scream.
No, me neither.
They had a great first round. If they're high on this kid, they feel like they could utilize him well in the offense. Have at it. Maybe a little bit early for him. I saw him mocked in maybe around here, mid to late second, early third. But yeah, that's who a lot of people compared him to, like this year's Kadarius Toney, like that.
Yeah, that was a head scratcher.
Yeah,
gotta admit that was a head scratcher. I definitely thought we would have went Brisker there if we weren't going to Kobe Dean.
I'm surprised by that pick.
Yeah,
I'm surprised, but I'm gonna give him. We got a lot of extra picks. We got a long way to go, but
We do.
that's not a pick that gets me excited.
No, me neither. Somebody said fire Shane.
Yeah, no, come on,
No, they're joking around.
come on. Fix the line.
That was interesting.
Yeah, Fix the line says may like the cornerback. Yeah, somebody mentioned him earlier. He's a potential guy that we could potentially take with one of our next 2 picks in today. And thank you so much for becoming a member, by the way. I just didn't want to make sure I missed that. James, stand up, new member. Welcome to the squad, man. Let me try to catch up with some of these. And, we'll talk a bit about the pick. But that's what he is. I actually watched some highlights on him because the only reason I even know who he is because when we were in talks of potentially trading Kadarius Toney, I saw a lot of people bring his name up because they're like, he's a similar receiver that they could potentially draft that could play similar to him. So that's the type of player he is. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's not where I would have went in the second round.
James, man, thank you very much, man, for the dollar donation. I appreciate it. And Omar says, love you guys. Thanks for everything, man. I appreciate it, Omar.
Omar.
Thank you for the support, buddy. Heartstorm Media in the chat. If we get Dean Ajabo this late, yeah, unfortunately we didn't.
Did not.
They're still on the board, though. And we pick at 67, so we'll see what we get there. But a little bit of a surprise with that pick.
Yeah.
A little bit of a surprise.
But
he's going to be a fun player. I'll say that. He's going to be a fun player, but a little bit of a surprise. I don't expect this to go wide receiver again throughout the draft now.
No.
But it's kind of weird because I don't he's like Tony. So what are you gonna have 2 Tonys?
I don't.
It's kind of weird.
It is.
And you can use them in multiple ways, similar to Tony, but you can use them in the backfield like they were showing in the clip. But they're going to get creative, though. We know that Dable's going to bring a different dynamic to this offense.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
Don't fire me up.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
I'm going to give him a chance for sure, see how they utilize him in the offense, but that doesn't get me excited.
Right. That was interesting.
Fisherman, he says, y'all still like Darnay Holmes? Yeah, there's no reason for me not to like him. He doesn't make a whole lot of money. I don't know if he's going to start this year with Aaron Robinson, if he's going to be in the slot. So that doesn't really give Darnay much of an opportunity if Aaron Robinson progresses in his career. But we'll see who ends up getting that nod. But yeah, he's an okay player. He's a fine player.
The one thing I'll say, and obviously that wasn't one of the top receivers on the board or whatever, but remember that, and again, very surprising to me that they went Wendell Robinson there. But you got to remember the Giants, Brian Dable and company have a particular scheme that they want to run. And obviously they felt he was a better fit than a guy like Sky Moore for their offense, or Pickens, or one of those wide receivers that were, rated higher on the board. I thought it was interesting. I really thought they were going to go in the secondary there. I did not think they'd take a wide receiver in the second round. I thought they would kind of wait for that. But like Chris said, I can't imagine they're taking another one the rest of their draft.
They might. Who knows if one drops, in their laps. But if we didn't have Tony on the team, that pick makes a little bit more sense. It's just, but we'll see. We'll see how they utilize him in the offense.
Maybe they brought him in there because they replaced Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, we'll see. Irish says, now that we know Shane knows how to draft, let's hope he can get the turf replaced. That's
yes.
Right. And E-Boogie says, excited about the first round. Dean next. Unfortunately not. He's still on the board.
I'm still waiting to see where the hell Malik Willis goes.
That's right. He still hasn't gone. Yeah. But I'm sure the chat's probably destroying the pick, which I can't blame him for.
They're saying that was a Gettleman pick.
That was a bit of a surprise.
That was a lot of a surprise.
I didn't think we'd be taking him. I saw people mention him as a possibility when the trade rumors for Tony came up, but once Tony was here, I'm a bit surprised. Mechie just got drafted from Alabama as another receiver.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah,
interesting.
And Randy the friggin' Ram, this move made no sense. There you go. There's the opinions starting to come in.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. They're gonna come in hot and heavy.
Yeah. Hopefully they make up for it, but that's definitely not going to be one that's. Day one is still. I'm still.
No, that one was not a mic drop.
Yeah,
that one was a fumble.
That was a fumble.
Nick
says, "I want back in this Brisker, McBride, and Dean. He wants to redo the pick.
I know.
He wants to go back in time and get me one of those guys. Yeah, I don't love the pick.
Yeah,
grinding door.
You guys got to look at it and go. They don't know more than we do, right?
Grinding says, our wide receivers are busted. Makes sense, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I think a wide receiver could have potentially made sense. That just wasn't the wide receiver I thought that they would take.
Right.
But again, I'm going to give him a chance to utilize him in the offense. I said for the last couple of weeks, I thought they could go wide receiver at 36. They traded obviously back to 43. It's just I didn't think they would go with him.
Right.
But we'll see. I mean, he definitely brings some speed, some versatility to the offense. And I'll tell you what, we definitely got a lot of players that can do multiple things now in this offense between Barkley, between him, between Tony.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to see how they utilize these players.
Yeah.
Cody, man, thank you very much, man. With these donations, these guys are going to the Super Bowl with Mr. Dingley. It commands his own seat. Yeah, he's going to have to take up a whole row, Mr. Dingling.
Oh, man. Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
And Michael says, we just passed on Booth, passed on Dean for the 5th best wide receiver on the board. What a whiff. I would have rather Malik Willis than that Tony knockoff. Yeah, that's how I described him.
Yeah, you can't unless that guy balls out. That is going to be like a WTF pick. That's the way I'm looking at it. Like I don't understand that one.
Art says, I bet that was a Kafka pick. Yeah, I mean, before we fully judge it, let's see how they utilize him in the offense, and but I'm not in love with it.
No, that was strange.
Mike Chill says, genuinely awful pick. Not going to lie, that's just an awful pick. Right now, I agree with you. I'd give that.
Yeah, can't defend it.
At best, a D. At best, right now.
Yeah, that was not what I expected.
Isn't this just Shepard's replacement? I don't know. Perhaps. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with him. But there's a million other ways I would have went there if I was the GM.
Zybe says this wide receiver's under. Yeah, he's 5'8".
Yeah, he's smaller than me.
That's undersized. That's definitely undersized.
Yeah.
Make sure to catch up. Keith is 5'8", 176. He can't get past my pops. He was bound to make a dumb move sooner or later, I guess. Yeah, it's a cute pick. If they did that in the 3rd round, I'm fine with it. There were too many good players on the board for me to say I like that pick.
Yeah, too many impactful players, especially in the secondary. I mean, we need it. Booth.
To be honest with you, I would even rather them reached on an interior offensive lineman.
Maybe even McBride.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that pick at all.
I don't either. Can't defend that one.
Yeah,
maybe Joe Shane drank a little too much last night.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And
maybe Vegas got to him. Vegas, baby.
Dredd says maybe they shopped Tony for extra picks. I mean, I hope they're not trading Tony, but I don't think I'm not going to say because we drafted him we're going to trade Tony because they're similar, but it's just a weird. It's a weird pickup.
It is weird. Maybe they're shot. Maybe they're going to find a way to get rid of Slayton. I don't know. I still don't understand. Regardless, it's a weird place to take a tight end or a wide receiver. It's weird to take Wendell Robinson.
Yeah, I don't think it was weird to take a receiver, but that receiver.
Yes.
Yeah. And Kobe, thank you very much. Willis in the 3rd. What do you guys think? And I mean, at this point, with that luxury pick, I don't want to take another one. No, we gotta start addressing the secondary, man. We gotta address the secondary. We gotta get some offensive line help still, interior offensive line. We gotta get a lot of pieces. And there's a Jabo. He is gonna be great.
The Ravens, man. Of course.
Oh my God. If he's healthy, he is gonna be so good in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets back to him, oh my. That is a great fit for David Ajabo.
Yep.
Wow.
How big was Tyreek Hill? Out of curiosity.
Maybe 5'9", 5'10". Let me take a look.
Not that Robinson can run like that, but
5'10".
Maybe Kafka. Maybe that was a Kafka pick.
Let me take a look at Wendell Robinson's, 40 time and all that good stuff. I'm just curious.
Yeah, nothing about him. Don't get that. I don't like that pick.
He's 5'8", 178. He ran a 4. I don't know why whenever I pull this up, it shows the volume, but he ran a 4.44. So he's got some decent speed.
Okay.
Didn't get a chance to pull up his stats. I'll check those in a minute. Serotonin says
he was 3rd in the FBS in receptions. I saw that when they were showing highlights.
Okay.
We had 103 receptions.
Serotonin says, so we have 3 slot receivers now. Get them and move. Yeah, I mean, I don't love the move. I'll say that.
Yeah. Me neither.
Mike says, long wait for a letdown. First non-obvious pick blown. That's fair. I think that's fair. So far, the reviews are not good.
No, and I don't think they should be.
Not good for Shane's first test. I thought,
right.
No real test yesterday.
Yeah.
It was pretty obvious the 2 guys there to take. So not good so far. Detroit, do they take the first quarterback? What? Look at that start. for the
I know.
Ravens.
They always draft well.
Every year, this team kills the draft.
Yep.
They ended up with Tyler Linderbaum, David Ojabo, and Kyle Hamilton.
I know.
They're so good, Baltimore, man.
They are.
Mr. Lopez says 1,300 yards, 104 receptions, 7 touchdowns. So, but of course, like Bad Dog said, in the FBS, but put up really good statistics. So, they see something in them that they like, that they want to institute into the offense. I think it's a scheme fit. That's why they drafted them.
I agree.
I feel like that's what they're looking to do. Did they take him? Did they take a quarterback?
Washington's next. Maybe Washington takes him.
Wilkie says Dean should have been the. I agree. I would have preferred Dean there.
I agree.
Or several other guys.
Yeah.
Gabriel says, did Gettleman sub in for Joe? And he might have. He might have tagged him in.
Maybe he did. I don't understand that.
Pascal. They took the defensive end out of Kentucky.
Yeah.
So still no quarterback.
No.
You got to also ask yourself, why is Dean falling? Like, why is he? You know, like a lot of times you say to yourself, you got to take this guy, and they keep falling. And then as some of these players start to drop, you're like, why do they keep dropping?
Right. Why do they keep falling?
You know, why are these teams not interested in these guys? But Pascal,
again, it's not that they want wide receiver. It's that wide receiver that's a head scratcher.
Yeah. Darnell says, what the blank just happened? I don't know. I wish I could explain it to you. Ryan Cannon says, what a reach, especially with Dean on the board. Hopefully, we're all hoping.
Oh, I get hope for. Like I said, I hope Shane knows more than we do. That, can't say I like that pick.
Peter West says Dean was there. Brisker was there too, who I love, who still hasn't been picked.
Yeah. Yep.
Davey says we're trading Tony. Mystery solved. Maybe. I don't think so though, but maybe.
For what at this point?
And we got time says I would have. Of course, you like Rambo out of Miami in the 4th or 5th, but we shall see.
Yeah. I don't think we're going another wide receiver after that.
We could, especially if we plan to trade Slayton, but
right. Well, if we trade Slayton, then yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it'll happen until at least like the 5th round if we're gonna take another one.
Right.
Peter says let's just pretend that Chris Maris pick and move on. Yeah, let's ignore that one. That wasn't a Shane pick.
Yeah.
Wasn't a Shane pick.
That was an interesting pick.
Commanders up next. They could go quarterback. Wentz is not going to be the long-term guy. Then you got the Saints. Could go quarterback at 49.
Yep.
Crazy. That none of these quarterbacks are going. MY Giant says, Wandell want nothing to do with him. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Connor says, I don't understand that pick. What was he projected? I'll tell you right now where he was projected. Let me just take a quick look. I think I remember when I looked him up like a couple of weeks ago. It was like late 2nd, early 3rd. But I'll tell you right now, there's a site where it tells you if I could find it, where like they couple all the mock drafts together and they tell you where their projected is. Here it is. He was projected. Oh wow, you're not gonna hear this. Oh, where do you think he was projected, Bad Dog? According to this,
late 3rd,
84th.
It's late 3rd.
Yeah, 84th.
So we have 67 and 81. Why the hell didn't we take him there?
That's a weird one. That's a weird pick,
right?
That was a 100% Dable scheme pick. No, that's exactly what it was, Brandon. It's a scheme pick.
It was.
And Tank says, where do you think Malik Willis is going? By the way, been watching for a while and just decided to steal my mom. No, come on, you're not gonna do that. Keep up the good work. I appreciate it, but don't do that. I don't want you to steal money from your mom.
Right.
But I appreciate it. But as far as where do I think Malik Willis is going, I have no idea because every time a new team is up, I say
maybe New Orleans at 49. It ain't gonna be Washington and it ain't gonna be Chicago.
It could be New Orleans.
That's what I said. Maybe New Orleans.
It could be New Orleans. I think it could be Washington. I don't know. It could be any. It could be. I don't know. Because every team that we think needs a quarterback is not taking him. So It could be anyone, man. I have no idea at this point. I think it'll be hysterical if he doesn't even go in the 2nd round. If he drops to the third round, like no quarterbacks going in the only one.
That would be insane
in the
if
first
no
two
quarterback
rounds.
went in the second round.
You got to think he goes in the second round at some point.
Yeah.
And Lucas says, think he's going to be used like Debo. Yeah, but he ain't built like Debo. He's 178 pounds. Debo's 225. He's a brick shit house. He's got 50 pounds on him, and Debo's like 6'1". He can't take that pounding like Debo. He's going to be used in a versatile way. He'll probably be a special teams guy as well, I'd envision. He's going to be a gadget player. That would be my guess, but maybe he blows the doors off, and maybe he's this incredible receiver, but it seems like it's a reach for the Giants.
Yeah, it's right now, it's definitely a reach.
Yeah.
It's definitely a reach right now.
Yeah. Blake says, I guess we were rolling with Darnay and Adoree. Or we keep Bradbury for a year and we figure it out. We backload some salaries. So, we still don't know what we're going to end up doing. Maybe we trade for a player. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't get it. Horny Dana says, obviously their BPA. They had a different BPA than most people. If that was their BPA. I think it was a scheme pick. That's what I think it was. I think it was a guy they were probably in love with, and they thought, maybe other teams had a higher grade on him than most people thought they would. And they said, we feel like he really fits our scheme, so we're going to pick him a little bit earlier than maybe we should. But I'm not in love with the pick.
No, me neither.
Cody Trout says that pick is dingling shrinkage.
It definitely made him into a softie. And
Jai Key says we're probably moving off Tony with that. Yeah, I'll be honest. The first thing that popped in my head, I'm like, instantly was, are we trading Tony? But I doubt it, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's weird.
Watch and Learn says, okay, calm down. In terms of points, our lead receiver is Andrew Thomas, more than Kenny Golladay and Kadarius Toney combined, and they can't pay for high prices for a proven stud. The thing, Watch and Learn, the thing that, and again, I'm going to give this kid every chance. I'm not, you don't see me screaming. It's a second round pick. You don't see me screaming and flipping out. I'm going to give these guys an opportunity. They see something in the kid. They feel like he could do something special for their football team. But I think the thing that was so surprising wasn't that we went wide receiver, that we went with that wide receiver.
Correct.
That was the surprising thing. But let's hope he works out, man.
God, hope he works out. So that's all we can hope for.
And Stanley, Stanley Frederic says he's the next Tyreek Hill, from your lips to God's ears.
Let's go.
That's
why I asked what Tyreek. He can't run like Tyreek Hill, but I was like, let's see how big. I know Tyreek's not the biggest receiver.
What was Tyreek's 40 time?
Like 4.2 something.
4.29.
Yeah, it was stupid.
Wow. Grinding DoorDash says Giants love drafting small wide receivers. Come on, y'all know that. Yeah, well, they signed Golladay, who's a tall wide receiver. But yeah, obviously the drafting of Tony Shepard. Yeah,
Beckham wasn't overly big.
Yeah,
Manningham wasn't big. But then again, our receivers really have never been the best. So
yeah,
outside of Beckham.
And Bear says he is fast. Maybe Shepard's replacement. I could see Slayton being traded now. It's not as bad since we got more picks. Yeah, I mean, we can still fill in a lot of the needs. It's not like we still are in love with our first round. It's not like it destroyed our whole draft.
Right. It's just it was an interesting pick.
Yeah, it was surprising.
It was a surprising pick.
Yeah. Nick says Joe Shane, we're not shopping Kadarius Toney.
Correct. Dave Gettleman, we don't give up on talent.
I don't think we're trading. I really don't think we're going to trade him, but we'll see.
Maybe
Kevin Sullivan. Yeah, Slayton, I think we might trade. Kevin Sullivan says, I'm pissed. You have every right to be pissed with that pick.
You do.
Frank says, I think this takes James Cook off the board. Wendell's a hybrid running back wide receiver role. I could see him getting a few handoffs each game. I don't know if that takes a running back off the board. I don't think it takes a running back off the board.
It was strange.
But it was a strange pick.
It's strange.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to see where Malik Willis goes. If he doesn't go to New Orleans, he ain't going to Kansas City.
I'll say this, though. I don't think we take a running back tonight at this point.
Probably not.
But who knows? I mean, if they really love a player, they could. Dire Giants fans, what's up, fellas? Should have went secondary at 43. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't get on board with that right now.
Mike Jill says anyone could have picked KT and Neal with some freedom. He picks a third slot wide receiver. Ravens showing us how it's done. Embarrassed. We missed a big opportunity.
Ravens know what they're doing.
It's fair. It's a fair criticism with that pick.
Yep, it is.
Let's see who the Bears taking right now. And Laid Back says, so was Malik Wilson an overhyped? I mean, we won't know until he plays. I'm not trying to like knock the kid. We won't know till he plays, but then there's Brisker.
The media must have, though, because the teams didn't buy
Here's
into
what I'll say. For people that said he had the upside of Josh Allen, that was overblown.
Right.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, if he had the upside of Josh Allen, he's off the board already. If teams felt like he had if teams felt like he had the upside of Josh Allen, he's off the board. Josh Allen was in what many felt was the best quarterback draft class in like 10 years, and he went 7th overall.
Yeah.
This guy's in what is perceived to be the worst quarterback draft class like ever, and he's still on the board at 48. So that's what I'll say. For people that said that he had the upside of like a Josh Allen, that was overblown.
Yeah.
Do I think he can still be a really good quarterback? Sure.
Depends on the situation.
Yeah, it depends on if he could grow and he gets put in the right situation. He definitely has good physical tools. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. Orphanage, man. Thank you very much. Dean has a small pec injury from what I've heard. So maybe that's what's causing him to drop.
Well, let's get him at 67.
But Brisker, I really like. That's a really good pick by the Bears.
Yep, it is.
A really good pick by the Bears. I love him.
I was surprised we didn't address the secondary. I really thought that's where we were going there. I really thought we were going defense.
I would have loved Brisker.
Yep.
Jay Will, man, thank you very much. Cole Beasley, the same height and went crazy for the Bills. That's a good point. Coming from the Bills, maybe they're going to use him in a similar capacity.
Again, it's just where the Giants took him. It was kind of a head scratcher. Yeah. Back into the second round or 67th overall, okay. But 43rd, interesting.
Sam Howell's still available. They're showing him.
Yeah,
all the quarterbacks still available.
Yeah, I'm going to see what New Orleans does here. Then I got to hit the head real quick, but because I know
I'm saying it right now. They're going to do it.
They have to, right?
Second quarterback off the board is going to be.
They have to
pick.
They have to.
I'm calling
They
it.
have to.
James says positive vibes. Wendell, welcome to. Listen, man, I'm gonna root my ass.
Oh, we're gonna root for him. It's a head scratcher.
Yeah, that's the type of pick where if they do it in like the 4th round, you're like, okay,
yeah,
if it's a scheme fit, or even at 81 or whatever,
right.
80, okay, it's a scheme fit, but that early,
yeah, that's what it is. It's not the player, it's where we took them. That's,
yeah. Blake, man, they were much weird pick, but his highlights will get you pumped. I watched him, Blake. He reminds me of Tony. He reminds me of Tony when I watched his highlights.
Yep.
But thank you, Blake, man. I appreciate it. Manifest says, no, it's a KT getting traded pick. Book it. And we'll see. Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to get for KT, but we'll see.
Jesse Galloway says, we took who over Dean, Booth, McBride? Yeah. You have every right to be disappointed. And I hope he proves us all wrong, Jesse, but you have every right to be disappointed.
Yep. I agree. I think we could have traded back and got that guy.
I think we could have waited to 67 and got that.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you took him at 67, I'm more accepting of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you get him in the 3rd round, okay, but middle 2nd round.
I got to be fair. I mean, I don't like.
Yeah, we're going to give the guy credit when we get to make a pick. It's like, what the? Can't be like, oh yeah, he's going to be. You can't be like those people in the crowd that have no idea who the hell they are. And they're like, oh yeah, it's a good pick. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They're drunk.
Phenopolis, I would have never known who he was if I didn't hear about the Tony rumors. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked into him.
Right.
I only did because I started to hear that he could be a guy that replaces Tony. Phenopolis, man, thank you very much. I'm in the minority here, but I think it will turn out to be a great pick. We'll see. Hey, man.
We can hope.
Listen, it could. Fans are wrong all the time. Maybe he's a guy that fits beautifully into their scheme and he becomes a dynamic weapon.
As I say, there's a reason they are where they are, and there's a reason we are where we are. Although with Gettleman, I still haven't figured out why he was where he was.
That guy, Jose, says they saw all the receivers go earlier and reached, but there were still good receivers.
Yes, Sky Moore, George Pickens. They're
Yeah.
still there, though.
Yeah. And Kaylin says, I think there's a lot we don't know. Pasco was a 4th rounder. Even the dude, forgot his name off the top of my head, but the guy New England took yesterday was a 3rd rounder.
Yeah, the guy from Chattanooga, the lineman there.
So there's been reaches throughout this draft so far.
I mean, Dallas, what the hell did they reach for?
Yeah. So
I know.
Chan Singh says he's our Cole Beasley in the scheme, and that's probably what it'll be.
Probably what it is.
As long as it helps Jones, man.
I still feel like he would have got to us in the 3rd round.
That's even exactly. If
That's what it
in
is.
the third round, I'm probably not in love with it at 67, but I'm like, okay. But at 43, when
Yeah.
when you have those players still on the board, but we don't know. I mean, maybe they don't like these guys. Obviously, these guys keep falling some of these
Maybe
guys.
they have plans to get back up into the second.
Trey McBride, I would have liked Trey McBride there.
Well, maybe
You know,
we're going to trade up with Kansas City at 62, and we're going to get one of those guys.
Yeah, we'll see.
Bradbury and what? 81.
We'll see.
After 62.
Abe says, hate the move. Shane, worst executive of the year.
That's the New York
That's
fan
already
base,
turned on.
right? We
That's
love you
all-
1 minute. We're going to kill you the next.
That's all it took. Shane's done already. He was in the
done.
he was-
got mic dropped.
Shane
got mic dropped on that one.
Shane was the mayor for one night, and now the fans want him fired before he even
Right.
starts his first season.
Now they want the street sweepers in New York to sweep them right into the sewers.
Payback, man. Thank you very much. Hopefully it's a scheme pick and not he's a great locker. I doubt it's a lot. I think it is a scheme pick.
Yeah.
How big of an impact it'll have on the offense, that remains to be seen.
Yep.
Mike says, watch the Eagles take Dean. I'm deflated.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
They took the D tackle.
Yep.
And they do need a linebacker.
Yep. They'll get Dean.
This has got to be quarterback, right?
It's got to be.
It's got to be.
Got to be quarterback. Got to be quarterback.
Malik Willis. He's going to the Saints.
Yeah, I've been saying that. Just never got the pick right.
Malik Willis. He's going to back up Jameis Winston for a year and take over.
Yep. Yep.
Barboski, what's going on, buddy? I'll leave it to the professional. That's why I'm not flipping out. None of us are professionals.
Right. Exactly.
And I have to hope that the professionals make the right pick, but I'm going to give my instant opinion on it. And my instant opinion is I don't like the pick.
Right.
But that doesn't mean they can. No quarterback.
Wow.
Devontae Taylor, safety out of Tennessee. And Casey ain't going quarterback.
Philly ain't going quarterback.
They could. You never know with them.
They're not going quarterback. They're going to
Probably
take Dean. They're going to take all the Bulldogs this time.
Holy crap, man. I can't believe there were Giants fans.
Let me hit the head real quick because Kansas City's not taking a quarterback. I'm just waiting for the quarterback at this point. So I'll be right back. You guys need to hit that like button. We got 2,000 people in here. You guys are girls are legends. Still, let's go Giants. Always let's go Giants. I'll be right back.
All right. Shane says, in my opinion, it makes sense. Shep injury prone. So I think it makes sense to get a receiver. I've even said that. I said I wouldn't be shocked at 36. It's just I'm surprised at that receiver where we took him. But let's hope it works, man. I'm not flipping out. Galen says it's early. He is not a gadget player. After you watch his highlights, he's going to make us all really, really happy. Kid has that step like Hill. Sure hope so, Galen. I sure hope so. Listen, I'm not flipping out. I don't love the pick. Pandemonium says Shep plays 8 games max. Mr. Glass can't stay on the field, and Slayton can't catch. Relax. All right. I'm chill, guys. I'm going to support him. He's a Giant. Let's see. Ryan Cannon says Dean is falling because of his size. That was the book on him. That's why a lot of people felt like he could potentially fall out of the first round. We'll see. Maybe that's the reason. CCTV says no one had Gabe Davis radar. Trust our brain trust. We got nothing. We have no choice but to trust our brain trust. So
yeah, hurts him. I think we're pretty calm. I just don't think we understood.
We didn't flip out.
We didn't flip out at all. It was a head scratcher.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll trust that they know more than we do, and they know what they're doing. And Cole Beasley's a good comparison. And Kadarius Toney's been injury prone. Shepard's not going to be here after this year. How many games is Shepard even going to play? So we have to believe that they know what they're doing. But for us, we're sitting there going, look at all these guys on the board that we think they're going to take. We need secondary help, and they went with a wide receiver that was picked to go. What'd you say? 84th, 95th, something like that.
It was 88th.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 84th. The Patriots just came up to 50. So we'll see what they pick. British Gridiron Film says, would not be surprised to see Bradbury extended as an alternative to cutting. I kind of said that earlier. At this point, if they can't trade him, I could see that on like a 3-year contract with the ability to get it after 2. I could see something like that. Yep. John, what's going on, man? He says it's probably a safety pick for for when Tony Shep go down, and that we may be trading Slayton.
Yep.
Chris says Giants fans don't hate him. Give him a chance. Of course.
Yeah, no, we don't hate him. Again, we're not screaming and yelling like, what do you do? It was just an interesting. We didn't think they were going in that direction there.
Yeah, that's all. I think it threw us through a loop a little bit.
Yeah.
MY Giants 26 says, I feel like Tony and Robinson could be filthy though. I think they could be
so.
in this game. Hopefully they use them properly and yeah. Dan says Rizzo and Stanton go back to back. Let's go Yankees.
Let's go, baby. Stanton's starting to get hot. Rizzo been hot all year.
Frank
Rizzo's
says,
been the MVP through the first half of the year.
3 home run night with what he's got. Like
he leads the league in home runs and RBIs, I think.
Yeah. Frank says they wanted a Cole Beasley type, which is what a couple of people said. Also worried that Tony is always hurt. Yeah. We do have. I thought going wide receiver was very possible earlier in this draft. And Grinding DoorDash says, I'm glad OBJ got a ring. Can't hate on that. Yeah, man.
I was glad he did too.
Congratulations, man. Chris Bass says, I won't overreact without free agency in round 1. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we're overreacting.
Here's what I'll say, Chris Bass. For everybody that's panicking right now, and I understand it, because I didn't think they were making that pick.
Me neither.
If the Giants now make a pick at, like, let's say they get Nakobe Dean. I'm just throwing it out there, but say they get Nakobe Dean at 67, just flop it.
Right, like we did with Kadarius Toney and
in most people's head at 43, if we took Dean, you would have been ecstatic.
Right.
So if you get Dean or a player that you really liked at 60, let's see how these players play before we flip out.
New England's not taking a quarterback. Philly's not taking a quarterback. Pittsburgh's not taking a quarterback. Is it possible a quarterback does not go in round 2?
I think it's very possible. That would be incredible.
That would be unbelievable.
You know how many people were killing us saying that they need to take a quarterback at 5th?
I know.
That would be incredible. Blake says Bears having a hell of a second round. Yeah, they made it. Yes, absolutely.
They addressed their secondary big time.
The Brisker pick was great.
It was. The only thing I'd question is you're not really getting Justin Fields any help.
Yeah.
And he really struggled last year.
They need offensive line help big time.
Yeah, he really struggled last year.
JD says, Chris, Shane has to explain this pick. I'm sorry. I'm 5'8". That's small. If I saw myself in a Giants uniform, I'd say we got a little.
We have traded little dingling for little squirt, or I'm little squirt for little dingling now.
And Raiden Dog says I'm sad but hopeful. There's a reason I'm watching.
Yeah.
Listen, we've gone through much worse than a questionable.
We got a lot more picks to go, guys.
Over the last 7 years.
A lot more picks to go. Long ways to go in his draft.
And Dutch says he is an insane talent for Kafka's system, considering the insane stats yet. He may have been much higher than the media thought, though. Yeah. I do think he's probably a good scheme fit. That's why they took him. He's a unique type of wide receiver. So that's why they took him.
I'm glad that the chat likes the dingling thing. I'm glad you guys got a kick out of that. Someone said Barry Sanders is 5'8". Yeah, but that's a running back. Running backs usually are between 5'8" and 6 foot. They're not usually tall. The guys like Adrian Peterson are rare. Your running backs usually have a lower center of gravity. Emmitt Smith was 5'9". I think Saquon's 5'11", right? They're not usually really tall. Your receivers are usually taller.
Right.
But your slot guys are going to be shorter guys. Your slot guys are shorter, fast, quick twitch, good change of direction, kind of like Kadarius Toney. But like you said, we have a Kadarius Toney, so the fact they went with another kind of Kadarius Toney is interesting.
They could get real creative though with players like that.
Well, they certainly could. Let's just hope they're all healthy, and let's see.
And a guy like Barkley out of the back, they could get really creative with the offense. I'm excited to see the new offense.
I am too. I'm excited to see what Kafka and able to do with.
Yeah, man. And
it's not going to be quarterback sneaks on second and third down. I can tell you that.
He does bring a unique skill set. The Patriots on the clock here. I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say, but I'll remember. They took a wide receiver too. They took Thornton out of Baylor. So there's a big.
I would have preferred Tyquan Thornton out of Baylor. I liked him.
Daniel says, got to remember, Dean is also a midget for an inside linebacker. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah, another guy I'm going to say that's still dropping that a lot of Giants fans really were considering at 36 is Chanel. So, I mean, if he gets to 67, we take him, you guys will be ecstatic.
That's the thing. A lot of guys you thought would go earlier kind of dropping, and a lot of guys you thought would go there later getting picked early. So,
Let's
You
see what
never
happens.
know. That's why this day is extremely interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, the first round is usually game, set, match. You kind of have a really good idea of what's going to happen and where the guys are going to go. The second and third day, all bets are off.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I like Cross out of Maryland for safety position. Wendell is a Kafka guy. Yeah, it's a scheme. It's a scheme fit.
Yeah.
That's exactly why they made the pick. Big Blue Sack Attack says, did they say he was 5'8" on ESPN? Had him at 5'11. I mean, from what I've seen,
don't not trust ESPN.
his official height, at least if you go to NFL.com for the combine, was 5'8".
Do not trust ESPN's height and weight at all.
I
They're
think
never
it was
close.
5'8", 176.
Yeah.
Something like that. It was.
I think it even showed it up there. It's on ESPN, and they showed 5'8", 176. So yeah, he's a smaller guy.
Dylan says we should have taken Leo Chanel. Well, maybe he'll be there in 16 more picks.
Yeah. Like Chris said, he's falling down the board, you know.
Alphabet says if Willis goes to the Giants, would you go for it? No, I wouldn't.
There's a reason he would be dropping all the way to 67.
He gets to the third round. Like, why is he dropping to the third? And we still have a lot of needs on this team that we really didn't address with that pick.
Right.
So, yeah, no.
Yeah, Malik Willis is not going to be a Giant.
Adam says we didn't like the board, 2 trades back and a reach. Yeah, well, I think they knew they're clear. They clearly weren't. They clearly knew that it was early to take them, so they tried to trade back as far as they possibly could, and accrue more draft capital. And they said, "All right, we'll take him. Maybe it's a 15 to 20 pick reach, but we'll take our guy, and then we have extra picks to fill in our other needs throughout the rest of the draft." It's why I'm not like foaming. Like, had they not?
Again, not mad at it. Just it was a head scratcher. Just not somebody. Because Chris and I were live all week. We did the mock drafts. You know, we talked about a lot of the guys in that pick particularly.
And that was every year, though.
We talked a lot about secondary. If we didn't get Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley in the first round, we would probably look at Petre, probably looking at Brisker, probably looking at Booth, probably looking at corners and safeties. So the fact they went, and we did talk about wide receivers there, but the fact that they went with him in particular was, we just didn't expect that. And we never looked and said, Wendell Robinson's an opportunity for the Giants in the second round.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not mad at it. Just didn't expect it.
Yeah. Rob says, Wendell, what in the hell?
Yeah.
Justin says,
Wendell.
He says, so you don't have to look it up later. They mentioned the last draft with a quarterback slide was 2000. The second quarterback that was taken was 65. First was at 18.
You know who came out of that? You know who came out of that one? Tom Brady.
Ah, yes.
Tom Brady came out of that draft class.
Who was it? Was Pennington in that one?
Pennington was the first quarterback drafted in that class.
I think Pennington was in that one.
I think he was 18, and then I couldn't tell you.
They had the kid from Hofstra, too, which is a local college to me. I forgot his name off the top of my head, but he went before Brady, and he never played in the NFL.
A lot of people went before Brady.
Everybody did. Yeah, every quarterback.
He was 199th.
Yeah, every quarterback did.
Yeah. And if you watch Tom Brady at the combine, you would understand why.
Oh, yeah. Horrible. David says, for sure, he would have been there in the third guaranteed. Has to be a Dable scheme pick. Oh, it is. That's what it is.
But I forgot who said it just a second ago. I agree. I think that they were not in love with any of those guys. And they, like you said, Chris, they traded back as far as they could.
Yep.
And said, all right, we're just gonna take him here. We got a couple extra picks. We're gonna take him here. And like I said, maybe at some point they trade up and get somebody that they like. Maybe they use those picks. There's a long ways to go in this draft. Long ways to go.
And now we have another 8 picks now. So with all the trades that we made, so they may be like, listen, we like a lot of guys at the guard position. We like a lot of guys at the tight end spot. We like a lot of guys.
Running back spot. They've brought in a lot of running backs.
So let's just take let's take the guy. Again, it is a reach, but let's take the guy now and let's fill out the rest of the roster as it goes along.
Right.
I'm definitely not giving that pick an A. I'll tell you that right now, but we got a long way to go. It's no reason to flip out. Shane said he isn't shopping Tony. I don't think we're trading Tony.
So are you on ESPN?
Yeah, they're showing the basketball game.
They must be moving this over to NFL Network after round 2 is my guess.
Oh, maybe. Or maybe they're going to show the basketball game on ESPN 2 and they're letting people know. We'll see. If we got to move, we'll move.
Let me look at the guide here.
Killmonger says Wendell Robinson did 19 reps on the bench press and ran a 4.38 at his pro day. Very tough kid that's built like a cannonball is the word on him. Yeah, listen. He's certainly fast.
Basketball's at 9. So
we'll switch there now.
Going NFL Network. Yep. We're going to NFL Network.
And they took an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
The Eagles, they took Juergens. So
listen, if they didn't take Nakobe Dean and they could use linebacker, there must be a reason he is. There's always a reason. But maybe his size is a question. At the NFL, that does matter. He is an explosive player, but again, when you're in college, you might be playing against 2 or 3 at the most, maybe 4 NFL offensive players. And that's going to be against a team like Alabama. When they're playing South Carolina or they're playing Georgia Tech, you're probably not playing against 4 NFL players on offense. So, and not to mention Nakobe Dean played with how many Georgia Bulldogs went in this draft already from the defensive side of the ball?
A lot.
Right? Safety sign, Jordan Davis, Quay, I can't think of his last name off the top. Quay Watkins, right?
Yeah.
So that's 3 defenders from Georgia already gone in the first round.
Yeah.
So perhaps Nakobe Dean was a product of his surroundings. And a lot of teams look at that and go, okay, well, maybe he's not.
Yeah, maybe. Chase Claypool's making the pick here for the Steelers. And
we got time is making that pick for us, but we didn't take him.
Blake says Robinson played running back and wide receiver. Yep, which we knew. I think Kafka wants a version of Debo. Yeah, but they're not gonna be able to play him like he's not gonna be able to take beating like Debo.
He's like Debo from
Friday. He's Debo light, but they are gonna use him in multiple ways, much like you expect they could do with Tony.
There's George Pickens. He just went to Pittsburgh. So they get Kenny Pickett, a wide receiver, and look at his size. Pickens is it's here with him, but that kid can play.
You know what the most ironic thing is? Claypool just drafted his replacement, but not this year, but eventually, because the Steelers never re-sign their wide receivers. They'll let Claypool play there for another year or two. They'll let him hit free agency, sign somewhere else, and then Pickens will be the number 1 guy there. Yep. That's what the Steelers always do.
But they did. They got Pickett a wide receiver.
Yep. Ryan says I read that Dean has a strained pec. Yeah, somebody said that earlier. That he is rehabbing instead of getting surgery. Also, he's undersized. Yeah. Which is why he's dropping. Let's see what we got.
The Colts didn't waste any time. Well, let's see. Kansas City's not taking a quarterback. Arizona's not taking a quarterback. Dallas isn't taking a quarterback. Buffalo's not taking a quarterback. Maybe Atlanta.
Maybe Minnesota. Maybe Tampa.
San Fran, no. Kansas City, no. Cincinnati, no. Denver, no. So there's a possibility, and Atlanta and Minnesota and Tampa, those 3 picks maybe is where the next quarterback goes, but the rest of it, unless somebody trades up.
Or the Colts, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah. I guess the Colts.
Yeah. NY Giants 26 says they didn't take Gettleman's idea away. How did he get back in the building and steal the phone from Joe Shane? I blame Jason Garrett in all honesty. Oh, they took Alec Pierce. Giants fans wanted him.
Yeah, look at that. Look at his size, 6'3", 211.
Yeah. Giants fans wanted him. And that's a good pick for the Colts. They needed another wide receiver.
And the draft room loved that they got him. And he compares to Chase Claypool. So
he's a fan favorite. A lot of Giants fans wanted him.
Yeah.
Mark, I think actually Chris Sims had him like as his 4th rated receiver. Alec
Pierce.
Yeah. Mark, man, thank you very much, man. Chris, I feel we just lost the playoff game. I don't feel that bad. It's a second round pick, and we traded down and we got more draft capital. But I do understand why you're underwhelmed and disappointed. But I personally don't feel that bad. But I got to give this kid an opportunity. Now, if he was a 4th or 5th or 6th overall pick, yeah, I'd be friggin' pissed.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I got to give this kid an opportunity. I got to see how they're going to utilize him in the offense. But I'm not lying to you, Mark. I was disappointed with the pick, too. It's not what I expected, but we got a long way to go. We got 8 more picks. We traded down. We got more draft capital.
Yep.
Blue Monkey, man, thank you very much, man. What happened late to the party? We traded down. We got a 4th and a 5th round pick in this year's draft, and we ended up with what was probably a reach with Wendell Robinson. He's a wide receiver. He's 5'8". He's kind of I would describe him as kind of a gadget player. He's probably a guy that's going to play like a Cole Beasley type role. for this offense. But I could, like everybody saying in the chat, I could see Kafka getting really creative with him. He's got speed at 1,300 yards at the FBS level. Ran a 4.4, 4.40 at the combine, 4.3, 48 his pro day. So he's got speed. He can do multiple things. He's small, though. He's 5'8", 176 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see.
That's funny because he's my size. I'm 4 inches taller than him, but other than that, I weigh the same. So
Mike Nicky says, I thought you would like that pick, Tana. He's a little squirt.
he's a little dingling.
Yeah, he's our
He's
boss.
the new little dingling.
Yeah, exactly. Master Grogu says, Joe confirmed we ain't shopping Tony. Oh, so he said it again, I guess. I don't think we're shopping Tony.
I don't think so either. I think that
Steve Evans says, we started off good. That pick was questionable, but we got this. We got a long way to go. We got 8 picks.
I agree.
We got 8 picks.
Yep.
That guy says, think we'll use all these extra picks to trade up. No, I think maybe if they really love a player, but no, we have a lot of holes. I think the Giants are like, let's get as many of these picks as we can, and let's fill as many holes as we can. So they could trade up if they really like a player, but I don't think it's like a guarantee.
Right.
You're getting cheap players at these prices, and you're filling the rest of your roster.
Yeah.
And Austin, man, thank you very much, man. You have 2 very dynamic yards after catch receivers in Tony and Wendell. Look at Wendell's yards after the catch and drop rate when attention was off of him, especially the problems he gives low-level cornerbacks. But they're going to get creative with these guys.
Oh, God, yeah.
I'll say that for sure. You definitely have 2 very unique wide receivers in this offense right now to pair with more of a traditional, outside 6'4", go up and get it. Not really, in terms of not great in separation with a guy like Kenny Golladay. They're going to get creative with this offense, and it'll be interesting to see how they go about doing it.
Yeah.
We have to realize that as fans, like this is a completely different offensive philosophy now. They're going to be looking for completely different types of players.
Yeah.
And this is our first year's experience it as fans. The types of players they're going to be drafting. Again, am I thrilled with the pick? No, but I'm going to give this regime an opportunity to pick the players that they see fit that fit their scheme.
Yep. I agree. And again, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's not like we're going to have this draft and all of a sudden we're going to be Super Bowl contenders. They're building for the future. Sterling Shepard is not going to be here. Slayton may be traded, so it is possible that he was brought in here to replace Sterling Shepard. He's a slot receiver. Shepard is going to miss time. I don't think he's going to be healthy for week 1.
Right.
He tore his Achilles late in the season, so he's probably out for at least half the year, I would imagine. Maybe he comes. I don't know how long it takes for an Achilles to heal. Maybe he does start the season. But that's Gettleman. He's saying, ha, 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 Chris. Yeah, I got you. He's saying, ha, 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 John, I got you. In his Boston accent, I got you. I got it. He was on my shuffleboard. He shuffled Shane right out of there.
Gettleman's always called me. He called me earlier today. He's called me during the draft. Gettleman, wait till after the draft. We'll talk about how you're enjoying Cape Cod.
I know. Blake says, I'm getting those calls here, too. Leave me alone.
Blake says, Troy Anderson in the third, boy, 6'4", 250, 4'4", 40 version of Jacoby Dean, Darius Leonard 2.0. Let's see what we do. I mean, we got another. Do we have another pick today?
Yeah,
we got the pick that we got. Oh, well, we already had one. Do we have another one on top of that or no?
67 and 81.
But the
extra pick I think is a next round because I think it's 114.
Okay, so we got 2 more picks.
Yes, for now.
We
may get back up in there.
Okay,
let's see what the Chiefs do because they're not taking a quarterback.
And card coach says, small wide receiver. Are you kidding me? I'm flipping out. We just wasted the second round. Get him and turn that card in somehow. He better be Victor Blanken Cruz. Let's give him a chance.
Hope so.
Let's give him a chance. But again, I'm with you in terms of not loving the pick initially, at least. Steve Evans says, I hope my Cardinals beat your Mets. I didn't even get a chance to look at the score for that. I'll take a quick look now.
Well, Sky Moore just went to the Chiefs. He's another one. He's not big either. He's not even 5'10".
Yeah, he's a little more stocky, though, 195. Right. He had a really impressive pro day. So a lot of people thought he could go higher than he did. He'll fit in well there, though, with the Chiefs.
Yeah,
they needed that type of receiver. So the Mets right now playing the Phillies, no score there in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah.
And let's see. Trent says we got a tank at right tackle and an easy slot to throw to. Jones got to show us something.
I hope so, man.
That's saying, man. And we're still going to get him a tight end, by the way. That's another possibility at 67 if he keeps falling. There still hasn't been a tight end drafted.
No, there hasn't.
I wonder when's the last time a tight end didn't go to round 3. Because I remember a couple of years ago, Cole Kmet was the first tight end off the board, but that was round 2. I wonder when's the last time that. I mean, maybe it's more recent than I think, but that seems late for a tight end to be the first one off the board. And maybe they'll go before the end of the
The funny thing is, Chris, I'm looking at like Atlanta, Minnesota, Tampa Bay, and saying, maybe the Colts aren't there, but saying, maybe they could take the quarterback. But I think if they wanted Malik Willis, they would have already got him.
They would have traded up.
You know what I mean? But they've had multiple picks. Atlanta traded up with us and didn't take him. Minnesota traded up a lot, I think, and didn't take him. Tampa, they're probably not going to take him. They got Kyle Trask. They're probably not going to take him.
Cardinals selection here.
Trey McBride.
They're obviously not going. And there it is. Trey McBride. You're a little bit ahead of me. Trey McBride goes to that makes sense. They actually traded for Zach Ertz, right? Was it?
Yes.
So they needed a younger tight end. So that makes sense. He's going to help out their quarterback there. That's good pick. That's good value. A lot of people had McBride going a bit earlier, and was most people's number 1 tight end in this draft. So there you go. I said, is it possible one slips to the 3rd?
There it is.
Pretty close, though. Pretty close.
Pretty close.
Towards the back end of the 2nd round is the first tight end off the board.
Yep. And it definitely helps. Definitely helps out Kyler Murray for now.
Yeah.
Kyler ends up after this year, but.
And Pat, man, thank you very much, man. He says maybe they did that to get their tight end they want in the early 3rd. Maybe. I mean, they have extra picks now, so they could still fill a ton of holes. And James, man, thank you very much, man, for the $1 donation. I appreciate it. But yeah, you have no choice but to give this kid a chance, and you have to realize that they're professionals, and you have to realize that this is a guy that they think fits what they're looking to run offensively. So give them their shot, man. Dan, thank you very much, man. Chris, after the draft, you need to make sure you watch part 2 of the season of Ozark. I know it just came out today. I'm not gonna be able to watch too much of it, but I'll probably watch an episode tonight. But then the draft's early tomorrow. So, but I'm definitely gonna watch Ozark. I'm gonna binge the hell out of that after the draft. I love that show. I know that's the final season, so I'm definitely gonna check that out. And Bad Dog, it's been amazing seeing our Yanks do great.
I love it, Dan. I love it. And
but I'm telling you right now, Bad Dog.
What's that?
I'm telling you right now. I know you're not a show watcher, and I know it took forever for you to get into Breaking Bad. This show is like Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
You should give Ozark a shot. Ozark is awesome. I think so anyway. Yeah. I think you'd love it.
It's hard for me to find time. That's the
I know.
That's the biggest issue. But yeah, Dan, once the NFL draft is over, and I have my content on the stuff, probably starting the end of next week, we'll get into the Yankee stuff for heavy for sure. So
we're up to pick 56. I saw somebody in the chat ask, what pick are we on? We're up to pick 56.
How many of those guys you think are actually Cowboys fans, and how many of them you think just wear the Cowboys jersey and don't know shit about football? 50-50?
I was going to go like 75-25, don't know shit about football.
Okay, I can get on board with that.
Yeah.
I just hope it's somebody they never heard of, and they're going to show, yeah.
Drum says the Patriots apparently had a lot of interest in Robinson. Interesting picks. Seems comparable to Isaiah McKenzie. Maybe they did. I mean, we heard that last year when we took Tony. I think the Patriots actually were one of the teams. I think
Jags.
The Jags, but I thought the Patriots were mentioned as well. Maybe
they go Sam Williams of Ole Miss. I didn't see
Sam Williams. So another edge off the board.
I didn't see the crowd reaction though.
So the Cowboys go edge.
Yeah.
Nick says upset with the pick. Did you guys watch film on him? I watched highlights on him before the draft started. Just on a whim though, only because I thought he could be a guy that we look to bring in if we trade Tony. So yeah, I have watched a bit about him. I'll watch more though for sure after the draft's over. I can't do it right now, but I'll watch more after the draft's over. But he's definitely a unique skill set, no doubt about it. And we'll see we'll see how they utilize him.
The one thing I'll say about this, I always say I don't break down film. I don't know much about film. Okay, so I usually just know bigger name players. And when we get into the 2nd round, that's just not a guy that I was like, I don't watch a lot of Kentucky football. I watch a lot of college football, but Kentucky's usually not on there unless they're getting their ass beaten by Georgia or something. I'll probably watch that. But, everybody's highlights look good. I mean, everybody's highlights look good. So if I'm going to go back and watch Wendell Robinson, I would not have time in my life to watch tape on Wendell Robinson. I can tell you that. So now the Giants drafted him. When I do get a minute, I will go back and watch the plays in the game, not his highlights. I'll go back and just look at, because that's all over YouTube. Wendell Robinson plays, every play by Wendell Robinson. It's kind of how I found Malik Willis. I just want to look and say every Malik Willis play from this particular game. So I'll go back and do that and see. Again, not mad, just surprised. Was not a guy we talked about.
Yeah, you can't expect us to be in love with every single pick.
Right.
You can't expect fans to be in love with every single pick. You can't go into a draft thinking you're going to love every single pick.
Right.
And sometimes you're going to be right with your reaction. Sometimes you're going to be wrong.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I just think our reaction was just kind of like when we got Kadarius Toney last year. I wasn't mad. I was surprised. I'm like, that was interesting. Same here.
Scotty says, are there any more good corners on the board? Yeah, I tried to pull up the corner list because I saw that before I answered you. I mean, all the top ones are gone. I mean, Elam's gone. Kyler Gordon's gone. Booth went. Obviously, all the guys in the first round are gone. I don't know if Marcus Jones got picked yet out of Houston. He's undersized, though. He's only 5'8". So I don't think we're going to go corner with the next pick. But maybe they do. Maybe they really like a guy, but probably not. I don't think we'll go corner with the next pick.
No, we're only 10 picks away. So
we'll see.
Atlanta, maybe quarterback. Minnesota, maybe. Buffalo, no. San Francisco, no. Kansas City, no. Cincinnati, no. Denver, no. Jacksonville, no. Minnesota, maybe. Us, no. Cleveland, so it is possible a quarterback does not go in the second round.
Yeah, definitely
possible. Because after Atlanta and Minnesota, none of them are going quarterback.
I'm going to throw out another name. I'm just thinking of guys we could take with this next pick. I'm trying. Leo Chanel, like we said earlier, possibility. Drake Jackson's a possibility.
Kobe Dean's still there.
Who was it?
The Kobe Dean is still there.
Kobe Dean's still there. Chad Moom is a possibility. Troy Anderson, like somebody said earlier in the chat. Christian Harris. So there's a lot of linebackers.
Yeah.
I could definitely see us going with a linebacker here with this pick. Let me take a quick look at the safeties. Petre's gone. Brisker's gone. Brian Cook's available. I know some fans have talked about him as a possibility out of Cincinnati. I'm leaning linebacker right now.
Yeah.
Let me look at the edge. I think I'm leaning linebacker again. Who knows what they're going to do, but could go running back. Could go running back because we know they've had interest in running backs. I think it's a bit early, but they could do that as well. Tight end as well. I want to throw that in there too. They could go tight end. McBride's off the board though. I think they probably feel like they could wait on the next tight end, but we'll see. And Austin, man, thank you very much, man. Hearing that the Chiefs were high on I just read that. Yep. And obviously we were high on him too. So hopefully he's a great New York Giant. Frank says, thought don't take Dean and it might make the linebacker slide. Also, think the Giants wanted Watson and wasn't available. So started trading back. Did the Packers traded up above 36? That's right, to get him. So maybe they did want Watson. They did go wide receiver, so it's a good point. Maybe they did want Watson, and maybe that's why they started the trade back. Good point by you, Frank.
Yeah, it is a good point. And there's always reasons they do what they do.
Good call. I didn't think about that. That's actually probably very likely.
I didn't see who I forgot the last. I think it was I forgot who the last super chat was. But he said the Chiefs were very high on him and on Robinson, and that he would have went earlier than the Giants think. So that's possible too. You know, like we said, Kadarius Toney, we thought that's a second round pick, but Jacksonville said if he was there, they were taking him.
Yeah. What y'all think about the Cowboys and Eagles first round pick? I did not love the Cowboys first round
Cowboys
pick.
pick sucked.
Eagles first round pick I liked. I actually like Jordan Davis a lot, but I didn't necessarily love what they had to give up to get him. But I do like Jordan Davis a lot.
Jordan Davis was good, and they got their receiver. They got a legitimate number one now. So their first round, much better than Dallas's.
Yeah, they gave up a lot though to get there,
but it's much better. They got two good players. They did. Dallas.
Bucks go tackle here, by the way.
Yeah.
So if Atlanta and Minnesota pass, unless somebody trades up, there will not be a quarterback in the second round.
And if I'm looking at that board, I'm probably not trading up there because I'm looking at the beginning of the third round. And
so if you're not Minnesota, you could wait until the third to take a quarterback.
Yep.
But you also run the risk of somebody potentially trading back up ahead of you. But
yeah,
obviously they don't think too highly though, so they might just be like, "Screw it, we'll wait, and if we don't get them, we don't get them."
Right. And that's where I think a lot of these guys may be looking at now. Screw it. If we don't get them, we don't get them.
And Pencilman says the Willis train has not left the station. Strange second round, maybe fits the scheme. Oh, in terms of the Giants, our pick.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
That was as soon as I saw it, I'm like, that's a scheme pick. And we'll see. Hopefully he's great.
Jonathan asked real quick. He says most instant draft analysis has a B grade on our second round pick.
Listen,
It's higher than I thought we would get graded. So okay.
maybe hopefully he's great.
Yeah.
Because just when I thought the Giants had gotten smarter, they go back to their old ways. Terrible pick, legit a Tony or two. With this pick, we must be trading Tony. Good player, bad pick, very disappointing. Yeah, again, I got to do a little bit more research on him, and I'll definitely watch more film after the fact. But that was the I'm not saying they're identical, but that was the impression I got as well when I watched the play, that he's at least somewhat similar to a wide receiver like Kadarius Toney. And that's exactly what I said when they drafted him. Like, oh yeah, I remember this guy. He kind of reminded me of Kadarius Toney. Yeah. So I'm not saying they're identical. I'm not saying that they can't be utilized in different ways, but that's how he reminded me. But that might be
they must like Kadarius Toney.
That might be the type of wide receiver that multiple types of wide receivers that they want to have in their scheme, obviously.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they utilize him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They must like Kadarius Toney's skill set.
Yeah.
They drafted him.
Frank, man, thank you very much, man. Someone took, he just went, like you said.
Packers?
I don't know. No, the Packers took
They took somebody else.
Yeah. Somebody took him, though. I remember you saying
I like Tyquan Thornton, but not in the second round. But yes.
He was projected 117th. Listen, at the end of the day, teams are going to pick the guys they like. They don't care where these guys are projected to go.
Right.
They're going to pick who they feel fits their scheme best, and where they feel like if they think there's even a slight possibility they could be drafted, and they really before their next pick, and they really like them, they're going to take them. They don't care if it's a reach.
Yeah.
Lorenzo, man, thank you very much. 93 grade by PFF with 1,300 yards. Trust the process. All right, man. Listen. You know what I'm going to say, guys?
Troy Anderson. Troy Anderson's off the board.
There you go, Troy Anderson. Some of you guys wanted him. And he was a pretty highly ranked linebacker. He was in the 55 to 60 range. So he's off the board. So, but I still think the Giants could easily go linebacker or tight end, maybe running back. It's a bit of a reach for me, but maybe running back as well. But we'll see with this next pick. But yeah, I like that some of you guys are like, listen, let's give this guy a chance. There's definitely positives to his game.
It's never going to be 100% sold or 100% against.
Yeah, I like it. I like that you guys are not completely flipped. I mean, some of you guys are, but I like that there's a good portion of you that are like, no, this could be a good pick.
Yeah. Like I said, for us, I think it was just surprising.
Yeah.
Not killing the pick by any means. Just didn't.
Yeah.
Thought we'd go in the secondary.
And JB King says, I'm curious on your thoughts as to if it was a worry pick after the trade back for a possible Booth. I think that was a really good point by Frank earlier. I think that it was very possible they wanted Watson. And it's very possible that the Packers had a sense of that, and they traded up and they got him, because it obviously you assume the Giants might have been going wide receiver there no matter what.
Yeah.
Based off the fact they traded down and got a wide receiver, and they said, all right, this is the next receiver on our board that we like.
And they try to get back as far as they could.
Let's trade back as far as we possibly can. Let's get as much draft capital as we possibly can. We know we're going to reach a bit, but at least let's get extra draft picks, and let's get the guy that we like, that we feel fits our scheme. That's what I think happened.
Yeah.
Great point by Frank. I didn't even think about it in the moment because we were all thinking about the linebackers and the edge rushers
in the corners, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I think they might have taken Watson had he not been off the board.
So, Chris, if Minnesota doesn't go quarterback here, it looks like, unless, like you said, someone trades up, quarterback's going in the third round.
There's no way Buffalo. Nope. San Francisco not. Kansas City's not. Cincinnati's not. And Denver's not. Yeah. This is the last team without a trade that could take a quarterback, in my opinion.
Yep.
So here we go.
They go Ed Ingram.
There's gonna be one quarterback taken through the first 64 picks in the NFL draft. Now there could be a trade up,
right?
But as of now, if there are no trade ups, that's the way it looks. Because Buffalo's got Josh Allen, San Francisco's got Trey Lance, Kansas City's got Pat Mahomes, Cincinnati's got Joe Burrow, Denver, of course, has Russell Wilson. So, and then Jacksonville's not going to, with the first pick of the third.
And maybe Minnesota, but not us. Maybe Cleveland. No, they got Deshaun Watson. I keep forgetting they got Deshaun. I just keep thinking Baker Mayfield. So
maybe Tennessee, they got Tannehill. He's not going to be there. But my God.
Maybe you get to Seattle in the third round.
Yeah. Is there any good cornerbacks we could snag? Yeah, I was asking me that earlier. We'll see what they do. And again, I'm not a professional, but it doesn't seem like, at least based off the rankings, that this next pick is going to be ideal to take a cornerback.
The Giants must not have been that interested in the corner if they were, like somebody mentioned, Packers traded up to get our wide receiver. We must have been. We were going wide receiver in that second round, regardless. So maybe they're going to just say maybe they're sticking with Bradbury this year, and they'll get a corner next year.
If I had to guess with this next pick, and it's just a guess, and at this point you don't know what the hell they're going to do. That's why mock drafts, especially after the first round, are useless.
Yes, exactly.
It's fun to get to learn some of the prospects. But if I had to guess right now, a position, I think it'll be linebacker with this next pick. But that's just based off, the guys that I feel are pretty high on most teams' boards. At least that's what I feel at this point in the draft. And it's still, a need for the New York Giants. But they could go so many ways.
Yeah. Yeah, again, at this point, you're getting to, it's like you said, the mocks at this point are useless.
Yeah.
They don't even matter.
And Grimman, thank you very much, man. Dable is going to run a spread yak offense, and having two guys, electric guys, after the catch is perfect for his vision. I trust in it until I don't.
Makes sense. And listen, with Daniel Jones, maybe they have decided, let's get the ball out of his hands quick. Let's get these shifty slot receivers and let him get the ball out of his hands quick. Let that offensive line get into its rhythm, and maybe it is. Maybe it's going to be a couple of 3-5 step drops, get the ball out, get it in Tony's hands or Robinson's hands, and let them work after the catch. That's very possible.
I just saw that list, Bad Dog. How about Bonito? I know we took an edge already. Nick Bonito's still there.
Nick Bonito is still there.
Take him.
Yeah. Nick Bonito.
We got to trade. I thought Cincinnati was on the clock. So this may be the quarterback now. Maybe.
No, Cincinnati's on the clock.
I thought they were already on the clock, so I guess there wasn't a trade. I don't know. Either way, Stephen Lilly, who drops quicker, Monica Lewinsky or Malik Willis?
No. Cincinnati did trade up, didn't they? No, yes.
I remember saying Burrow when I was going over the teams. So, or maybe they swapped with a team in the back end of the 5.
San Fran?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I don't know what the hell just happened.
I think Buffalo was up next, maybe, and they swapped with Buffalo.
Yeah, that could be.
Maybe. But either way, Cincinnati's pick is in. We'll see what it's going to be. Will says, don't have to deal with Slayton no more drops. Yeah, if Slayton plays this year, I don't think he'll be here past that.
Yeah.
And Pandemonium says, Bad Dog, I told Tim Willis was a 3rd-round project.
Pandemonium don't like Willis.
I'm surprised he's going in the 3rd, but I would not have been surprised at all.
Project definitely, but yeah, I'm surprised.
I would not have been surprised at all if he went in the 2nd. That didn't surprise me. Him going in the 3rd
round is surprising.
That's a little surprising to me. But the 2nd round did not surprise me when he slipped out.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that no quarterback went in the 2nd. Not just Malik Willis.
Yeah.
None of them.
Yeah. Yep. Roldy, man, thank you very much. Fellas, I got to say, I'm shocked Willis is falling like this. I didn't see this coming. I didn't understand that 2nd-round move. Makes me wonder if Booth was the guy they wanted and panicked when he was gone. If I'm not mistaken, Roldy, and I don't have the draft order in front of me, I think they could have taken Booth with their initial
36. Yeah, I think they could have.
So I don't necessarily know if that's the case because they traded down with Booth still on the board. So when you trade down, you run the risk of not getting a player. I think one of the other subscribers, Frank, brought up the best point. The Packers jumped us to take Watson. And he's a wide receiver. We drafted a wide receiver. So I think it's very possible our plan was to take him, and then we traded back and we took as far as we could and took the best wide receiver we could on our board. But maybe not. Maybe that was the plan all along, and they just wanted to trade back and take him.
Could be. Could be.
Serotonin says, Obi-Wan merch coming. There you go.
Let's go. Obi-Wan Dale. Merch. The merch.
And Chris Hoffman says, keeping Bradbury since we skipped good cornerbacks. They're gonna have to get creative with cap space if they want to do it, but they might. I mean, you're gonna see the New York Giants extend him, either extend him or backload other players to be able to keep him on this roster, or maybe they just cut him, or maybe they trade him, before the season starts. I don't necessarily know if that's a lock. He's still gonna be on the team, but yeah, we have not addressed the cornerback position. That's for damn sure. Maybe we do keep him.
Yeah, could be,
but they're definitely gonna have to change some salaries in order to. Mr. Lopez, per Renan, Shane says he's a scheme pick. Yeah, I mean, I think that's obvious. I mean,
Yeah.
that was the first thing that came to my head. I'm like, yeah, this is clearly a scheme pick because he's not your traditional wide receiver. It's a guy that they feel is going to do the types of things that they need to do and the type of offense they're going to run. And like I said, we haven't even seen this offense. We know it's going to be super creative between the Buffalo offense and the Kansas City offense. So let them bring their players in. And there was the trade, by the way. It was they got a 6th-round pick, but yeah, this late, that's about what you're going to get for a 3-round swap. Nick says Wendell Robinson was PFF number 1 graded wide receiver in the SEC 2021. It's not his size of the dog, but the size of the fight. And I love you guys, man. I love that you guys backing your guy, man. You guys like what you see.
I'm surprised he was number 1 ahead of Williams.
Yeah,
Williamson from Alabama, or Mechie, or Pickens. But who knows? Again, I don't watch Kentucky football, so I couldn't tell you.
Let's see what Cincinnati's going to do here. Max says Tony and Robinson on the same team. Wonder what this will look like. I'm wondering the same thing. I'm actually excited to see it, how they're going to use 2 receivers as unique as they are in the same offense. Obviously, trusting the vision. Just curious to see how it looks. And I'm really curious to see how they use Barkley. You've heard in training camp the way they're using him is a much different way than the prior regime used him. So expect to see a completely different offense. That's going to be one of the most fun things to see this year with this New York Giants team. The originality and the difference with this offense as opposed to the previous regime. So I'm excited to see how they utilize these pieces.
Again, I'm just watching the Bengals fans celebrate there. Do you think Bengals fans know who the hell Cam Taylor-Britt from Nebraska is? I'd be willing to bet no.
He was the next cornerback on the board that I saw.
Well, they've addressed that twice now.
So there's one less. Was that the second cornerback they took?
They took one in the first round. They took, it was Petrie, right? He went first.
Petrie's a safety.
Okay, well, they addressed their secondary then. Maybe it wasn't.
And they needed it. So
I forgot who Cincinnati took in the first.
And Gowie says ESPN 2. Oh, we're that far behind when we talked about the channel. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we're watching on the NFL Network. But Mike says Bills had only 1 wide receiver, 6 feet. It fits.
And trust what they're doing.
And that's probably Diggs. I think Diggs is over 6 feet.
We're gonna trust what they're doing. He's given us no reason not to trust him.
Yeah.
Results will speak for themselves.
Yeah. 49ers up, picks in. And we'll see what they do here. Dutch says Wendell stats 2021, 104 receptions, 1334, 12.8 average, 7 touchdowns with a total ass quarterback. Rumors Chiefs wanted him and traded back. The Chiefs,
somebody else mentioned the Chiefs wanted, but I thought Kentucky's quarterback was supposed to be good. I thought people look for him in the draft next year. I thought their quarterback, unless I'm thinking of Western Kentucky, which is very.
Kentucky's quarterback is pretty good.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He's supposed to be a potential 2nd-round pick as of now. Right now, Will Levis, I think, is their quarterback. Zero Mercy, man. Thank you very much. He says we won the 1st round. Now defense and secondary in 5 years. Finally, taking the O-line seriously, especially this offseason. Wink's defense needs the proper additions for production, but it's coming. There's still good players. I mean, Chanel's still there, like we said. Benito.
Dean's still there.
So there's still a lot of good linebackers. I think they're going to go linebacker, but that's just a guess.
Yeah, at this point,
anything you say is a guess at this point.
Yeah. If you sit here right now and go, Kansas City's going to take this player and they take it, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a guess.
Right, it's all a guess.
Yeah. Mike says competition for quarterback in 2023, massive 8 or bust.
8 or bust, you mean?
What happened?
I think it means you have to pick in the top 8 or you're not getting a quarterback.
Oh, yeah, because nobody's taking a quarterback in this year's draft, so everybody's going to be looking for a quarterback. Probably, yeah. I mean, well, unless you're willing to give up a ton, the Giants could give up the 2024 first. They could give up, they give a crazy package to move up. You don't necessarily need 2 first-round picks, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
You don't know who's drafting in front of us. They may not need a quarterback. It could drop one a little bit farther, and we don't know where we're picking.
And we don't even know what these quarterbacks are going to be ranked in a year.
Right.
Things change. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Raiden Dog says still a lot of talent on the board. Linebacker. I'm leaning linebacker right now.
Yeah, Benito's still there. Asamoah's still there. Dean's still there. Although, like I said, we did the draft. Asamoah kept dropping huge. So
I'm trying to look here at like a top 100 list to see.
Do you have some that says best available player? I know. Probably Dean. I think Dean would have to be the
Dean
best.
is, yeah, at least pre-draft rankings. Roger McCurry's gone, Karloftis gone, Green's gone, Wyatt's gone, Scene, Pickens. Still looking. All these guys are still gone. I mean, there's a quarterback, but we're not doing that. Sam Howell. Walker's gone. Sky Moore's gone. There's some linemen. There's still linemen. I mean, I don't know if we'll take another lineman, but Rasheed Walker. Muma could be a good pick here, linebacker. Dylan Parham could be the pick here.
Yeah, we have been talking about him. We've mocked him a couple times at the Giants.
Dylan Parham could be the pick here. He's a versatile lineman. He could play center. He could play guard.
Yep.
I could certainly see that. So I'll keep my eye out for him. I could see that as well.
San Francisco's taking a long time to make this pick, are they not?
Seems that way. Blue Collar, what's going on, man? Hey, boys, I'm very happy with our direction, but why is there picks that 90% of us are like, huh? Are we all wrong? But I am happy with the draft capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's going to happen every draft. I guarantee you every fan base during this draft, outside of the Ravens,
you're right,
is going to have like a moment.
Maybe the Jets. Yeah,
they had a good draft, but there's most draft that's going to happen. There's going to be a pick or two where you're like, what?
Right.
And you know, you hope that they're right, and your initial reaction is wrong.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Took Drake Jackson.
That's a good pick. I like Drake Jackson. He's got really good upside off the edge. I like him. Out of USC.
They like it too.
That's a good pick. All right, Jukes, man, thank you very much. Impressed Tana. Took time to watch tape on when you like him. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it more after the stream for sure. Like I said, I watched a little bit on him, but obviously I didn't look into him a ton. And he's definitely a fun player to watch from what I saw. Brandon says, I just realized Raymond is still there. I could be wrong, Brandon. I thought I heard, and I don't quote me on this, that he had some kind of medical issue, but I could be completely wrong on that. But I thought I remember hearing that about him. Davey says that pick was a question mark, but give Shane one mulligan.
Hopefully it's not. It's a question mark now. Hopefully when September rolls around, it's an exclamation point.
And Jesse Galloway says, Chanel reminds me of Kuechly. I hope we get him. Well, that's high praise. And
if we get him and he's half a Kuechly,
yeah,
that'd be amazing.
And V-Rock says the cap situation for the Giants are in is likely why they're trading back. Yeah, but you're not saving too much. I mean, all they did was drop back.
No.
You drop back from 36 to 43. I mean, at that point, you're saving a couple 100,000 maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's the case.
Like you said, I think I forgot who it was made the point that the Packers probably took who the Giants wanted. They traded up in front of the Giants, and the Giants were like, let's just get back as far as we can and take this guy.
Yeah, I think that's the most logical explanation.
Brian Cook's a good pick.
Brian Cook, safety out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, he's a good one.
But we'll see. And then he says, hoping someone on our board drops to later round for a bargain. Yeah, I mean, I think that it was an instance where they just took a guy that they liked. They didn't care about, what other teams had, where other teams had him. And at least a report came out that the Chiefs wanted him. And that's why the Chiefs traded down. Mass Deadly Dash, he says, I don't know which NFL team Williams. What do you mean?
It's Williams. Yeah, I don't know what he means either.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I think Williams was a great.
He played for the Cardinals.
Yeah, he was a great corner.
Yeah.
Great corner. Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I don't know who you're strong either. I don't have the television up, so I don't know what.
Yeah, maybe there was something on the volume.
Yeah.
Diego says, hey, guys, I don't hate the pick, but I think we could easily have got him at 67. I think that as well, and I definitely initially thought that, but you don't know. Maybe the reports came out that the Chiefs were interested in him.
Yeah.
You don't know. But I agree. I when I saw him, like, we probably could have got him at 67.
Yep, agreed.
And Brian says, Shane stated these trades were in place before the draft. Yeah, well, they were probably in place before the draft based on a certain circumstance.
Right.
If the team, who traded up with them? The Jets did first and then another team.
The Falcons.
So they might have been in place before the draft if the Jets really liked the player and they wanted to move up to the spot, and if the Giants didn't love a player and they wanted to move down. I'm sure Every team does that, where they have pre-draft trades where under a certain circumstance,
Yeah.
they'll trade down.
Yeah.
And,
if their player wasn't there, they're like, okay, well, he's not there. We'll go back.
yeah.
But if he's here, we're taking him.
Yeah. So, and who knows? Maybe Watson was that player, or maybe there was another player that went before that was that player.
And we are now in. Oh, we're still in round 2.
2 more picks. We got
so
the Bills.
We are going to get to round 3, and there will be no quarterback taken.
Yeah, no way at this point. No way. Brandon says, "Oh my God, Christian Harris is still there." There's a lot of good linebackers. A lot of good linebackers. I think they're going to fly off the board in the 3rd round.
Yep, I agree. Well, we only have a couple more picks, and we're going. So,
G-Man says, "I caught 2 live streams in one day." We're going to the bowl, boys. What's going on, man? Thanks for popping in. Let's go.
By
the way, I'm a little bit behind, so I apologize. Just, I'm not missing anybody. It just takes me a while to catch up with you guys.
Yes.
Yeah. Nicholas says, "Do you guys think there's a connection between Shep's injury and picking up a wide receiver in the 2nd?"
Definitely. Shep's not here next year.
I mean, I don't know if it's just Shep's injury. I think there's a connection with, they probably don't think Slayton's going to be here long term. They may not think Galladay is going to be here long term. Like, they could easily cut him at the end of the year to save $10 or $11 million. They had nothing to do with the signing of Kenny Galladay. So they may not think a lot of the receivers on this roster are going to be here long term. And they're starting to bring in guys that they think are going to fit the scheme that they want to run.
Yep.
So yeah, Shep is, I'm sure, a part of it. But it might just be the whole receiving corps as a whole. He had nothing to do with these guys.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Greg says, "What a wasted pick." Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Not my ideal pick. I agree with you there, but doesn't mean it won't work. Thomas says, "Check Twitter, Dan Salamone." I'm a little bit behind, but maybe it's something that somebody else said in the chat, but let's take a quick look. Dan Salamone. He works for the Giants. And this was 42 minutes ago, so I'm not that far behind in the chat, though. He says, "Wendell Robinson prides himself on not doing just one thing. He likes the defense not knowing what he's going to do on the field. Wendell Robinson, I just needed one team to take a chance on me, and I'll give them all I got." Wendell Robinson said he's heard he's not big enough his whole career. "I don't think it's a challenge." He said Dable told him to come in and be a versatile piece. Wendell Robinson on what the Giants fans can expect from him. Tough, elusive, exciting, a playmaker. Dable said Wendell Robinson can play inside and is strong and fast enough to contribute outside. The plan is to put as many weapons out there to create space. Receivers come in all different shapes. GM Joe Shane, "We're not chopping Kadarius Toney." Very clear vision for, said they have a very clear vision for Wendell Robinson. So they're showing confidence in their pick, and it sounds like they have a clear plan for him, how they want to utilize him in the offense. So, I mean, good. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the kid can bring to the football team.
Definitely. I mean, we'll see what he does. Again, it was just something we didn't expect.
Yeah. So,
J-Man,
thank you very much. Still good talent out there. Muma, Chanel, Brandon Smith, linebacker cross, safety for Maryland. I think Britt just went, but I'm like 10 minutes behind. Nebraska safety plus Dean, who here has a pec issue, Cook the running back. Yeah, there's a couple running backs as well. Some tight ends they could potentially take here. I'm leaning linebacker, but that doesn't mean that's where they're going.
Right.
Lib, he says, "Quick, name a good receiver you remember with Wendell Reach Robinson measurables." 5'8". I'm trying to think of a 5'8" wide receiver.
I'm trying to think of Cole Beasley.
Yeah, he's short, right? I don't know if Beasley ran a 4.4 440 or 4.3 840. I don't know what his 40 time was, but Wes Welker was shorter. He was like 5'9".
Yeah.
Wayne
Corbett.
He was maybe 5'9", 5'10".
He's 5'10", I think.
Yeah. I'm sure there's others that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. Tyreek Hill, but he's 5'10". He's not 5'8".
Right. And he runs faster than the wind.
Yeah, 4.29 as opposed to 4.44, or at least at the NFL Combine.
Yeah.
And Bob, man, thank you so much. Stand up, new member. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, buddy. But yeah, there's a couple. I mean, there's plenty of shorter wide receivers that have been. I mean,
James Cook is gone.
James Cook went?
Did Buffalo take a running back earlier?
Did they?
Maybe they didn't.
I don't think
the Jets took the running back. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Buffalo needed a running back, so
they did.
I'm not too surprised with this pick. And he's going to be fun in their offense.
Yeah,
he's a good pass catcher, so he's gonna be an interesting weapon for Josh Allen.
Oh God, yeah. Definitely.
That's a nice little pickup for the Bills offense.
It is.
He's gonna, for fantasy football purposes, he might do some good things.
He might.
He might do some good things. If you're in a PPR league, I could see him having a nice year for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
But Lib, man, thank you very much, man. Justino says owner collusion, getting tired of paying quarterbacks.
They ain't gonna have to pay these ones much.
Yeah, for sure. That might have something to do with why they're all dropping, though.
Yeah.
And LA Lou says, I bet the Bengal fans are happy they took someone who could replace Eli Apple. I know I'd be happy. Yeah. We could tell you.
I think guys are saying Keenan Allen's pretty small.
Speaking of short players, Elvis Doomerville.
Nick Benito's gone. Denver took him. It's a good pick for Denver.
Elvis Doomerville was only like 5'9" or 5'10", I remember, as an edge rusher.
Nick Benito's off the board.
Yep. Benito, 6'3", 248. A lot of Giants fans like him.
He's good.
Off the edge. So there you go. There's one player that he went late, though. I mean, well, later than some Giants fans wanted him at 36.
Yep.
He went 64.
Yep.
But we're coming up. We got 3 picks. We'll see who the New York Giants select here.
We will.
And Tuto, he says, salute day. Chris and Kev dropped by to pay our proper respect for all the Giants fans in America and slam all the stinky boys, loses out the door.
Slam them.
My man, Tuto, what's going on, buddy?
Tuto! Just
and Orphanage DeGrom says, kid named Cox Enormous from the University of Meat Cox University gets drafted and the fan base crowds could cheer. Bunch of frauds in my book, sadly.
Yeah.
Cox Enormous. That's a good one. All right, DeGrom, man. Thanks for popping in. Let's see what we got. Miss Deadly Dash. He says, I like, he just went off the board.
We you should. You guys are definitely improving your secondary, Dash. You needed it.
Look at the Peter Schrager tree.
I don't really care what he says.
Yeah, I don't either, but let me take a look. Peter Schrager. Let's see what he said. 9 minutes ago, 49ers. I don't think he's referring to that. Brees Hall revealed the Jets told him they tried trading up into the first round to get him. Would have been 4 first-round picks.
Or the Jets?
Yeah, they tried trading up into the first round to get him, apparently. Maybe that's what he's referring to. That's not Giants related. Bills just traded their second-round pick. Still looking. I don't see anything.
Got to go line here, don't they? They went 2 defenders.
Second round winding down, 49ers Drake. I'm assuming that's what he was referring to, the Jets, because they did trade with us to take the running back.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what he was referring to.
Yeah.
But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully that's what you're referring to, Ignacio. So yeah. Tommy says you guys got to track picks on PFF Livecast. They are like 1 to 2 picks ahead of the. See, I'm not telling anybody else what to do, but I like to see it on the TV.
Yep.
I don't want it to be ruined for me. That's just me. I know a lot of people, they follow Twitter. They want to know the picks in advance. I like to see it on TV. And Giants are coming up. There's a Giants fan right there with a Saquon Barkley jersey on.
Yeah. Let's see what Jacksonville takes here. They got to go line at some point, you would think.
Yeah. Got to do something to help maybe get him a receiver here. Got to do something to help out your quarterback. And Danny Thomas says, thoughts on drafting Jeremy Ruckert? I like him. I just think it's a bit early to do it. Tight end from Ohio State. Chris, I've been getting into my NMC and really liking it. I have not. I have not watched that quite yet, Danny. I'll have to check that. I have not watched that. But as far as Ruckert, I do like him. I think it's a little early, though. I don't want to take him yet.
You know what I've been watching? Episodes of Raw from 1997.
You binge watching old
1997 was the best year in wrestling history.
Awesome. Mets fanatic, what's up, man? Says Yotain, how's it going? How about our Mets looking good with Bassett and Scherzer definitely looking better than the bum Cole in the Bronx? Hey, bad dog, your Yankees boy. Nestor ain't that. Nestor's good.
Yeah, I mean, what? Nestor's getting paid peanuts. He has 25 strikeouts, 3 walks, has an ERA of 1.15, and we're paying him what? Nothing. And yeah, Cole has sucked, and the Yankees still have the best record in the American League. So I'm happy with where we are. If I was a Mets fan, I wouldn't worry about the Yankees.
I'm excited. I ain't gonna bash the Yankees. They're playing well too. Yeah. But I'm excited as a Mets fan.
Yeah. Like I said, I got no problem with the Mets, but the Mets, some Mets fans got a little salt for the Yanks, and it's okay. I understand it.
Nicholas says you think we grab Dean right now.
Well, we'll see what Jacksonville does. I mean,
we
we can
might,
get Dean
but
or Chanel here if
at the same time, I asked myself. I mean, he had the pec injury, so he may. Who knows how far this guy could
right.
Fall. So there's a
Yeah, the
reason,
Giants will draft somebody we've never heard of.
yeah, there's a reason, obviously, that Dean has fallen as far as he has. Teams don't like what they've seen in terms of maybe it's the injury report, maybe it's that he's undersized, like people have said. So maybe not. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, obviously, if we pass on him.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get. It looks like he's gonna be there again. So
yeah, Luke Fortner's off the board, center out of Kentucky.
You know, Chris, I will again. We're gonna just. It's pure guess, as everything is at this point. But we have mocked Dylan Parham to the Giants a couple times.
I like Parham,
and I think that's a possibility here. You get another guard. You continue to build that offensive line. Obviously, you brought in a receiver. You want to give Daniel Jones some protection to find these receivers out there. So
I'd be very happy with that pick.
I think that's very possible. You know, I don't know what, again, we need secondary help, but who's out there that's worth a 67 pick right now? James Cook's off the board. So if Parham gets there, that I would not be upset with that one.
No, I wouldn't be upset with that pick. David says an ex-Giants coach says that Robinson reminds him of Dave Meggett. He was an okay back for us as well. He was a very good player for the New York Giants, Dave Meggett. He was a fan favorite. Obviously, he was a running back, and this guy's more of a wide receiver, but he's capable of doing both. But let me just plug this in. I don't want my laptop to die. But
yeah. I like Dave Meggett, but again, Meggett was more of he was a gadget running back. Not that he could receive out of the backfield, and he was a good special teams player. But there goes Brian Asamoah. So there goes the Sooners guys. Asamoah and Benito went pretty close together.
So we're on the clock now, right?
It would have been nice if he dropped to the Giants.
We're on the clock now.
But I'm guessing. I'm not
even going to say. Who knows who the hell it's going to be? We'll find out who it is. We'll see if we know the guy, and if we don't,
I'm trying to guess.
Yeah, if we don't know the guy, we'll do some quick research on him and see what he brings to the table. Bob, man, thank you very much. Stand up, new member. Welcome to the squad, man. I don't know if I shouted yet earlier, but in case I didn't, I wanted to shout you out.
My bad.
Let's see. And Bob, man, thank you so much, man, for the $10 donation. I appreciate it, buddy. 73.9 PFF coverage grade for us. They're showing that.
Yeah.
Well, at Oklahoma, who, like you said, Oklahoma had a much better defense this year.
They did.
Michael says, I think they got jumped for Andrew Booth. Now James Cook, Trey McBride, while we reach for a third or fourth round wide receiver. Why do they want all these late round picks? I think they want a lot of picks because they want to fill a lot of holes. I mean, they have a ton of holes, and they probably like a lot of players in the 3 to 5 round range. So they said, let's compile as many of those picks as we can and fill as many holes as we can. It is a deep draft. If you listen to most people, they said it was not necessarily a top heavy draft. There was only 15 or 16 graded players that a lot of people felt were legitimate first round picks, but they felt like in the middle it was a pretty strong draft. So as many picks as they can in that spot. Giants here at pick 67. One of my favorite Giants of all time.
Yep.
Amani Toomer, number 81. They go the guard. He's actually relatively high. I don't know a ton about him, but he was this was around, if I'm not mistaken, where he was supposed to go.
Yep.
I don't know much about him, but I'm happy. We got an interior offensive line.
Yep. He's a big boy too. He's I know a lot about him, but again, I had the wrong guard, right? The wrong player with the right position. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the quick scouting report on him.
It makes sense at this juncture. Again, you get another big guy in there. You continue to build the offensive line. You help that interior out. I got no problem with taking linemen at this point.
I like a lineman here. Yeah, we said Parham, but I want an interior offensive lineman.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that pick. They feel he fits their scheme. I'm happy with the pick. But let's learn a bit about him.
Says he was 8th overall. He was 8th in ACC guards in run block grade, 10th in ACC guards in pass block grade, minimum 200 snaps. He allowed 2 sacks in 2021. I'm just reading off of the thing here. So
I'm trying to, it's not letting me access that webpage. I'm trying to get a, all right, here's his draft profile. Let me see if I can pull something up here. He's a versatile offensive lineman who has played tackle and guard. He covers up linebackers in space and has good upside as a zone blocker. He shows adequate strength in a phone booth. He has the frame and quickness to develop into an above-average pass blocker at guard. He flashes on tape but lacks polish in the run game and in pass protection. He needs to improve his footwork, improve his hand placement, and play with better body control. He grades out as a versatile backup with the potential to develop into a starter, most likely on the inside. So that's the final evaluation of him, which is what you expect. I mean,
yeah, this juncture in the draft, that's
third round, you're hoping he could develop into a starter, but at a bare minimum, he's a depth interior offensive lineman. Obviously, they probably feel that they could develop him into a starter. He may even start for the Giants, but they did bring in a lot of interior offensive linemen this year. So my guess is he probably starts on the bench, but could potentially develop into a starter at some point this year. He's 6'4", 308 out of North Carolina. So arm length of 34 and 1/8. So we'll see.
Yeah, I can tell you this. In the third round, that's usually what you're drafting are guys that could be they're projected backups that could become starters. You're not usually getting a guy that's going to come in and start immediately in the third round, or they wouldn't fall to the third round. So that's what you're looking for at this juncture, are guys that have the potential to become starters. So
yeah, I like that pick. I
have no problem with that at all.
Yeah,
like I said, I thought they might go guard there. Thought it might be Parham, but they decided to go with the kid out of North Carolina. So
yeah, we need an interior offensive lineman. I love it, and they continue to address the offensive line. I said going into the draft, I wanted the Giants to take at least 2 offensive linemen with their first 5 picks. They've done it.
Yep.
So I'm happy. I would prefer, especially with the extra picks, for us to take another offensive lineman at some point. But I'm happy so far with what he's done. Joe Shane's been a man of his word, and we'll see if they continue to fill out this roster. But that was a need. We need young offensive linemen, specifically on the interior. So I like the pick.
Yep. And we'll see. We got another pick and another 14 picks.
Yep.
But
Tudo, man, thank you very much, man. Chris, please pray for our next game against New Zealand losers, and also pray for their casualties coming soon. They won't be there. Haka dancing BS no more. Tudo, man, I'm praying for you, buddy. But thank you, Tudo, man. I appreciate it. But I'm curious to see what the chat's got to say. I'm not caught up with them yet, but I'm curious to see what the matter of fact, I'll pull up the live chat now because I want to see what you guys feel about the pick. Yeah, 6'4", 325. A bunch of whining babies in this chat. I mean, you know how it works, guys. People do mock drafts. They find their one, their guards that they love, and if they don't take the guard they love, some people are going to be pissed off. It is, and I get it, but you got to give these guys an opportunity. They're professionals. I like that they took a guard.
So do I.
I'll do a little bit more research on where people thought he was going to go in a second, but I like that they took a guard. I think it was something they needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, at this juncture in the draft, I don't know how, you can be like, oh, this guy sucks. How the hell do we even know?
Yeah.
Like I said, all these guys are guys that are going to come in as backups, and you project them that they can become projected starters. That's really where you are at this level of talent in the third round. Listen, there's been one quarterback that's gone.
No.
So, I mean, what are we talking about here? We needed line help. Shane has done that. 2 of our first 4 picks have been linemen. Let's go. I mean, everybody's going to have their player that they want.
According to this, it was a reach. But, I mean, he did go up a lot during the process. He at one point, he was projected not to get drafted. And then he surged up to he was about 160 from what I'm seeing. So they projected him to be like a late fourth, early fifth. So we take him early third. It's earlier than people expect.
I don't know what the hell those projections mean.
Yeah.
So I really don't.
Yeah. So
where was Malik Willis projected to go?
Probably like top 10. Yeah. So
right.
Yeah.
So the hell with the projections?
They feel the guy fits what they're looking to do on the offensive line. He's going to fit the type of scheme they
want.
Where
was Nakobe Dean projected to go?
Top 20, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I like that they took a guard, and that was the guard they preferred.
Right. They have a plan. That's what we got to look at. We don't know what their plan is yet.
Yep.
We haven't seen it. So we can't really get on their case about it yet.
Yeah.
We'll look at the results in the field, and then we'll make our decision. But I love that they went guard, and I thought that they should go guard there. And the next time we come up, I want to see who people want in the chat. I want to see who they want to pick at 81.
Yep. All right, let's get to it. Tudo says Next game's been sold out, but we're not distracted with all that BS. New Zealand will face bloodthirsty Lions who never back down nor refuse. Because I'm running the show. All right, buddy. Lou,
Get him.
Oh, Lou, yeah. You said he wanted to chime in every now and again with his Rams. I hope my Rams pick at 104. I hope they pick at 104, but it's a good bet. They trade back into day 3. Yeah, you guys never have picks. I forgot about that because you guys always trade away all your picks. Trade up 104 and a future 304. I would hope for Nakobe Dean. He keeps falling, man.
He is falling a long ways, as are all of these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jacksonville's not taking. I mean, I don't know what Tennessee's doing. Jacksonville's not. Chicago's not. Seattle's not. Maybe Indy. Maybe Atlanta. Denver's not. Baltimore's not. Cleveland's not. Chargers aren't.
Michael says, I've done that before, Bad Dog. WCW, NWO for life.
There you go, Michael. 1997, baby. That was best year for WWF and WCW.
That's when I used to watch it too.
97. I started at the beginning, and I'm like, I think I'm through April. I just loved the storylines. I love watching Stone Cold's meteoric rise because that's my guy. So I love watching him at the beginning of January when nobody really cheered for him. By the end of January, the place would explode when they came into the building. And I always loved my favorite rivalry in the history of wrestling is Bret Hart and Stone Cold. I know a lot of people love the McMahon Stone Cold thing. I always loved Bret Hart and Stone Cold because people forget Stone Cold was a fantastic wrestler before he had his neck broken. His skill set was amazing. So you want a really good wrestling match, watch Stone Cold and Bret Hart Survivor Series 96. It was amazing. The same thing with WrestleMania 13. That's obviously the big one, the iconic match. But I loved that. And then he started to deal with The Rock at the end of 97. So 97 was a great year for wrestling.
That's when I watched it, the Attitude Era.
Yeah.
Petit Freer, he was a guy that some people thought could go early second round at the tackle spot.
Yeah.
So at least according to pre-draft expectations, this seems like good value for the Titans out of Ohio State. And a lot of Giants fans thought that the Giants may be interested in taking Ohio State linemen because Bobby Johnson, I remember there was a video came out that he was talking to the Ohio State lineman, and he said that he liked what he saw, but obviously they did not do that.
All right, let me look at Peter Schrager's last tweet here. Somebody's asking me to look at it, so let me see if I can find it here.
And Zig says Wilson 81. If he's there, I doubt it. We would have taken him already. We've passed up on him like 8 times. So 4 times, whatever it's been. But no, I don't think so. AJ Jones says, is James Cook gone? Yes, James Cook is gone.
All right, Peter Schrager. Let's see what he says. That's not it. Izudu, the Giants play tackle and guard and did them on the same drive sometimes. On first down, he played guard. Then they'd move him to tackle for second, and then back to guard for third down. Another chess piece for Daboll's offense.
Yeah, so to me, they find he sounds like a depth lineman, a guy that they could plug in a lot of places, which is valuable. Maybe some people feel it's a little bit early. Maybe you could have got him at 87 instead of or 81 or whatever we're picking instead of 67. Mm-hmm. There goes Muma to Jacksonville, but I'm satisfied that we took a guard though. I think it was something we needed to do, and that was the guard they wanted to take.
There's a lot of people talking about Nakobe Dean's shoulder and declining the surgery, and that's why he's dropping.
And I'm assuming that's the tweet that he asked about. Peter's tweet about the Giants pick. I tagged you.
I just read that one.
I'm assuming that's what it is, right? Okay. And I know there's an echo, guys. I can hear. I know Bad Dog can't when I hear it, but that usually will go away within a minute or two. I think I'm almost caught up. But by the way, I'm just trying to keep it with the chat, so it's hard for me to thank you to everybody for being here. We always appreciate all the support
Absolutely.
You guys.
Absolutely.
I know when we do these streams, there's always going to be people that are not happy, and I understand it, especially when they're taking guys that you didn't necessarily think they would take.
Right.
We got to give these guys an opportunity, man. We got to give this new regime an opportunity.
Yeah, like I said, we'll know. We'll watch the product in the field, and we'll know if these guys are good or not. We'll find out. We're going to find out eventually.
I think Chanel already got drafted, didn't he? Brandon says, does Chanel Harris Dulcich get out of this round? I think Chanel got drafted, if I'm not mistaken.
I honestly
pretty sure he did. I think he got picked at like 64 or something like that. The others have not been picked.
Mets are throwing a no-hitter through 7.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to. If that gets to the 9th, I'm gonna have to flip that on. If there's like 2 outs to see if they get it. Matter of fact, let me just start recording it so I can watch it after it. If they do in fact do it.
Yeah, I just saw
That'll
that.
take you 2 seconds. I'm going to record that right now because
Yeah,
I want to see that if, in fact, they do that.
they only have one in their history, right? It was Johan Santana.
Yohan Santana, yeah,
And he
man.
was never the same after that.
Yeah.
Fell apart. Threw like 148 pitches or whatever the hell it was.
As far as your other Christian Harris, Dolchich, do they get out of the round? They could. I mean, listen, I have no idea. At this point, it's very possible. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Dolchich did. I wouldn't be surprised if any of those guys got out of this round outside of Chanel, who's already been picked.
It's a crapshoot at this point.
Yeah. Bears picks in.
They've definitely addressed that secondary so far.
And Tyler says Cade Mays would have been a better pick. Can play guard and tackle. Played at Georgia and Tennessee. Yeah, I'm sure most people agree with you guys because this guy was supposed to be a 5th-round pick.
Right.
So I'm sure most people agree with you. Blue Scale says allowed only 2 sacks in his career. Potential for sure. It sounds like they view him as a guy that can play multiple positions. So maybe, a guy kind of like
a depth piece.
Yeah.
The depth piece with the possibility, of development to become a starter. That's really what and again, that's kind of what you're looking at here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll give you an example, Bad Dog. In 2020 or 19, when we took the 3 linemen, I think it was 2020, the fans loved the Matt Parrott pick.
Oh, they loved it.
They freaking loved it. They're like, how did you get that? And myself included. Everybody buys in.
Yeah.
Like, this guy was supposed to be a late 2nd round pick. Look at the upside. Look where he was projected to go. Matt Parrott sucks.
Oh, he's horrible.
So, like, a lot of times it comes down to finding the guys that you feel best fit what you're looking to do with your offense. And they may view him as the type of guy that fits what they're looking to do. Yeah, it's looked at as a reach, but let's give the guy an opportunity. Let's give the team an opportunity. Bears picks in here at 71st overall. Juke says Willis is Indeed.com to get drafted by Target.
I can hit the head real quick.
Yeah.
Bears pick Veluz Jones. Sure. Right back.
And Parrott is a shit sandwich, Grim. But most fans did not feel he was a shit sandwich when we drafted him on draft night. As a matter of fact, I remember when we drafted him on draft night, some fans thought he was going to be a better left tackle than Andrew Thomas. So we'll see what happens, man. Bears says, I'm happy with the last 2 picks, to be honest. Pick a tight end next. I'm fine with the guard pick. And again, not my dream pick with the wide receiver, but again, I'm going to give this guy an opportunity to bring in guys that he feels fit what they're best looking to do. NY Giants 26 says Slayton responds to getting cut on Twitter. Let me take a quick look. I don't know if you know this. Me and Darius Slayton are best of buds now. He retweeted me today. I feel special. I'm kidding. Well, he did retweet me, but I don't feel like any more special than I did. Let me see. Darius Slayton. There he is. Slay got time today. Bro, you're getting cut. He retweeted it, got 1,800 likes. Well, if I do, Andrew, I'll sleep good at night knowing it's not you replacing me. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Darius Slayton said, I don't give a crap. You're not replacing me.
Right.
That was pretty funny. I'm not gonna get on for that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Abe says, not bad, Shane, mediocre executive of the year.
Froman's stock on Shane is going up and down all night.
Master says, how about those Angels? I know they're off to a really good start. One of my better subscriber, bigger, got more active subscribers as an Angels fan, and he's excited. But I guess they're winning tonight as well.
Helps when Trout's healthy. Trout's a beast.
I'm gonna take a quick look on ESPN to see if the Mets got that no-hitter still going. You got me excited now, man.
I just saw, like I said, I was looking when I saw the Angels thing. I was like, I wonder if Trout did anything, but he hasn't done anything tonight. So I'm checking the Yankees out. They're still winning 3-2. And then as I was scrolling down, I saw a no-hitter alert.
Now it's not. I'm looking now. It is a no-hitter.
It's a combined no-hitter though.
It's not a one-pitcher no-hitter.
Right. It's a combined no-hitter.
But that still counts. That would still go down as the second.
And you're doing it against the Phillies, which you have to love.
Yeah, and they're supposed to have a really good lineup. But the crazy thing is, in 7 innings, by throwing a no-hitter, you would think it'd be a relatively low pitch count. They've already thrown 132 pitches.
Must be a few walks tied in there.
5 walks.
AJ Burnett, I think AJ Burnett threw a no-hitter with 10 walks.
Yeah, he did.
I think Bud Smith threw him with 11.
Yep.
Bud Smith for the Cardinals. Legendary name. Think about that for a second. A guy like Bud Smith do a no-hitter. Roger Clemens, never. Greg Maddux, never.
Yep.
Those guys never do a no-hitter.
So many great pitchers have not thrown no-hitter.
Bud Smith. That's it's crazy. It's not, a lot of that's luck.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just Randy Johnson or Nolan Ryan, and you're dominant. Or Sandy Koufax. Like those guys, no. But you would think a guy like Clemens, who was pretty dominant in his day, could have thrown a no-hitter, and he never did.
A lot of people, just reading the super chat here, a lot of Giants fans have been talking him up as well. He's been a fan favorite. Yep, he's been a fan favorite. He's an offensive lineman out of Georgia. He's a Bulldog.
We haven't taken a dog yet.
We just took a lineman. It was an interior lineman, and we already took a tackle. Do I think we could take another? It's possible we could. I don't know if he projects as a guard, but I don't think we'll take another lineman with this next pick. But
I want to look at this Nakobe Dean thing because his shoulder must be seriously bad if nobody's taking him.
I'm caught up with the chat now. So apparently Jelani Woods was taken, which was a guy that the Giants could potentially look to take a tight end.
We took him at 81 and we got a D- by PF.
Yeah, and now he goes 72.
Yep, and we took him at 81. Yep, that's what it says. Per source, linebacker Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder. Now it's a major concern, medical red flag.
So there you go. That's why.
Now this Ian Rappaport says one of the biggest prizes through 2 rounds that Georgia star linebacker Nakobe Dean has not been selected. The injury to his pec is one reason why. So is it his shoulder or pec? Of course, they're connected.
Right.
So,
and we still have not had another. The crazy story for me of this draft is there has not been a second quarterback taken. We're approaching mid.
Maybe Seattle goes. Maybe Seattle does it here.
Maybe.
Could the quarterbacks go in the 4th round?
This is crazy, man.
It is.
Let's see what they do.
This guy says not drafted in rounds 1 and 2. Malik Willis, Nakobe Dean, Travis Jones, Christian Harris, Matt Corral, Desmond Ritter, Bernard Raymond, Sam Howell, Chad Muma.
Travis Jones, there's another name. A lot of Giants fans liked him as well as a potential 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is this is Abraham Lucas. So they might.
Now Matt Lombardo just tweeted, per league source, there's a feeling inside the NFL Nakobe Dean is looking at a red shirt year due to a pec tear and meniscus in his knee.
And he's not going to get drafted.
He's not getting drafted.
Wow.
So there you go. It's a good thing we didn't draft him at 36. That's why these guys know more than we do. But yeah.
Wow.
Pec tear and meniscus.
Wow.
So you're definitely better off taking a Jabo.
Travis Jones, D tackle. It is a possibility. We did bring him in for a visit. I almost don't want to look at the chat because they must be so far ahead of us because Johnny Woods still hasn't been picked. So he must be going to the Colts.
Yeah. I don't know who Judd Davis is, but Judd Davis is, if nobody's going to take Nakobe Dean, I'm taking him for my fantasy team. Dude balls out every year. I didn't know you had defensive guys in fantasy, but he balls out every year in the best conference and then doesn't look great in a weekend track meet, and all of a sudden he can't play football. See, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He has a check mark. All these NFL insiders are saying he's serious. He's got a serious injury, and this guy's just saying because he had a bad track meet. How do some of these guys get check marks? I'm seriously like, who the hell is he?
It's not hard to get a check mark. I could get a check mark. You could get a check mark. It's not hard to get one.
Let's get one.
I don't care to get one, but you can.
I don't know how the hell you get one.
I don't know either, but you can get one. I've seen people that are, what the hell is this? They just stumbled on, what the hell is going on here?
That's a joke. It ain't funny. But the crowd is not amused.
What was that? Did they think the people that was going to be well received?
The hell are the Cheeky Boyos?
Cheeky Boyos comedy duo. And Jelani Woods does go to the Colts. What the hell was that?
What a bunch of clowns. You know what? That looked like the Giants' offense last year.
What the hell was that?
That's supposed to be fun.
We've seen a lot of crazy things during this draft. We saw the guy in the straitjacket. Now we saw, what was that?
Yeah, guys, that's staged. Shit's not funny. That was staged, guys. He didn't fall. It was staged. They're a comedy duo.
Yeah, it was definitely staged. Yeah, I think it was staged.
Staged. That's why I don't like comedies. That's the type of shit it is. This is stupid as shit. Be creative with your comedy.
I'm assuming the quarterback's going next because I saw Nick write Desmond Ritter, and Atlanta could easily go quarterback.
Okay.
So
Jelani
I don't mind if I get
tight
split.
ends are starting to go a little bit here.
Yeah. So if that is the case, that would be the second quarterback went at the 74th pick,
Desmond Ritter.
and it wasn't even Malik Willis.
Is that
If
what you
that's
said it
the
was?
case,
Yep. It is Desmond Ritter. That's what everybody's in the chat saying. So,
wow. Wow. So Desmond Ritter is the second quarterback.
wow. Okay.
Wow.
Someone saying I'm angry. I'm not angry at all. I think you would know. Obviously, that guy doesn't know me because if I was angry, you would know I was angry. Saying somebody falling down on stage that's a staged fall isn't funny, doesn't make me angry. It just, you have to actually be funny to make me laugh. I'm not just going to laugh at something stupid. My brain doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. Be creative. If somebody literally falls down by accident, then yeah, that's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. I laugh at myself if I fall down.
And LA Yankee King says, "Do you take Willis?" And no, Willis sucks.
Oh, Willis is, I'm gonna
this guy's gonna go in the 4th round. And these teams clearly think he's not good.
Yeah.
So
and there's teams that need quarterbacks more than we do.
Like, I'm not. No. I have no interest no, I don't want a quarterback. We have so many needs on this team. There's a reason these guys are dropping. People may not want to hear it because they fall in love with quarterback prospects, but there's a reason these guys are dropping.
A lot of airtime was allotted to Malik Willis these last 2.5 months. Appears the NFL isn't that into him. That was just a tweet by Tyler Dunn, whoever that is.
And Brandon Weezus, man, by the way, thank you for being a member. He says, would you be mad if we took? I'm not going to be mad if we take him. It's pick 81, but do I want to take him? No.
Malik Willis now watches his hometown team draft Desmond Ritter.
What do I want to do here? I want to go linebacker. I want to go safety. I want to go corner. I want to address some needs.
Running back, something.
Take
tight end.
Lineman, take a tight end.
Right.
And DeFron Demonic says, have people forgotten when Willis talked to that homeless guy at the combine? Didn't that make him a first? That's what, yeah.
Right, yes.
Yeah, when he did that, you would have thought he was the Dalai Lama. People made him out to be he talked that it's going to help his draft stock.
Here's another one. Malik Willis pro day was generational gas.
And
Jelani Woods makes 2 tight ends drafted before Malik Willis.
And NY Giants 26 says cheeky boys are shit. Then ghetto guys. Yeah, they were not very funny, those two.
There you go. See, I'm not the only one that thinks that. I don't even know who the hell they are, but that was just because I think that was stupid doesn't make me angry.
I didn't think you were mad. You just thought it was dumb.
I just thought it was a dumb skit.
Yeah.
I thought like I said, that guy don't know me. Go watch any of my post-game videos from last year. You want to see me mad. Go watch my Daniel Jones reaction video. You want to see me mad. If I'm mad, the veins in my neck come out big time. Yeah.
But
yeah, nothing from Malik Willis just tweeted. He said, well, it was a while ago.
Here's what I'll say, though, guys. I see King Joel say I feel bad for Willis. At the end of the day, it's better to – here's what I'll say, Bad Dog. If I was a quarterback, I would rather go to an ideal situation in the 4th or 5th round than go to a shitty situation in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah, there's going to be no eyes on you.
So at this point –
low expectations.
Willis, I'm hoping a team that could set me up to succeed drafts me. I don't even care if I go in the 4th.
Like Indianapolis.
Yeah, I want to go to a really good situation where I could sit, be mentored, and learn. That's more important than anything else right now.
Exactly. The other thing, Chris, is, he goes to a team like that where he can get in there and ball out. But again, unlike Daniel Jones, like if Daniel Jones was a 4th round pick for us,
yeah,
nobody would be killing him the way they do, right? Yeah. But the fact that he went 6th overall and followed Eli Manning and came into a lousy situation, put a ton of pressure on him immediately, not because it was Daniel Jones, because he was picked 6th. So if Daniel Jones came to us in the 4th round, Nobody, if he came in and fumbled 19 times, is going to go, oh my God. You would just kind of be like, okay, well, he's a 4th round pick. What do you expect?
I saw
He had
somebody
nothing
say,
to lose in the 4th round. He's got all the upside. Nobody's going to expect anything out of him being drafted this late.
yeah,
So it's nothing but upside from Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Sam Howell at this point.
I like Matt Corral too, by the way.
Yeah.
Christian Harris just got picked, which a lot of people like. He just got picked by the Houston Texans. But and I saw somebody say the dollar amount is significant. I agree. A 1st round pick, no, that's huge. But once you get out of the 1st round, especially if it's like late 2nd round, it's not much. You're not getting paid much.
Big of a deal.
And at that point, I want to. If I'm the guy, I want to go to the best spot where I could be mentored and put in a position for success.
Yeah.
Maybe you're talking a difference of like $500,000. Once you get from like late 2nd round to the 4th round. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it's not. I don't think it's significant once you get out of the 1st and maybe early 2nd round area.
Yeah.
Pete says at this point, I'm just choosing to trust the new regime. That's all you can do.
That's all we can do, bud. That's it. That's what we got.
I think
we haven't seen his. Shane has no track record with the Giants, so we have to watch the way the product plays out in the field.
Yeah.
If he has 2 years here where we're really bad at not showing any improvement and these picks fail, then he's going to start hearing some heat. But right now, we have to trust that he knows what the hell he's doing, and we'll take a look at the product and see exactly how it plays out this season. Especially at this juncture in the draft. I'm not going to sit there and go, why didn't he take this guy? Why didn't he take that guy? Listen, we all wanted Nakobe Dean at 36, myself included.
Yeah.
And that would have been horrible because he's got serious injury concerns. So, again, they must know more than we do. And you got to remember, every team has a different scheme. Every team has a different plan. So while somebody may be projected as a better tackle or a better wide receiver, that's just overall, but I don't think that takes into consideration the scheme that they go to. Because you can go, oh, this guy athletically, better hands, blah, 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 but maybe he doesn't fit into Daboll's system the way somebody else does.
Edward,
if you don't know how to utilize one of your draft picks, they're going to look like crap anyway.
Yeah.
So, especially in this juncture, you just look for guys that you think you can develop into a starter by this point. That's why I said this is where they make their money. You draft guys pretty much right here. Again, this is kind of backup talent that you hope projects into a starter in the future. You get into the later rounds, you're just hoping they make the team as a special teams guy. You get a guy like Tay Crowder, that's enormous
value. Yeah.
Value, right. The guy, the last pick of the draft, has come in and performed the way he has for us. And is he great by any means? No, but for the 255th pick, he's a starting linebacker and he's okay.
Yeah.
That's enormous. But you don't expect that from a guy at 255. So again, I'm going to wait to see what these guys do. I'm not going to kill them. Hopefully Wendell Robinson comes in there and he's really good. And this offense is a lot better, right? It'd be nice to have some exciting, twitchy, quick guys in the slot that can break anything open and create space for everybody else. So let's just see what happens.
And Edward, if this is true, I'm not sure if you said it in a nice way or a mean way. If you were cursed and were derogatory towards people, that's why you were kicked out. But if you just said they're not going to draft Malik Willis, somebody kicked you out, I apologize. I saw that message.
Oh, that's not your stream. It says a stream.
Oh, a stream.
Yeah, a stream.
Oh, okay, Edward Jones. I'm sorry. All right, I thought it was my stream, and then it came back.
He said a stream. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's ridiculous.
Well,
you were right.
Yeah.
You were right.
You're right. Nobody. It's not just the Giants. Nobody's drafted him.
I could have told you that 3 months ago. That we were
32 teams haven't drafted him 3 times over at this point.
Yeah,
or 2.5 times over.
I thought he might have been kicked out of my stream, so I'm sorry.
What's that? Oh no,
I thought he said he was kicked out of my stream. MY Guys 26 says take another receiver later on. Justin Ross, ideal.
I like him.
I'm open to doubling up at any position. I just want to get good football players. So
yeah, Justin Ross in later round, I think would be good.
I'd be open to it.
Because he's got talent. Again, the injury kind of threw him off a little bit. And the fact that Trevor Lawrence wasn't throwing to him threw him off a little bit. But late round, sure.
Mets got is the no-hitter up? Nope, it was a walk. So they still got the no-hitter going. Still got the no-hitter. It was either a walk or an error. There's a runner on base.
Yeah, they're gonna walk 9 guys, but they're gonna get it.
Yeah, it was a walk. So 6 walks now.
Where was Cooper Kupp? Where was Cooper Kupp drafted? Anybody know where he was?
They just showed it, but I missed it.
I didn't see where he's drafted. How big is Cooper Kupp?
I need some background on why Malik Willis has continued to slide. I don't know how big he is. I can tell you right now. But Richard Sherman just tweeted that.
Yeah, I saw Richard Sherman. Yeah.
6'2", Cooper Cup.
Oh, he's big. I didn't realize he was that big.
Yeah, he's 6'2".
People are saying he went in the third round.
Okay.
Okay.
Chanel's guy. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought Chanel went. Let me look because I keep seeing people saying I hope I want Chanel here. I thought he went. On Twitter. Thought he went.
Yes, I'm looking at.
Maybe he didn't. I guess he didn't go. I thought he went. He hasn't gone yet? Oh, you know what it was? It was Benito.
Yeah, Nick Benito.
Yeah, that's why I got confused. It was Benito that went.
Benito and Asamoah went like within 3 picks of one another.
Okay.
I think Baltimore's done with defenders.
So he didn't go, Leo Chanel. Wow. I thought he was gone. Okay. That's a possibility. All right. Raiden Dog, man, thank you very much. Watching this new guard, not a bad pick. I like it. Yeah, once I get an opportunity, I'm going to watch all these guys, but I'm curious to see what they all look like. Emma Giants 26 is a fifth or late fourth spend on Ross is good value.
Yeah, I agree. I can get on board that. Yeah.
There's Travis Jones.
Baltimore continues to load up their defense.
I think that's their first D tackle. They wanted a D tackle, but the Eagles jumped.
No, I'm saying their defense.
Yeah, defense as a whole. I know.
Defenses.
And the Baltimore's, what a draft, man. What a draft the Ravens are having.
Now the memes are starting to come out about Malik Willis.
How did the media do so bad with projecting Willis? It's simple, Darren. I'm going to tell you why. It was the worst quarterback draft class in forever. Some people didn't want to accept it, but it was the worst quarterback draft class in a really long time. And people convinced themselves the best quarterback or the quarterback that had the most potential in a really crappy draft class was still going to go early. And the teams looked and they said, no, this quarterback draft class sucks. I'm punting. I'm not going to force a quarterback pick. And every team basically did what the Giants did. Nobody forced a quarterback pick and they waited. But he was like the best looking girl in a really ugly group of looking girls. There you go. That's what I would equate it to. It was like a group of like a bunch of twos and he was like a 4. And people thought because he was the best in a group of twos, he'd go in the first round. It's not what happened. Raymond just went up the board for Central Michigan.
I'm looking.
And Dave, man, thank you very much, man. Punter Matt Areza, aka Punt God, in the 6th round.
Maybe he might go before that though.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
This is crazy.
And let's take a quick look here. Do the Mets still got the no-no? How many outs? They're going to the 9th with a no-hitter.
Detroit, Jock City, wherever that is. So some Lions fans are banging the table for Malik Willis at number 2. That actually happened. And we currently sit at number 76, and he's still available.
Yeah.
And they didn't take him.
And Rizzo, man, thank you very much. To be honest, I just take Willis at 81. It's great value.
No.
Why? I mean,
yeah. How's it great value? If it's great value, he
would have been gone by now.
Up by now.
There's a reason these guys, all these quarterbacks are dropping.
Yeah, exactly.
JD, man, thank you very much. Chris, all these Willis fanboys are in shame. Carolina thinks Darnold is better. Atlanta, Ritter is better. Seattle, Locke is better. Is Rolly here? Listen, I don't want to laugh because I do think if Willis is set up properly, I still think he could be a good quarterback. So I don't want to laugh. I'm not happy that the guy's dropping. I don't want to celebrate that the guy's dropping. I didn't think he dropped this far.
I didn't either. I just didn't think we were taking him. I didn't know where he would go in the draft, but I didn't think he was right for us.
But I hope he succeeds. I hope he gets put in a good spot and he succeeds. But I'm surprised he's dropped this far, but I'm not surprised.
That guy's shirt said no land like Cleveland. Well, you got that right. That place is a dump. Cleveland's one of the worst cities I've ever been to in my life. Terrible.
And John, man, thank you very much. He says, trust the process. Numerous NFL executives have said Shane's top quality is he knows how to scout. Just because we don't know the names he's drafting doesn't mean they are busts.
Correct.
Like Trust the process.
And remember, John, and I mentioned this before, obviously we got Evan Neal, which was awesome, but Shane doesn't usually take linemen early. He's had the propensity to find good linemen later in the draft and develop into solid linemen. So, yeah, again, I wanted a guard. I thought Parham's still there. Like, no one's taking Parham, right?
I wouldn't mind. I don't mind taking another guard.
I'm just saying he's still there.
Yeah, I would take him. I take
the projections out the window at this point, and just again, the Wendell Robinson thing was kind of strange.
Yep.
But it is what it is. These guys know better than we do. They know what they have a plan. We don't know what the hell their plan is.
Yeah.
So like I said, until Joe Shane until we look at this product for at least a couple of years, and if it's looking the way it has the last couple, then we're going to start saying, what the hell are you doing with this team? But we have to at least see the way it plays out before we go, that's a terrible pick. What the hell are you doing?
Randy says, so if we trust him, of course it would be Randy. I'm not going to cry if they take Malik Willis at this point.
No.
I'm going to say, yeah, sure. Take him.
Yep. Whatever.
if they
make him into a superstar.
They feel he's the guy to pick here. Take him.
I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to be mad no matter who they pick at this point.
But there's a reason the guys dropped. There's a reason all these quarterbacks have dropped. But if they take him, take him. But I've said it the whole process. I don't want to take a quarterback in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. This is not the draft to take a quarterback.
Yeah.
But if they take him, okay. Peter says, bottom line is this. Malik Willis is a freak of nature athlete. Draft him and teach him a new position. Many quarterbacks in college, and I'm not saying that I want that. I hope he's a quarterback, and he's great, but they've said that about several and that never works out. I remember they said that about Cordell Jones. They said that about Tim Tebow. They said that Terrell Pryor. Yeah. Alex Wright just got drafted to the Cleveland Browns. So we're up in 3 picks. You got the Chargers, Denver, and the Giants.
I think the thing with Malik Willis is he was so hyped up. Like, I think that's why people are mentioning him so much. And it's not because we're not talking about why is Sam Howell still on the board, who was a projected Heisman favorite going into the
And by the way,
or Matt Corral, what a great year.
I was going to say, by the way, everybody's attention, just because I guess he was like Giants fans' favorites, or at least some Giants fans' favorites, is focused on Willis. It's just as surprising to me that Matt Corral is still available.
Yeah.
And it's just as surprising to me. Who's the other quarterback you just mentioned?
Sam Howell.
Sam Howell. I didn't think
Desmond Ridder didn't go to the third round. We had Kenny Pickett go at 20. We didn't have another quarterback go to the third round.
Yeah. So
this isn't just Malik Willis. It's just Malik Willis got the most hype.
Yeah.
Going into the year. So he had a lot of eyes on him because of his athletic talent. And again, that's great. But I think Chris and I talk about how he's raw and he's a project, and you don't take a project when you're rebuilding.
Yeah.
You take a project when you have other pieces in place and say, okay, we'll take a flyer on him in the fourth round and see what he can do. But when you need pieces to grow your team, I don't think you want to take a flyer at any point. Now, if he drops into the sixth round,
why not?
At that point,
yeah.
Cares.
But, Steve says, Tana, are we going to? I don't know if it's official what Bad Dog found, but if it is official, he's not going to get drafted in this draft because
they said he has a torn pec and a torn meniscus.
He's redshirting. So he's not going to be drafted, which is why he's falling.
That was what it said about Nakobe Dean. So nobody's going to take him.
And Peter, man, thank you very much, man. It raises an interesting question. What is a non-franchise quarterback worth to a franchise? The league is telling us not much. Yeah, I mean, listen, I stand by my philosophy. That's my opinion. Everybody's got their own opinions. I don't take a quarterback in the first round, specifically early in the first round. Even if unless I have an incredible, surrounding cast. Even then, though, I don't take him early unless I feel he has the potential to be a top 3, 4, 5 quarterback in the league. I'm not saying he has to reach that, but he has to at least have that capability. And it's clearly obvious that no quarterback in this draft, these teams felt could do that. Because if they did, they would all been drafted by now.
Right. This is 5 minutes before the draft. Are these guys still available? It's Nakobe Dean, we know. Leo Chanel still out there.
He's still there.
Perry and Winfrey, defensive tackle.
I believe he's still
Tariq Woolen, which a lot of Giants fans like. He's still there, right?
I think so.
Cornerback Marcus Jones. This was 5 minutes ago, so I don't know one of these guys got picked in the last couple of minutes or not. And Jalen Amar Davis, cornerback, I think he plays for Alabama. But I mean, the Giants could go there too. I mean, there's a bunch of corners there: Woolen, McCollum, Jones, Davis.
I didn't read the tweet, Sports Biased. I think Bad Dog said he's can't be drafted. I think.
I want to see if I can find where the hell I saw that.
We're gonna read it to you again.
If I can find it.
You said it was Lombardo, I think.
What did I say, Lombardo?
I think you did. I could be wrong.
They always disappear on me. I ready and wrap up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Matt Lombardo tweeted 32 minutes ago. Per league source, there's a feeling. Oh, yeah. There's a feeling inside the NFL. Nakobe Dean is looking at a redshirt year due to pec tear and meniscus in knee. So that was from Matt Lombardo about a half an hour ago.
It's a feeling. So I guess that's not official.
Yep.
There's a feeling. So
right, it's not official, but
that's obviously why he hasn't been drafted.
He's saying inside the NFL, that's what's going on. That's why he's dropped. And there's a feeling that he won't be drafted. That doesn't mean he won't be. That doesn't mean somebody's going to say, oh, Nakobe Dean in the 7th round. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take him.
Yeah.
You know.
By the way, I'm not going to look at the chat. I don't want to get – I know somebody – I think Nick said the Giants are already on the clock. So I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to look away from the chat.
I must be delayed then because I don't
have it spoiled.
I see the Chargers are on the clock.
Yeah, but they're always like 2 picks ahead. Davey says, I want to give some love to Malik fans. I think he will be good. But this year wasn't the time to go quarterback. Build a team first. I got no hate for any quarterback. I hope they're all great.
Yeah, it's not like we dislike them. We just didn't think
want to take him.
That's all.
We didn't want to take him. JT Woods just got drafted out of Baylor, safety to the Chargers, by at least what we see.
Yeah.
So after the Giants pick, I'm probably just gonna if there's like an out or two, I'm gonna flip to the Mets just because I'm gonna want to see that no hitter after the Giants pick.
Tyquan Thornton ran a 4.28 40. He went 50th to New England. That's what it.
And Pete says the point I'm making, even if some of the quarterbacks are being graded as really solid backups, aren't we told that's a really valuable piece to a team? Yeah, but you could get those guys in the 4th, 5th round. You could get backup quarterbacks in the 4th, 5th rounds, and yeah, that period end of story. I mean, they're going to get drafted.
Yep.
But that is clearly what the league is telling you right now, that every team in the league is evaluating not just Malik Willis, every quarterback outside of Kenny Pickett as a backup. And Dolchich
right in front of us
with potential to start. I'm not saying they can't become starters, but as of now, they view them as backups.
The other thing is, Peter, we just signed a backup for 2 years, $17 million.
Why would we draft another one?
So that's the thing. So I just like I said, it's just the wrong year. Just the wrong year to take him. For us.
So Dolchich is supposed to go, Dolchich.
Yep.
At least according to, the experts.
Right.
The Giants up here. They could go tight end. I would probably prefer to wait till the 4th round.
Is Ruckert still there? He went, right?
No, Ruckert's still there. I think Dolchich is the 2nd tight end drafted, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, McBride went early.
He went 55, I think.
And Woods went.
I forgot about Woods.
And then Dolchich.
I think it's the 3rd tight end drafted.
So
OG man, thank you very much. When are one of you guys going to get Kyle Brandt's job? Yeah,
honestly, I don't want a job. I like doing what we do.
Kyle Brandt said the Giants should have taken Malik Willis at 5.
Yeah,
a day before the draft.
I told you that NFL Good Morning Football, whatever the hell it is. It's
my God, I forgot about that.
It's clown.
Oh my God, I just saw a dude that I know that's a Giants content creator. He's there. That's pretty cool. He's on. He's more of a Instagram guy, but I've been on a YouTube stream with him before. I can't remember the guy's name, but he's there obviously.
So
and we just took a quarterback, and that's the Giants actually brought him in for a visit. Cordell Flott. I did not do any research on him, but and again, this is going to be perceived as a reach because I remember when I looked at him, he was more of like a 4th or 5th round guy. So this is back into the 3rd, but This is a guy that the Giants brought in for a visit. He was one of the top 30 visits that the Giants brought in. So they clearly had some interest in him. Maybe some Giants fans thought they could potentially take him in the 4th at 111 or whatever, but I'm not surprised by the Giants picking him because they did bring him in for a visit. He was one of the 30 players they brought in.
There's John Mara going against a medium soda.
Yeah. So I'll do some research on him as well. But he was a guy that the Giants brought in. So you shouldn't be too surprised that we picked him.
Yep. Yep.
We brought him in for a top 30 visit. All right, Pete, man, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't mean for us. I'm just talking for general philosophy. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you, man.
Yeah, like I said, it's been the fact that all of these quarterbacks have dropped like this is insane. It really it's rare that you have two quarterbacks taken in the first 82 picks. Let's see if the Falcons take them.
Let me see here. He was one of the guys we brought in for a top 30 visit, though. That I remember. In terms of where he was projected, yeah, again, it's a reach. He's a 5th or 6th round pick. So people are going to think it's a reach. Giants are just saying, we're taking guys we like.
Yep.
That's what they're doing.
Oh, it is.
We're taking guys we like.
Yep, that's it.
We're
taking guys that fit their scheme.
David, man, thank you very much. Did we just take Corey Ballantyne? I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a late 3rd round pick, so maybe we'll see.
I'm just interested to see where the hell the quarterbacks are going to go now.
But all these guys are going to be viewed as reaches by like the general consensus.
Of course. Again, what the hell do they know?
Yeah.
Again, I mean, who the hell projected Tom Brady to be good? Yeah.
And let's see. Beamer says outside of talent level, maybe taking quarterbacks outside the first round, avoid the fifth year option. I mean, I don't know if you're saying it's more beneficial to take a quarterback outside of the first. If anything, it would be more beneficial
because you would have them under control for a 5th year.
Yeah,
you can do it. If you don't, they're gone after 4. You have to re-sign them.
You got to pay them.
Yeah.
That's why, like the Ravens, for example, or at least it may be part of the reason why the Ravens traded up to get Lamar Jackson at the back end of the first round, because it gave him the ability to sign him to the 5th year extension. Yeah. Which is why I said on Twitter today before the draft started that I thought if the Giants wanted Malik Willis or wanted a quarterback, they would have moved up to 31 or 32 to have the opportunity to sign him to the 5th year extension, being that it would have been a small move from 36 to 31 or 32. So that's more of a reason to take a quarterback in the back end of the first round.
Yep.
Who projected DJ to be 6? Nobody projected DJ to be 6.
Nobody. The Giants.
I think he was more of like a mid to late first round pick. That's what maybe very early 2nd round pick projection. But people didn't have him as 6. Leon Chanel won't be in the 4th round. Probably not. But he could be. I mean, people didn't think he'd get here, so who knows? But probably not. 3 more outs for the Mets. Yeah, I'll pop on there. I know I'm here for the draft, though, so I don't want to do that too much. But when there's like 1 out to go, I'll pop on there. I'm taping it, so I'm going to watch it back. Pete, man, thank you very much. Chanel was regularly mocked to the 2nd round. There must be a story here.
Yeah, didn't say anything about.
I saw him going in the 3rd round in some mocks. But
yeah, that's just a Patriots thing. This says nothing about it. Nothing here. I see nothing on him.
Yeah, he's a back end of the 2nd round guy. He was, at least according to this site, which compiles a lot of the most popular mocks. He was in the 55 to 60 range. So he was a back end of the 2nd round guy.
Yep.
According to that.
Yep. I don't know. It's definitely been interesting to say the least, but again, these projections, I don't know who makes the projections and what they base the projections on. So,
and do we have no? I don't think we have any more 3rd round. I'm pretty sure the pick we got. I don't think
that was the last, unless we trade up.
There was a comp pick. Maybe it was a 3rd round comp. I don't think so though. I think it's I think the rest of our picks are tomorrow. And we got a lot tomorrow. We
do have a lot tomorrow.
How many picks have we made? 4, 5, 5.
Yeah.
So we've got another 6 tomorrow.
Yep.
Because we added 2 more, so we got 6 picks tomorrow, and they're all before
4th through 6th rounds.
Yeah, so they're gonna go quick.
Yeah.
We got 6 picks in 3 rounds, so they'll go quick tomorrow. NY 26, man, thank you very much. He says, Dean to Philly, gonna pay off. Watch, they got him. They got Nakobe Dean. So I guess he was not redshirted, but he dropped because of medical.
Well, no, they were just saying that there was a consensus.
Yeah. Watch
in
this
the end
pay
zone.
off, though. Like you said, I remember this happened last year with the Chiefs when they got, well, I forgot the lineman off the top of my head, but the guy they got in the 6th round that kept falling because of medical concerns.
Yep.
Watch it pay off. Lume, thank you very much. My number one choice, Channing Tindall, inside linebacker, is still available so far. Hope I didn't jinx it.
Yeah.
Hope you get it, man.
Yeah.
Gary J says ESPN ranked Flott as the 85th overall player and 10th best cornerback. So according to them, we got him at 81, about the right spot. Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you look. But he was a guy that I had the back of my head because I tried to remember all the guys we brought in for top 30 visits, and we did bring him in. So I'm not surprised we drafted him. Maybe you're a bit surprised we took him there, and maybe could have got him the 4th, but I'm not surprised we took him.
Yeah.
Trent says 3 rounds down for us. How we feeling, boys? I'm still happy. I mean, with our day one picks alone, like,
Yeah, they were amazing.
people are going to nitpick drafts every year, and I understand that these last 3 picks have been reaches by what people expected going into the draft. Go back and look at any draft historically. It is very hard to find more than 2 great players in any specific draft. And I'm going to leave this draft feeling at the end of the day that we have at least 2 guys that could become great players.
Right.
So
cornerstones, which is what you're looking for.
So I'm going to obviously give these other picks an opportunity. Like the wide receiver we took, Wendell, could be really good. Who knows? But they obviously like him. They took him early. They feel he fits the scheme well. So I'm still happy. I mean, with the 2 guys we got day one, I'm happy. Am I ecstatic with these picks? No.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm going to do exactly what I said. I'm going to give this GM a real opportunity to build this team and bring in the guys that he thinks fit the type of image of the type of football team he's looking to build. Period. I'm sure he talked this over with Wink. What type of cornerback are you looking for? This is a guy we like. He talked it over with Dable. What types of wide receivers and offensive linemen are you looking for the type of offense we're looking to run?
Yeah.
So we have to give these guys an opportunity to bring in the guys that they see fit. So I'm not flipping out. We filled some needs. I don't know how good these players are going to be. He's a late 3rd round pick for a reason. Could be a depth cornerback, could eventually develop into a starter. Who knows? We got at least a depth lineman at the guard position. That was a need. So let's see what they continue to do tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, Shane has no track record of drafting, so we don't know what he's going to bring here. We have to see this play out in the field. But at this juncture, the 3rd pick we had, the guy should be a starter.
Yeah. I
mean, I would think 36, you projecting him to start very soon or be part of it. You know what I mean? He might not be like a starter, but he's going to get a lot of playing time. He's going to be on the field a lot. When you get into the 3rd round, again, these are guys that are more depth backup pieces that you think you can develop into a starter, which is what the Giants must feel about, Flott, and I don't know how to say the kid's name out of North Carolina, but they must feel that way about those guys. So let's just, again, I'm not killing the guy. He knows more than I do. And we'll see how it plays out in the field. But you got to give him at least a couple of years. Chris and I were certainly more patient with Gettleman than a lot of people.
Yeah.
So
and I'm going to be just as patient. I'm going to be just as patient with this guy, if not more patient. So I'm going to give this guy a real opportunity to build this team. This is year 1. And so far, in terms of his overall plan, he is, I think, rebuilding properly. He didn't backload salaries. He didn't sign mega contracts. I love his first 2 picks. He didn't have much money to spend in free agency. Let's let him build the team before we start flipping out as a fan base.
Right.
Before you think there's like a reach in the 3rd round and you're going to kill the guy for it. Like, You know how many times players are thought to be reaches in the 3rd round and they turn out to be good players, or vice versa, where you think it's unbelievable value and the guy slipped for a reason. So let this guy draft the way the players that he thinks fit what they're looking to do. Let him build the team the way that he wants, and let's give these players and this coach an opportunity.
Yeah, that's all we got to do. Like I said, we got to see what the hell they have in store. There's a reason they pick these players. They must fit their scheme. They have a plan. Again, we don't know what the hell their plan is.
Yeah,
we have to watch it play out in the field. We can look at all the damn projections we want, but at the end of the day, like I said, I don't know who makes these projections or where they get these projections from. But NFL teams have different projections for different players because of schemes and styles. Not everybody runs the same scheme. So not every, receiver or cornerback is going to fit what they want to do, whether the projection has the guy being a 3rd round pick or a 6th round pick. It depends on what they feel the value is. Because again, look at the quarterbacks. I mean, Malik Willis could have been in the top 5. People were like, "Oh, he's going top 5. He's going to Lions too." Somebody should trade up to get him. Atlanta might trade up to get him at 5. And he hasn't been selected yet. So there's a reason. And again, Kobe Dean was probably a top 20 pick, but he went 83rd. Why? Yeah. There's a reason for everything, and we just have to wait and see how it goes.
And I will, man. Thank you so much for being a member. I got to meet Will a couple times, once, but I hope to meet you again in another Giant game. Just appreciate the outlook, guys. Let's just see how it play. Yeah,
play it out.
That was gonna be my mindset no matter what. Year one, I have to give this guy a fair opportunity. He inherited a shit show, and you have to let this guy be a professional, pick the guys that he sees fit. And we were all ecstatic night one. Like, are we gonna really go crazy because they reached on a couple of guys that we were told or we felt by doing our own scouting should not have gone where they went, a round or two earlier? I mean, come on.
Right.
We ended up with 2 players that were supposed to be the top 2 picks in January with the first 2 picks. We got a guy that could be a transcendent tackle and a lead edge rusher with our first 2 picks. We don't know if they will become that, but they could.
Exactly.
Let's see these guys, how they do, right? I feel like once you get into especially like the mid to late 3rd round or later, it's a crapshoot.
It really is.
Throw the rankings out the window. They're going to take the guys they want to take. So I'm not surprised he took this guy.
You talked about Matt Peart. That's a great example.
Yeah.
Giants fans like, oh, what a steal. A lot of people are like, what a steal. Oh my God, 99 for that guy. He was like a back into the 2nd round pick, and he sucks.
He's garbage.
He's terrible.
I'm just flipping. All right, there's 1 strike away from the no-hitter. So bear with me, guys. I'm a Met fan. No-hitter for the Mets. Edwin Diaz closes it out. The New York Mets.
Second time.
Second no-hitter in franchise. I saw literally the last pitch.
There you go. Good for the Mets.
Unbelievable.
Good for the Mets.
Second time ever.
Good for the Mets. Like I said, bring New York back to prominence.
Unbelievable.
Bring them back to prominence.
I just wanted to see the end of that.
Tennessee traded up. Are they going to take Malik Willis?
Let's go, man. I'm happy, man. But let me get back to the chat. I just had to see that. Trent, man, thank you very much, man. 3 rounds down for us. How are we feeling, boys? Listen, I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach. I'm still ecstatic with day 1, and I'm kind of, let's see what happens with day 2. That's my mindset right now, right? I mean, the odds are these 3rd-round picks probably are not going to be immediate contributors. Guard's probably going to be a guy that does not start the season, could potentially develop into a starter. Same thing for the cornerback we just drafted. They're probably depth pieces. I don't expect them to start day 1. 2nd round pick will probably be an immediate contributor. I don't know how big of a role Wendell's going to have immediately in the offense, but he'll probably be a guy that gets some opportunities early on in the season. But the first 2 picks are going to be the guys that hit the ground running. Those first 2 round picks. The rest of the guys, you hope to find good depth, and maybe they could develop into impact players throughout their careers.
That's what you hope for later in the draft. That's it. That's what you hope for. And the Yankees aren't, for Yankee fans, Yankees aren't throwing a no-hitter, but they're up 7-2 in the bottom of the 7th.
Nice.
Judge hit a 3-run bomb in the top of the 7th. If you're wondering about the other New York team, and the Yankees and Mets the Yankees win, they're 14-6. The Mets are 15-6. So New York is running the Major League Baseball right now.
I can't wait to watch that game back. I can't believe he threw a no-hitter. Davey, of course, it happens on the night that I do the draft. Davey says this.
Yeah, when nobody's there probably some people watch because it's day 2.
Yeah, it's day 2.
Day 1, nobody watched.
Yeah. Davey says the same guys that say we're reaching said Malik was 2nd off the board today. Well, I don't know if I don't know if that some I'm sure. They don't know blank. Shane follows his own star. You got to believe.
Yeah. Like I said, he has no track record of making bad draft picks right now.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of Gettleman like making a pick
the
later.
2020 draft. Every pick we made in 2020 was thought to be great value by the experts.
Yes.
Caleb was supposed to be a 3rd or 4th round pick. Darnay Holmes was supposed to be a 3rd round pick. Matt Peart was supposed to be a 2nd round pick.
Yeah, Julian Love is supposed to be I think that was 2019, right?
He was a pretty good pick, though, I thought, Julian Love, based off value. But my point is, how good were those picks?
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure I could give you several instances where it's the reverse.
Yeah.
So let's give this guy an opportunity. Cray, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. And Jason, man, thank you very much. One of my favorite parts of this draft is the difference between projected draft boards and what teams actually think.
Yep.
All offseason, we heard about the upside of Willis and other guys, and that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it interesting.
Yep.
You can do all the homework in the world. It means shit come draft night.
Yep.
There's no way you can predict what's going to happen because every team looks at these players differently, how they're going to fit what they're looking to do. They have more information than we do in terms of medical reports, things of that nature. So expect the unexpected on draft
There
night.
he goes. Went to the Titans at 86.
And I'm going to tell you what, if you're a fan of Malik Willis, which I am,
That was a good situation for him to go to.
That is a fantastic situation for Malik Willis to go to.
Absolutely.
He now goes to a good football team.
Great line, great running game,
great running attack, and he sits and he learns behind Ryan Tannehill. That if I'm Malik Willis's friends and his agent, I tell him you're better off going to Tennessee in the third round than going to the New York Giants in the second.
Yep. I'm going to tell you why. Because if you're going to get more money at the beginning.
Yeah.
But if you get killed on a really bad team, like Daniel Jones say,
they move on from you the next year, 2 years, especially.
You don't know what Daniel Jones is going to get. But if you go to a team like that and you light it up for 2 years, you're getting paid huge. That second contract's where you make your money.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a quarterback. Yeah, you're going to make nice money if you're picking the top 5, but you're making $45 million. You're $45 million a year if you come in and ball out. So it's better for Malik Willis to be on the Titans than the Lions, than the Giants, than a team like that.
He's not going to be thrown into the fire.
Right.
He's going to be able to sit, learn for a year, maybe even 2 years.
Yep. It worked out good for him.
And eventually, if he keeps working and he gets better when they're ready to move on from Tannehill, he'll get the chance.
Yep.
But he's got put in a good spot.
And I think at some point, I'm not saying Tannehill's going to get hurt. They're going to start Willis, but I think at some point you may see him in there. They may throw him in there in some kind of gadget play or just put him in there because he obviously can run. He's extremely athletic and he can throw the ball, country mile. But yeah, this is a great situation. That's one of the teams we talked about, Chris. If he went to the Titans or like the Bucks,
Vikings,
the Colts, it's a great situation for him. If he would have went to Atlanta, he would have got killed. If he would have went to the Giants, he would have got killed. If he would have went to the Lions, he would have got killed. Teams aren't set up to try to develop
right into the fire with a horrible football team.
Yep.
And in a year or two, they would have moved on and drafted another quarterback, especially if he was a first round pick.
Yep.
So now he gets to sit. There's no pressure.
Right.
You sit behind an established quarterback with Ryan Tannehill.
I'm happy for him.
And he's got tools, but he's got to develop as a quarterback. So he gets his opportunity.
But when you're a good team, you can afford to take him and try to develop him. When you're a team that's rebuilding, it's hard to take him and then say, well, you're going to either learn on the fly or you're going to sit behind for a year. Then we're going to try to develop you. Because you can try to do all the development you want in practice and in scrimmage and in preseason and all that. But until you actually get out there and see the speed and the complexity of the defenses and how quick those corners close and how fast those windows close, it's not the same. Simulate an NFL game all you want. It's not the same as an actual NFL game.
Yeah.
So it'd be much tougher for him to develop with a poor team around him like us than it will be for him to develop with Tennessee. So it was
and I see what Authentic says, by the way. It is a hypothetical scenario, but I'm telling you what I think gives him a much higher probability to succeed, especially being that everybody said he's a project quarterback. He's a one-read quarterback. He's got bad mechanics. He has things to work on. He went to a small school. He's not a polished quarterback yet. I think it is better for him to at least sit for a year on a team where there is no pressure. You're going to go to a team that is a winning football team. You're not going to be thrown into the fire. You have a pretty good support system, and he gets to go in maybe year 2 and become that starter. I just think it's a much better fit for him.
I'm going to say this. Every single thing about the draft is hypothetical.
Yeah.
Every single thing is hypothetical. Everything. We don't know what any of these guys are going to do in any situation. But if I'm looking at a team as a quarterback and I go to a team that is in the middle of a rebuild, that has no offensive line, that has really no receivers. I mean, the receivers are huge question marks. We still don't have a tight end, by the way. And you're coming into that situation as opposed to an established team with a great offensive line, probably the best running back in football or one of them. So you have a security blanket. You have a veteran that you can learn from, and you're not going to have the amount of pressure being a third-round pick, especially in a place like Tennessee, as opposed to being the 7th overall pick in New York. Can you imagine the pressure that he'd be under in a worse situation? There's no doubt about it. The Titans are a better team than we are. So he's obviously, that's not hypothetical. That's fact. Tennessee is way better than we are.
Yeah.
That's not hypothetical. He's going to a better situation.
Yeah. So make sure I got everybody here. I don't want to miss
Zaire Rice is Malik DeMarcus Russell. No, DeMarcus Russell went 1st overall.
Yeah.
Malik is not him.
No, as of now, Malik's a backup who needs to prove
If Malik isn't good, he'll never be labeled as a bust. He went 85th.
Yeah.
If he ends up being good, they'll be talking about Russell Wilson. Because that's about where Russell went, right? He went in the 3rd round someplace. I don't remember the exact pick, but he was a 3rd round pick.
Yep.
So he's either going to be, well, we tried and he had good skills, but he was never able to develop them in the NFL, or that's Russell Wilson.
Yeah. He's got an opportunity. He's not going to start this year, but he's got an opportunity to sit and learn and grow, and he has tools. Nobody's going to deny. I think I do not think he has Josh Allen upside. And I think that's clearly evident. Yeah. The professionals don't think he has Josh Allen upside. He would have been drafted much earlier, but I do think he has upside enough to be a very good quarterback in the NFL. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Jay says, one of my favorite parts of the draft is the difference. Oh, I already read that. But Jason, man, thank you very much. Blake says, I hated the Flott pick. Just watched his combine workout. Holy smokes. He has insane backpedal and quick fluid hips.
I think he ran a 4.4 as well. So he's fast. He's not huge. I think they say he's like 6 foot 175. So he's not a massive corner. He's not small. Yeah, average, but I think it said he ran a 4.41. So again, like I said, these guys, they do a lot more research. That's their job.
And they have a lot, they have a lot, they know a lot more than we do.
They have everything in their ear. And again, that's what they do. Yeah. We do this for hobby, right? Yeah. We mess around and look at highlights and look at this guy, look at that guy, and look at projections, and we do what we can from our situation, but we are not inside that lot. We're not in the NFL. We don't have all of the tools they do, and we don't do all the scouting and all the research of a guy like Flott.
Right.
So I'm not worried about this. He killed it day 1. Day 2, listen, I definitely had my favorites for that 2nd pick.
Of course.
But we're going to see what happens with Robinson, and then like the 3rd round again, you're hoping you develop starters at some point from here on out. You're hoping that these guys can turn into a starter. That's what you're hoping for.
Yeah. And I think it was King in the chat said that you're kissing his ass. I don't think we're kissing his ass. We're simply just saying we're giving him an opportunity. I don't think either one of us are saying he had a great draft today. We're just saying I'm not going to kill him based off of what pre-draft projections were in the 3rd round. Like, I'm going to give him an opportunity.
Kissing Shane's ass?
Well, yeah, Shane's ass. But I don't think we're kissing his ass.
What I would ask is, how do you know?
You don't know.
How do you know which player is better than what you really think you know better than Joe Shane? Because again, if Shane's drafts are busts for 2 years, then we'll start to really be like, you don't know what the hell you're doing. But we haven't even seen these guys play.
Yeah.
We don't know what the hell they are. We got no idea.
Yeah.
Can we at least get the guys in the field? And you know me, I'm as reactionary as impatient as anybody, but my God, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, how do you take Flott there? How do you take Robinson? You know what the hell you're doing. He was projected at 150. Who the hell projected him there?
Yeah. But anyway, let's get to these. Imp says nightmare day. Listen, I understand why fans feel that way, especially when you do your pre-draft preparation. You look where these guys are supposed to go. You have in your head pre-draft who you want, your 10, 12 players at this pick. Who I had my 10, 12 players. They didn't take them in any of those picks. So I understand, but at the same time, I'm going to give this guy an opportunity. Crixie says, we have a lot of picks tomorrow. What do you expect? Expect the unexpected. I don't know what to expect. Just like today, you don't know what to expect. They're going to take their guys. Expect for them to take guys that they feel fit their schemes, what they're looking to do. In terms of positions, I mean, I think they'll probably take another lineman. I think they'll probably take a running back. They brought in a lot of running backs for top 30 visits. I think they'll take a tight end. They got 6 picks. I would be surprised if they don't take a tight end, a running back.
Yeah.
Probably
secondary help, probably.
Maybe another corner or safety.
Defensive tackle, perhaps.
Yeah, but we don't know. I mean, maybe another receiver for all we know. We don't know.
Right.
And Nicky says, great pick, tweeted, I wanted him early round 4 2 weeks ago. I'm assuming you're talking about the corner, Nicky. Yeah, I should have done a little more research on him. I knew that we brought him for top 30 visits, so I knew there was some interest. I should have looked into him a little bit more before the draft, but I didn't. MY Giants 26 says Pistine is an Eagle. I hope it doesn't pay off, but yeah, obviously a lot of Giants fans wanted him, and we'll see if the medical concerns were legitimate. Abe says if we could predict these picks, we would be on. We would not be on YouTube. We'd be in the war room.
Right. Exactly. That's why I say that all the time. There's a reason they are where they are, and there's a reason we are where we are.
Yeah. Cressler says 8+ draft rebound. I'm not going to say anything. I can tell you the first round.
He nailed it.
As of now, I feel he nailed it.
Yeah.
I will, again, my opinion may change in a year or two when I see these players. But as of now, I love what they did in the first round. Outside of that, I don't know.
They're question marks.
They're question marks. That's what I could tell you. So I'm not giving an A+, but we don't know.
Yeah. Don't know. We'll have to find out.
And Fix the Line says 3 reaches. They are reaches. Honeymoon officially over.
According to the projections.
Yep.
They are reaches.
True. Blue Monkey says, what do you think about Barkley being touched by the hand of God? No. If he was touched by the hand of God, he would never get hurt.
Unfortunately, he's also been injured by the hand of God a number of times.
He would have never gotten injured. Do I think his first year he looked like he was an incredible talent? Absolutely.
God. Amazing.
Absolutely. But since then he's had bad luck. He's had injuries, right? So that's part of it. And that's part of the position. Nick says no offers for Bradbury during the draft. Shane said that. Okay. I'm honestly not shocked.
Me neither. It's a lot of money.
And teams know that the Giants are desperate to get rid of him.
Yep.
So we don't have leverage.
We have no leverage. We have no hand.
Yeah. And Michael says Flott is ranked 200 by Dan Brugger. This has been a disappointing day too. We have multiple forts and fits to take this guy. To take him. And what you're saying they reached. Miss Dulcich, missed Booth. Yeah, well, Dulcich went the pick before, but maybe you're saying we could have taken him at 67. And Booth, I think, went after we traded down, but we could have taken him rather than trade down at 36. And I wanted Booth. Wanted Booth. But for all we know, they feel that Booth didn't fit their scheme. But yeah, I wanted Booth, Mike. I'll be the first to tell you. And I think almost every Giant fan would have been ecstatic if we took him.
Yeah. I agree.
So I agree with you, Michael. But let's give these guys an opportunity. That's all I can say.
Yeah. And again, I don't know who Dane Brugler is and where Dane got 200th. I mean, these experts have these players ranked all over the place. And how much research do you think they actually do on each and every one of these players?
No way. I mean, there are definitely guys that do a lot of research, but
they do. But I'm saying, you think that they really have research for, say, I don't know, 500 players?
I mean, the guys that do it professionally, I would hope.
Dane Brugler, whoever that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but I think a lot of people just go based off of the consensus rankings. They say, well, this guy should have won in the 5th round according to what they said pre-draft. Yeah. And it like I said, once you get out of the 2nd round, it comes down to how these teams fit what they're looking to do. They don't care if PFF thinks he should be a 5th round pick. If they think he's a great fit to do a specific role for their defense, what they could see him doing. But I could see the argument, even if you feel that way, kind of like Michael was saying, you could probably have still gotten that player around later. So I understand it. I definitely understand it. And it's the way I feel. But at the same time, I want to give this GM a true opportunity before I start to flip out. But I definitely think it's fair by the fans to be skeptical about some of these picks.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I mean, that Robinson pick.
Yeah, I'm not telling you. I'm not saying, but am I going to flip out? No. I'm not going to flip out. Not year one. Not after we had the day one that we had. Card Coach says my mom was there for Santana. That's awesome, man. That game ironically ruined Santana.
It did. They ruined him.
But Richard says, okay, Mr. Picks live. Explain them to me. I mean, Richard, they're reaches on paper. We took a wide receiver that many felt would be a mid to late third round pick, probably. We took at number 43 after we traded down. So a mid-second round. We took him probably 30 picks early or so. We took a cornerback that I don't know if he's 200th, but at least according to one individual he was.
But the other thing is, Chris, didn't somebody say
3 players at least around early?
Didn't somebody say ESPN ranked Flott at number 85 and we took him at 81? And they said that was so. again, I guess it depends on whose projection you're looking at, which is why that's so difficult to decide what's a reach and what isn't.
Yeah.
Because somebody said ESPN had him ranked 85th and the Giants took him 81st.
Yeah.
We'll know in September, October, November. We'll know.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what Chris and I said last night. We don't give a damn what the hell they do. Yeah, do we have our favorites that we wanted them to pick? Of course. But after the first day, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
It matters, but at the same time, it's not like you're going to kill the guy. Oh, man, how did you take this guy? How did you take that guy? Especially once it like tomorrow. Like,
I mean, it's in 2 or 3 years, we'll look back at the draft and
Right.
we'll say this was a horrible draft if these
Yep.
guys don't exceed what people think they could be.
exactly.
But if 1 or 2 of these later round picks work out to be contributors on the team and those first 2 picks
Right.
work out to be home run picks, we'll look back and say that was an incredible draft.
Right. Yeah,
So-
that's all you can wait and see. Like I said, these guys haven't stepped foot in the football field, and
Yeah.
people are already saying that's a terrible pick, but we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they are. Hopefully they're not. Maybe they are. Maybe, like Chris said, maybe we look back at this draft in 2024 and go, God, that was a shitty draft. Like we look back at 2019 for the Giants, go, but that was terrible.
Yeah.
That was a terrible draft. Or 2018, boy, that was a terrible draft. Or 2017, boy, that was a terrible draft. 2016, was a how many terrible drafts have we had?
Way too many.
So you just got to wait and see.
And Parham went 90th to the Raiders.
Yeah.
That was a guy we could have potentially been interested in.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got Mike says, as usual, yesterday, today was a micro day. Today definitely wasn't an exciting day.
No.
Definitely not an exciting day. Like last year, day 2 was an exciting day. We traded down and still got Azeez Ojulari.
Yep.
That was a pick all Giants fans rallied behind. We loved it.
Yes.
The year before, McKinney, loved it.
Yeah.
We didn't have a pick like that today.
No, we did not.
Jimmy, thank you very much, man. Tony has showed flashes of wide receiver 1. Receivers are heavily needed, especially as the weeks go by. The additional competition may spring Tony to an alpha dog situation. Dogs need competition to max. Hey, Jimmy, the more the merrier at the wide receiver room, and especially when you factor in how injury prone all these players are that we have at that position specifically. The more the merrier. And I do see how he fits the type of offense that they want to run. So I see that. I was a little surprised when they made it. I thought they would go with a different type of wide receiver if they were going wide receiver there, but I do think he could be a good fit. Anthony says, what are we doing with the Bradbury situation? I don't know at this point. I mean, we may cut him or we may just keep him. I mean, at this point, I don't think they could go into the year thinking that Flott's going to be the starting outside corner. I don't know what they feel about Aaron Robinson in terms of his ability to, but I mean, at this point, I'm actually leaning we may keep Bradbury. But we'll see. And it all depends on how, what they're going to have to do to potentially affect future cap space. But I'm leaning we're going to keep Bradbury. But that I would not be surprised at all if we don't.
I just want to see. I'm just going to look at the grades real quick. This is sporting news. So, the Giants were 43.
Dharma says solid picks. We got what we needed in the guard pick. I'm completely fine with.
I'm just going to, again, just take this with a grain of salt, but I'm just going to read you the grades from sportingnews.com. Wendell Robinson was a B. So they gave the Giants a B for that pick.
So that's average.
What do we pick? 67 was next, right? They got a C for Joshua Azudu.
Mm-hmm.
And then 81. They got a C for Cordell Flott.
Yeah, so mediocre in terms of value. That's the way they view it. And we didn't get value today based off the pre-draft rankings.
Right.
They took who they wanted to take.
Yep.
But
again, there's no F's or D's or anything.
Yeah.
Like that.
Tiana says it's not when you go, it's where you go. Yeah. And I'll go back to that 2020 draft. I'll say it again. Matt Parrott was an A. Man, people love the Matt Parrott pick. So let's see what happens.
Let's see what they said about Cody. Maybe somebody read this already. I'm just going to read what they it says Giants didn't address cornerback early and had to add some depth in position. But this late selection means they'll probably keep James Bradbury. Flott is more of a developmental size, speed, prospect, and coverage.
Yeah. So I think we're going to keep Bradbury at this point, unless we make a trade, which is possible still. Like if we trade a player for player trade or something like that. But outside of something like that, we're probably going to keep Bradbury, which
Yeah, it
fine.
sounds like it. Which means they just have to move some money around, and that's their job, right? To find the money to pay these guys, and they will.
Maybe
All right.
maybe they extend Bradbury. We'll see what they do, but
This is what it says about Robinson. It says Robinson is a big playmaker out of the slot, both with quickness after the catch and some speed to get downfield. Giants needed more dangerous weapons for Daniel Jones. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with the roles of Sterling Shepard and 2021 first rounder Kadarius Toney after this pick. Tony's probably going to be here. Shepard's going to be going next year. So,
but yeah, no, I see what Michael said. The Caesar reaches. I agree. I mean, based off where at least the experts and where the general consensus thought these guys were going to go, they were reaches.
Yeah,
based off their pre-draft, where people thought they were. They're all at least, especially the last two picks, are at least around reach based off of the pre-draft predictions. I agree with that.
Yep.
What would you give this draft so far? C+? I would go higher than a C+. I'm not saying I'm giving Joe Shane higher than a grade than that because, like people said in the chat, Joe Shane got gifted those two picks at 5 and 7. I don't know what I'm going to give Joe Shane. I have to wait 2 years, 3 years to. But in terms of like my expectations of this draft, I'm going to give it at least a B, just based off day one alone. Like I said, if you come out of any draft with two great players, which hopefully those two players are, it's at least a B for me. I mean, go back and look at any Giants draft in the last 20 years. Tell me a draft. There's one or two you could find, but very few, and not just the Giants, several other teams. And there's, of course, certain teams draft better than others. But if you come out of any draft with two great players, and hopefully we do, regardless of where you pick them, it's not a bad draft.
Right.
So I would give it like a B, maybe a B minus. I mean, if you want to factor in, but I would give it higher than a C+. The day one was too good. The day one was too good.
I agree. And Nick sent me a DM on Twitter from Zach Rosenblatt. It says Cordell Flott was asked what wide receiver was the hardest to cover this season in the SEC, and it said his answer was Wendell Robinson. Of course, he could have said that because Wendell's a Giant, but that was a 10:53. So that just happened. So that's very possible. It's like, I'm just going to say my teammate. My teammate now. But no, listen, the reviews on Wendell were good. It was just a surprising pick. I'm not killing. I don't know. I'm not killing the guy. I don't know. Listen, I don't know enough about, again, second round. Okay. It was a head scratcher. I'll admit that. But man, you get into round 3. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I don't have the time to research round 3 prospects for the NFL. I just don't. It's not my job. I know some of these guys. I have limited information. I have limited time to research it. So I'm not going to sit here and kill these guys for Cordell Flott. I don't know anything about Cordell Flott. And same thing. I can sit there and look at the projections like everybody else, and that's kind of how I decide who I want, just based on projections. That's all I can do. I'm not in the NFL. I'm not a guy that understands how to read film, because if I did, I'd be in the NFL if I knew how to do all that stuff. I don't. So I just always go by. I did not like Daniel Jones with that. I can tell you.
Yeah.
That I can tell you, but that was a first round thing. So I just have to wait to see how it plays on the field. I always look for the results, and we'll find out what these results are soon enough, and we'll know if these picks are good or bad. We'll know. We'll know eventually.
But yeah, overall, I'd probably go B right now. Going into today, I would have said A.
The first round, there's no way. I mean, we got an A- and an A+ so it would be an A.
But I would drop him to a B. I would drop him to a B after tonight. I'm not ecstatic with.
Yeah, I don't think we. I mean, again, with what I know, I'm not thinking it was.
Did they come out of tonight with any like picks where I am I'm pretty confident they're going to be big time, at least a significant contributor? No, last year I did. Last year day 2 I did. Azeez Ojulari, I thought he'd at least be a pretty good contributor at the professional level. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure of these guys. I thought the same thing the year before with McKinney. So I do think I'll drop their grade, but I'm not going to go crazy based off day 2 after the day 1 that we had. I'll give them a B. Dylan says, if the Giants were to draft a tight end, who do you think we should get? Ruckert maybe. But there's a lot. Otten's another guy.
Another one.
I would guess it's going to be Otten if I had to guess. I've heard that they have interest in Otten, but that's just a guess. But I want a tight end that can block. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't know who Donna Pondy is, but I look quick from behind. I know it's Trevor Lawrence. When she walked up to that, why is Trevor Lawrence making the pick? Matt Corral just went to the Panthers.
So there's another quarterback. So they're going the back end of the
third
third
round.
round. He'll probably be a backup based off that, but maybe he develops into something.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Do what you got to do, man.
It's always let's go Giants.
Let's go
Coming
Giants.
down on this, man. We don't know what these guys are going to be. We killed it day one.
Killed it.
Killed it.
Davey says today we drafted cornerback, interior offensive line, and wide receiver. These are all needs. We're just mad about the players, not positions. Traded back for more picks. Results will tell. Yeah, in terms of the positions, I don't think anybody's upset. They could have drafted any position, and I don't think anybody should have been upset because, as I've said all along, I feel like they have needs everywhere. So, but they took a corner. I would have preferred Booth because but at the same time, if Bradbury's going to be back, and maybe he will, maybe he won't. Bradbury's going to start anyway. If they feel Flott's a guy that could really develop into being a solid exterior corner, and maybe they feel like he fits the scheme better, maybe they felt like they could wait another round to take a corner and he could sit and learn for a year. You know, we have to see how the plan plays out. Pencilman says drafting for need of their coordinator's scheme. Well, I think that's what good teams do. You find the best players that you feel like could do a certain player may do much better in a certain situation as opposed to another based off the type of scheme you're going to run. That's what the best teams do. The Patriots do that all the time. They find players that they can get the most out of where other teams can't get the most out of those players. Not that I'm comparing us to the Patriots, but I'm just saying that's what the best teams do. So, you know, a certain player on the Patriots or, a well-run organization may do really well there because they know how to identify and put them in the right situation based off the scheme that they run. If they go somewhere else, they may look horrible. So that has something to do with it as well. Yep. Mike, man, thank you very much, man. Bobby lost and Tim shut down. Next pick was Malik. Well, I get it. I mean, Bobby puts a lot of work into this. He does a lot of research with these guys. And, he's at least like moderately, like an expert on this, right?
Because he has a better understanding
of it. He does a ton of research into these guys, and he puts a ton of work into his pre-draft analysis. And I understand where Bobby's coming from. You know, if these guys were nowhere near what he liked, then I'm sure Giants fans are going to see that and they're going to flip out. You can kill me if you want. I don't even think I'm being optimistic. I'm just saying I'm going to give this general manager and these players an opportunity. Like I said from the beginning, I promise I'm going to give this guy 3 years to build his team. This is the beginning. But am I ecstatic? No, I'm not ecstatic.
Right.
New York Giants 26 says I meant today's grade is I'd probably say a C today, A yesterday, B overall. That's probably what I would say.
Yeah.
C today, A yesterday, B overall.
Yes.
Blake says Kohler or Jelani Woods Jelani Woods is already off the board.
Yes.
Jelani Woods already off the board. He went earlier than people thought. I think he went like 70th.
Yep. I think a lot of guys went earlier than people thought in this draft.
And Blue Monkey says, what do you think of Pizzle being touched by the hand of Eli Manning?
Listen, man, when you're and he's Chris's age, like he's in so when you grow up and that's the only quarterback you really know, or well, maybe not. I mean, you'd be 19, but when that's the guy that's won you 2 Super Bowls, when those are the 2 Super Bowls that you remember, every Giants fan is going to love Eli. Eli will hold a special place in every Giants fan's heart that saw him win those 2 Super Bowls and in the clutch the clutch aspect of both of those Super Bowls. 2 of the greatest comebacks ever, the greatest throw in the history of the Super Bowl. I don't give a damn what anybody says. That throw to Mario Manningham, nobody can top that. You could never, no quarterback in the history of the league could have thrown it better. Maybe as good, but not better. Should have won an MVP in 2011. He did a lot for this franchise, and he had a lot of pressure to live up to, not just because he was the first overall pick and he got traded to the Giants, because he was Peyton Manning's younger brother. So he had the family name, he had New York market, and he handled it better than anybody because Eli took a beat. Like people think Daniel Jones. So this is how I know the ones that stand up for Daniel Jones and compare Daniel Jones to Eli Manning did not see Eli Manning's entire career. I know they didn't. I know they're younger. Because anybody that was alive to see Eli 2004 through 2006, he got crucified.
My best friend, God rest his soul, he passed away like 4 or 5 years ago. He was a diehard New York Giants fan. He wanted to bench Eli Manning for the hefty lefty.
Yeah.
And I never let him live that down. He wanted to bench Eli
Yeah.
Manning for the hefty lefty in 2006.
He got killed by
And
the fans and by the media. And I tell a story all the time. I went to the game when they lost 42-17 in Minnesota in 2007. He threw 3 pick sixes.
Yeah.
I saw a dude burn his jersey in the parking lot.
Yeah.
People were all over him. So that's how I know people are like, oh, Eli gets all this and Eli, everybody loves Eli. They didn't love him until he won the Super Bowls. So if Daniel Jones wins 2 Super Bowls, I guarantee you, no matter what the hell he did the rest of his career, Giants fans would love that guy as much as they loved Eli.
Yeah.
Phil Simms, it's the same thing. Phil Simms, and again, I was too young when Phil Simms was bad, but he sucked. He was constantly injured. He got benched for Scott Bruner in 83. Almost got Parcells fired. That's how bad Simms was. Simms got booed relentlessly when he got picked. And then guess what happened? You win 2 Super Bowls. Well, Hostetler won in 90, but we were 11-2 or whatever it was.
There's a lot to do with it.
Simms is a big part of the 1990 team.
Yeah.
People love Phil Simms. It's all about winning here. We don't care how you win, who the hell you are. You win in New York, you'll always be a hero.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
Again, but don't act like, oh, Eli never got it. And Simms got killed. Eli got killed. Daniel Jones is getting killed. And it happened in their first 4 seasons.
Yep.
So
and hopefully Jones turns it around, man. I'm praying he does.
Simms won a Super Bowl in this, I think, his 6th year, maybe 7th.
Simms got benched.
Yeah, he got benched in 83.
Yeah.
So he won a Super Bowl, and Eli won a Super Bowl in his 4th year. So if Daniel Jones turns around and we're 11-6, and he has a massive year, and we get into the playoffs, and he comes back here and he continues to succeed and win, I guarantee you people have a different outlook about him. But people are comparing him to Eli and going, Eli did people didn't kill him. Oh, they did. So that's what I'm saying. You must not have been alive to see the beginning of Eli Manning's career. I figure in order to know that, you would have been born about 94. You'd have to be almost 30 to really understand what he went through.
Yeah.
So
let's get to a couple of these, though. But well said, Beto. Killian says, boys, do we think we're still – I'm kind of up in the air. I'm leaning no. But it's not like I'm 100% no, but I'm leaning no. Especially based off the fact that they maybe they feel Flott could develop into a starter, but I don't think they could go into the year expecting he's going to be a starter. And so I'm actually leaning they're going to keep him. It'll be interesting to see how they find a way to keep him and what they decide to do. Do they extend him? Do they backload salary on Leonard Williams? How do they go about doing it? But, I think we're keeping him. I think he's going to be a Giant at this point. But far from a sure thing, but I would say at least 70 to 75%, I think we're keeping him. Richard says, is the guard we drafted most likely a day starter? I'm going to say, I think, if I had to guess, I don't think he'll open the year as a starter. We signed a bunch of guards. We signed a bunch of veterans. He could potentially, which is a good thing, by the way. Shane Lemieux got thrown into the starting lineup because our offensive line was that bad his first year. He was a developmental guard. My guess is it's going to be similar. I think the initial plan with Lemieux was for him not to start, and he got thrown into it, maybe due to injuries. I can't quite recall.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a similar plan with him, where he's going to start as a backup, a depth piece, and maybe over the course of the season, he becomes the starter or he gets an opportunity if somebody goes down or somebody's not playing well. But I think he's going to start the year as a backup if I had to guess, and maybe he could develop into a starter in 2023. Yeah. That is my guess would be the plan.
Yeah.
V-Rock, man, thank you very much, man. Jalen Werdemeyer, 6'5", 250. Yeah, I read V-Rock before the draft started, and again, completely unpredictable. But he was a tight end people like. I think he went to Texas A&M. I could be wrong on the school, but he was a tight end that a lot of people liked, and he had a horrible pro day. And some people said he may not even get drafted. I read that some people said he might go 6th, 7th round. Before that, he was a 3rd-round prospect. So he may fall. Don't be surprised if he falls. But
I don't understand how one bad day can rule
it was like historically bad. It was like really bad. Like
I understand, but does one bad day where you're off, does that really erase your entire college?
It does. Career? Unfortunately, it hurts.
That's what I mean. I'm not saying that that's not a red flag or something, but doesn't that kind of? I don't know how one day could make you rise way the hell up or fall way the hell down.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael, I understand we picked him at 67. You think he should be a day one starter. I mean, maybe he will be. I'm just throwing out my projection. I think he could end up being the starter at some point this year, but I'm going to go in with the expectation that and I don't even know if Gates is going to be playing. I don't even know if Lemieux is going to be playing. But if I had to guess, if Lemieux is healthy, he'll probably be the opening day starter at the other guard spot, along with obviously the veteran that we signed. So that would be my guess. Obviously Feliciano is going to start at the center. At least that seems to be the plan. So I would guess he won't start. If he looks good in camp, maybe he does start. We'll find out. We'll find out.
If it looks good in preseason games, we'll find out. Yeah, he has a chance.
Yeah. I'm not saying I'd be shocked if he starts.
Yeah, he has a chance.
Xerox says, I can't believe Dean went to the Shite Hawks. Yeah, I know.
It's all right.
Hopefully
it might work out for him. It might not.
Yeah.
I love Nakobe Dean, but again, there's a reason he fell as far as he did. There's something there.
Yeah. And Frank says we need a 538 type site for NFL draft. Seriously, this isn't a bad draft. PFF had Robinson as the 4th best. Really? Again, I'm gonna do after this is over. I'm exhausted. This is the 2nd straight day we've done this. We're gonna do it again today, all day tomorrow to hang out with you guys, and then probably the next day I'll start to do some research, learn some more about these prospects. I'm gonna do a little bit on tonight before I go to bed, look at some highlights and stuff, but. We get to know more about these guys. I'm excited. I want to learn more about them, and hopefully, the New York Giants made some good selections. We'll see, but I'm not going to get too high. I'm not going to get too low.
Right. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah,
during the season.
Yeah. But thank you, man. I appreciate it, buddy. Let's see. Joseph says, "Who gets to be called KT, Tibbs or Joka?"
Whoever plays better.
Yeah, there you go. But I would go. Thibodeau, because Joker's kind of a cool nickname. So I'll call him that, and I'll call Thibodeau KT. Joker's a cool nickname. Art says, our new staff from a functional organization are getting their guys. Why are we doing self-talk to accept this? We should be excited for Robinson. Trust Shane. Yeah. Well said, Art.
Yep, it's true. They're getting their guys. They know what they want.
This is just the way I'm not going to tell anybody in this chat how to do. You have your own opinions. You do what you want. What I feel, I'm not saying they're good picks, but I'm not going to say they're horrible picks until such time I see how they fit in what he's looking to do. That's it. Yeah. I'm giving Shane an opportunity, like I said I would do from the start. Right. I'm giving him 3 years. I'm giving him 3 years. This is year 1. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not jumping off the train right now.
Nope.
So I'm not flipping out. Let's see. Especially after he had a very good day 1. Brandon says, I don't understand why fans are killing the Giants for today's picks at the wide receiver spot. Is something they want to overhaul. A great point. The receivers we currently have on the roster, they don't view Kenny Golladay as a long-term answer. I guarantee not. They don't view Sterling Shepard as a long-term answer.
He's not. He'll be going next year.
Clayton as a long-term answer.
You're trying to trade him.
For all we know, they may not view Kadarius Toney as a long-term answer. Right. Hopefully they do. But yeah, exactly. They're going to bring in their guys. So,
yeah. And that's the thing. It's the future.
Yeah.
This is a rebuild. You don't rebuild your team in one draft. We're in a bad predicament. We've been in a bad predicament, and it sucks. But we have to just hope that what they're doing, they know what they're doing, and we start to get better, and we start to see these guys produce, and we start to see ourselves as a competitive football team that's going to get better. And maybe he finds a diamond in the rough tomorrow. Like Chris said, we have 6 picks tomorrow.
Yeah.
So maybe that guy comes out of tomorrow's draft.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again, Bad Dog. If we look back, and I don't know what's gonna happen, I'm not a fortune teller. But if we look back,
but
if we look back at this draft in 3 years, and Thibodeau becomes a Pro Bowl or a very good edge rusher, and Neal becomes a very good tackle, and 2 guys out of the next 9 picks become
starters,
contributors for this football team, we're going to look back and say it's a great draft.
Yep. Yeah, you're not hitting on every pick in the draft.
That's the fact of the matter.
Exactly.
So breathe. Give them an opportunity to fail or succeed.
Right.
That's it. That's it.
I agree with you. And like I said, you guys know me. I'm as reactionary and as impatient as it gets, but I got no choice but to be patient and see what the hell happens. And I'm here for the ride. I'm on it. Yeah, I didn't jump off the train. I did not jump off the train. I'm still riding that baby until he gives me a reason to jump off. Like I said, if I was on board with Gettleman after year 3 and said, I don't care if they fire him or keep him here, if I can put up with that son of a bitch for 3 years, going to give Shane the same amount of time.
Yeah. Let's see what we got. Zach Attacks has just got up work. How was the second round draft? Well, I think you're probably getting what the general, at least a lot of Giants fans feel. It's going to be labeled a reach. All their picks today. It's going to be labeled a reach because based off the pre-draft assessment, it was.
Yep.
They took every player they took basically was around early.
Yep.
That's the way it's going to be looked at by the experts and the fans. But they got a wide receiver. Look him up. He's 5'8". He's versatile. He's kind of similar to Tony, but do your research on him. I was a little bit surprised when they made it, not because they picked their guy, but to me, he's kind of similar to Tony. But again, they may be looking for multiple players like that to fit the type of scheme they're looking to run. So again, I'm going to give them all an opportunity. Then they took a guard, which I'm completely fine with.
Yep, I'm completely fine with it too.
That's their preference. They feel he probably projects to maybe have the highest ceiling, or they feel like he projects long-term to fit the type of offense they want to run.
Yep.
So I'm completely fine with that pick. I don't care if the expert said there were 2 or 3 or 4 guards that were better. They feel that guy fits their offense better than the other 3.
Yep.
Period.
There's Kyle Brandt. Giants got to take Malik Willis at 5.
I'm fine with the pick. And then the last they took
Cordell Flott,
cornerback. They took, which I'm not surprised they took him. They brought him in for a top 30 visit. I think he's 6'1".
Yeah, he's just under 6'1". He ran a 4.4 140. He's like 178 pounds or something.
So he's a little bit a little light. But they brought in a project cornerback, which late 3rd round. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. But that people are going to label it a reach. John, man, thank you very much, man. He says, just watch Shane and Dable presser, and Shane said he is drafting for need, and he is not shopping, KT. I just want DB. Okay. He's drafting for need? I'm going to have to watch that. I'm surprised he said that if he did. Michael says, I agree with day one was unbelievable. Everyone in this chat would have been. I agree, Michael.
Yeah.
And I kind of said in my video today, like, I was excited, of course. So if day one, but I said, I'm not, I don't want to overreact too much. I'm not going to give the guys flowers because GMs make their money rounds 2 through 7. But at the same time, you can't find out who was the winner of round 2 through 7 until such time you give these players an opportunity to play for multiple years. Because a lot of times these 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks are going to be guys that don't even see the football field year one. Yep. Right? They're back on the depth chart and
special teams guys.
So you have to give every draft 2, 3, 4 years before you evaluate it. That's all. I'm not, I don't know. Shane's an unknown right now. This draft is an unknown.
Right. And I'll say this, Michael, we don't know that Dave Gettleman ain't in the chat because he wouldn't have made the picks. Dave, if you're out there, we know you would have taken a wide receiver and Charles Cross. We know it.
And Jimmy, man, thank you very much. Bradbury smokescreen allows Stingley drafted at 3, Sauce at 4, allowing 3 tackles and the number 1 edge rusher on the board. Brilliant. Maybe.
Whatever it was, it worked out perfectly for us.
I honestly don't think Bradbury had anything to do with it. I think I always, not always, but as the draft got closer, when I really thought about it, because of a lot of the things that I said, the strong receiving core in Miami, Buffalo's offense, I really thought the Jets were going to go corner. And there was smoke leading up into the draft that Houston was interested in Stingley. So in the back of my head, not that I thought it was definitely going to happen or that I was favoring it to happen, but in the back of my head, I always thought it was at least a possibility that 2 corners could go. So I don't think it had anything to do with Bradbury. I think it was that the teams valued the quarterback position. They thought they were the best players on the board, and the Giants got Thibodeau because of it. Yep. BX Universe, thank you very much, man. G-Men draft is a B+ tops, and Mets no hitter. You know what? I'm not even going to give the Giants a draft grade. I'll wait 3 years to give it a grade.
Yeah, I'm not doing it either.
Yeah, what my hype is off day one, I'm excited. I like the players that they got, but we don't know what they're going to be. Let's find out what's going to happen. So I'm not even going to give them a grade.
This is the way I'll say it. Last night I was so excited I couldn't sleep. I'll be able to sleep tonight.
I'll be able to sleep tonight.
How's that?
But in the back of my head, I'll still be excited to see Evan Neal on the right side and Thibodeau going after the quarterback.
In the back of my mind, I'll still be excited to come back with Chris and all you guys and girls tomorrow in about 12 hours, 13 hours for day 3. Because I'm so excited about the draft. I'm so excited about a new direction with the New York Giants. And like Chris said, we'll see in a couple of years what the hell this turns out to be. You know, when we drafted Tay Crowder, is anybody jumping for joy going, oh, we got Tay Crowder? Probably not. But Tay Crowder ended up being pretty good. You know, So, and yeah, we always use the Matt Parrott's a good one too. And everyone's like, oh, what a great pick. Hey, he's stuck.
I mean, I can give you several instances throughout my.
Oh God, yeah. Oh my
life where
God,
people put-
tons throughout my
What about
year.
what's his name? Ramses Barden.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ramses Barden.
Ramses Barden, great value. He's gonna be the next Burris.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. He was.
How was he?
Sonoris Moss. Oh, look out for Sonoris Moss. He's gonna be like Randy Moss.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of them.
yeah. So
They're bad. And Sonoris Moss was drafted in 06. We still won a Super Bowl with that on our team.
Yeah.
So you know.
And Griff says, if this draft tells you anything, they are in complete rebuild mode. They are building this team in their vision. Aren't trying, and I think we all knew that. I mean, any rational fan knew that.
Yep. I agree.
So, and that's what I want, to be honest with you.
Yep.
I think we should learn in 2018 that if you don't start from scratch from the beginning, it could set you back a lot further.
Yep.
So I want them to do that. I want them to get the players out of here that they don't want, and I want them to start bringing in the players in here that they do want. And I realize
Jets just took Ruckert, so he's off the board.
So he's off the board. Good pick. I like Ruckert.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of other tight ends that I think.
Oh God, yes.
But that's a good pick by the Jets.
Yep.
Jets are
having a really good draft.
Jets are having a good. I mean, I think they're having a good draft at least.
Yep.
Ray, man, thank you very much, man. Flott, fourth among SEC cornerbacks in PFF coverage, 84.8. Third among ACC guards, 83 grade. What we mad about? Names. Shane's strength is in the mid rounds.
I said that, Ray, that he's been able to find his offensive lineman later in the draft. So I'm going to use his track record. I wanted a guard there. I only mentioned Parham because when we mocked, Parham was there. We did it a couple times.
A lot of people like Parham too.
Yeah.
And he was capable. The thing I really liked him is he has experience playing both the center and the guard.
But so does the kid from North Carolina.
Yeah. So I'm happy they got a guard. I'll tell you that right now. I wanted 2 offensive linemen in the first 5 picks.
Well, they said Azudu would play guard and tackle in the same drive.
That's right. Good point. Yeah.
So he obviously does the same thing. So they valued him higher than a guy like Parham, who went 90th overall. So again, who the hell is making the projections? Because Michael said that somebody projected Flott being 200th overall, and ESPN projected him 85th overall. That is a massive gap. So who are you believing? You know, it's tough.
And by the way, and I'm not trying to. I see Frank Graham. He says the Jets had a superior draft. Stop the BS. The draft sucks. And I'm not trying to knock the Jets. And I like what the Jets did. I hear that every year about the Jets. And it does that. And maybe it's because these players come into a situation where they're not set up to succeed. The Denzel Mims pick was the toast of the town. Every year I hear that the Jets have an incredible draft and the Jets continue to suck. And their players don't become good. So on draft, let's see who has a better draft in 2 or 3 years. I'm not saying the Giants are going to have a better draft, but you have to give these drafts time to breathe and see what they can do. We're not going to have immediate contributors outside of the first round in this year's draft. Maybe the wide receiver we took, but outside of that, we're not going to have immediate contributors. And I'm okay with that.
I like what the Jets have done.
I do too. I would pick the Jets draft. I like what the Jets are doing. Ray says, I don't get it. When you look
but not to interrupt you, Chris, but you're right. Yeah. We've said this for the last couple of years about the Jets, and it has not translated to the field.
We loved their draft last year, I remember.
Yep.
We loved the draft the year before.
Yep, we did.
So, Ray, man, thank you very much. I don't get it. When you look at the Bills mid-round play, I mean, I remember I liked the third-round edge rusher they took 2 or 3 years ago out of Florida. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
The Jet?
He got cut before his first year.
Oh, yeah. Who the hell was that?
And people love that pick.
God, who was that? You're right.
I can't remember, but he was projected to be like a first-round pick, and they got him in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
I can't remember. It was an edge rusher.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat's going to remember. But Rayman, he says, I don't get it. When you look at the Bills mid-round players, those guys were similar in low name recognition, but became NFL starters and few Pro Bowlers.
Just got to wait and see, Ray. I agree. Gotta wait
and see. Yeah, that was it. Ja'Kai Polite. That was it. He was a 3rd-round pick. People had him as like a top 15, 20 player. Like a week or 2 leading up into the draft. He fell to the 3rd round. Oh my God, look at it. Didn't even make game 1.
Right.
So, you know, let's see how it plays.
Frank Graham said at least Flott is taller than Dean. This is true. This is true.
But let's get to the next one here. And Prince, man, thank you very much. Bad Dog, what's up, my man? By the way, what you said about Sims and Eli with the grass in their helmet with the stupid look on his face, DJ fits that. Yeah, he does.
He might fit that, but I would like him to be fitted for a couple of Super Bowl rings like Sims and Eli were.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, listen, he hasn't played well, but my point was the two best quarterbacks in the history of the Giants got off to really bad starts. And like I said, the younger generation that did not see Eli at the beginning of his career and only saw them at the end when he was past his prime and had nothing around him. And they look at that and go, whoa, Eli sucked, but they didn't see his entire career. And they don't understand that his level was about the same. Now, granted, in 2005, I think he was second in the league in passing touchdowns or third.
By the way, I just see the chat saying it.
Yeah.
So I know people are upset about that. He just went to the Chiefs. But go, I didn't mean to cut you off.
But no, I'm just saying. So both Sims and Eli got killed until they won. If Daniel Jones ever finds a way to win a Super Bowl, they're not going to kill him anymore. Yeah. It's about winning here.
It should be about winning everywhere.
Right. I was going to say it's about winning everywhere, but yeah. So that's just my point. The ones that want to compare Daniel Jones to Eli did not see the trajectory, the low point and then the high point, and they just saw the end of his career. Kind of like me, I saw Reggie Jackson at the end of his career, and they'd always make a big deal about Reggie Jackson. I'm like, this guy sucks. I'm 10 years old, 11 years old. I'm like, this guy sucks. Like Reggie Jackson, who the hell, and then you get older and you're like, oh shit. Okay. Now I see why they made a big deal about him. Yeah. So, that's just my point. Eli took a beating. Sims took a beating. Daniel Jones is taking a beating. You win. It changes the perspective of the fans.
Yeah, of course.
That's it. And nobody in here is rooting against Daniel Jones to do that. We're Giants fans. We want to win games. Yeah. We want to win games. We're not sitting there going, listen, I've said that. I don't care how you fan. I don't tell people how to be a fan. I don't tell people how to root for their team. You root for it however you want to. If the Giants are sucking and you want them to tank, I get it. If you want to win every game, I get it. The fans I don't like are the ones that are like, oh, Daniel Jones is going to suck. And then they hope he sucks to go, I told you.
Yeah.
I want to be wrong when I say somebody sucks. I do not want to be right about that.
Yeah.
When I say somebody's going to be great, I want to be right about that. When I tell you that Evan Neal is going to be a beast, I want to be right about that.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be right about. But my reaction about Daniel Jones and it's, not being happy, I wanted that to be completely wrong.
Yeah. As do I. MYJ 26 says, let's take Ross tomorrow. Yeah, Justin Ross.
Yeah.
You've been talking him up all stream. Maybe we take him. Brandon says, shocked Leo Chanel he just went.
He just went.
Yeah, he just went. But it's obviously I'm a little bit behind. But thank you, man. Nicholas says, I miss it. We all miss Eli, man. Love you. Thank you, Nicholas. And JP King says, if you think about it, the Bills have always drafted the guys they like versus worrying about reaching. And that's the way good teams should draft, JP King.
You're right.
You don't – if I'm a GM, do you think I give a shit if
ESPN ranks a guy here?
If ESPN and people like us that are watching this stream think that I reached a round or two, if I feel that guy projects to be the best guy that's going to work in what I'm trying to do, and he's going to fit in my scheme, even if it's going to take a year or two, if he's a developmental player. If I like the player and I'm trying to build a certain type of scheme, and that's a guy that I think I will be able to maximize his potential the best, I don't care if he's supposed to go a round or two later based off pre-draft projections. I'm taking my guy.
Right.
And you can listen to whoever you want. I love Bobby. I think Bobby's great at what he does. Bobby doesn't have the information the New York Giants do on these players. He doesn't conduct interviews. So anybody. I know like a lot of Giants fans watching, but anybody on ESPN. I'm sure they're great at what they do in terms of analyzing these players, but they're
not in the war room.
They don't have,
and they're not in Joe Shane's head, and they can't project what is best for the New York Giants. They just project these players against one another. But again, it is all about the scheme. Do you think if Tom Brady ends up in, I don't know, well, Houston wasn't there yet at the time. I'm just trying to think of like a really crappy team in 2000. Who's I can't even think of really bad. The Lions.
Yeah.
No offense, Lions fans. You've been bad forever. If he ends up with or Cincinnati back then, do you think Tom Brady ends up being Tom Brady's great, But do you think if he's not with Bill Belichick, and he still went to Tampa and he still balled out, of course, he had an amazing team. But if you think Tom Brady goes to Cincinnati or goes to Detroit, he becomes Tom Brady.
No.
You think Jerry, and I love Jerry Rice, greatest football player in the history of football.
Same thing for Joe Montana, by the way. I know what you're going to say. Same thing for Joe Montana with the Niners.
Well, I was just going to say Montana. I was going to say Rice too. If Jerry Rice ends up with the Eagles or, somebody else, is he
Derek Jeter's a Royal. Is he Derek Jeter?
Exactly.
So, I mean, yeah, of course, a lot of it has to do with what organization you go to and how they evaluate you and how they get the most out of your abilities.
Yeah.
So
that's their job.
And we have
that
to
is
hope
their job to get the most out of their abilities, the players they feel that they can get the most out of them.
And we have to hope now that our GM, who we have more confidence in than the prior guy, but he needs to prove it, and our head coach, who we hope does a better job, that was chosen by our GM, are able to get the most out of their abilities.
Yep, that's all we can hope for.
And hope that they identify the players that they could get the most out of.
Yep, that's it.
Damon, thank you very much, man. Did something happen in Leo Chanel? Injury, bad interview, no idea why he's dropped it. He just went, but player evaluate. I mean, maybe they have different information than we do. Maybe there was an injury. It happens every year. There's always
guys that fall
5,
down.
6, 7 players that go much further than people think.
Malik Willis.
Well, especially once you once you get to guys that were projected to go late second round, like a Leo Chanel. I go into the draft saying to myself, he may go back end of the first. He may go early fourth. Once you get to that point, they could go anywhere.
It also depends on the teams that are drafting.
Yeah,
the teams that need those positions. Like I said, Malik Willis was is projected as high as top 5.
Top 2.
He went, right.
I saw him going to the Lions.
Right. That's what I mean. And he goes 85th. So again, Nakobe Dean, he was projected probably a first rounder at least. He went 83rd to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia's in a good spot to take that gamble.
Yeah.
And it may pay off for him and it may go by the wayside, but at the end of the day, they spend an 83rd pick on Nakobe Dean. To me, that's a good risk to take. It's a good risk to take. I don't know what the hell his injury is, because again, I'm not a doctor and I don't know. I'm not in there. I'm not on the medical team. I don't know what the hell is going on with Nakobe Dean, but something went on from the drop that far. So you never know what the hell goes on.
Lou says 3 picks away, my guys, is still there. Oh, that's right.
Tyndall went, didn't he?
They got him?
Of course, this was no, but the Rams don't pick.
Oh.
I think you're late, but I thought I saw Tyndall went.
Oh, did he go?
The guy from Georgia? I'm pretty sure he went.
Yeah. So sorry you missed out on your guy, Josh, Joe, Dominique Robinson, Edge, or someone. Well, I hope one of them's available for you tomorrow.
I could be wrong, but I thought I saw Tyndall went.
And Dominic, man, thank you very much, man. So far, who are the winners and losers of the draft? I mean, I the Ravens and the Jets.
Ravens are always winners.
I think the Ravens and the Jets have done really well. I think the Ravens and the Jets, and I think we did really well day one, which is probably where you're going to get the most immediate impact. But I think the Ravens and Jets so far, and I'd have to look at all the other teams' drafts, but those have been the 2 teams that have stood out to me.
I think Atlanta had a very good day too.
Yeah,
I think they had a very good day too. Their first pick was kind of, but I thought I thought they made up for it today.
Yeah. LA Yankee King says, I don't know why, but I think the Giants want to contend this season because they see how weak the NFC is because nobody has been traded. No one has been shopped. I don't think so. I mean, they let Evan Ingram walk. They let, and I'm not saying they don't want to contend. Don't get me wrong. They're going to try to win as many games as they can, but I don't think they're not. I think they're definitely trying to build something. I think they're definitely realizing this is more than a 1 year. They're not going all in.
Yeah, they got rid of Logan Ryan.
Last year, they let Logan Ryan walk. I think they would have gotten rid of James Bradbury if they could. There's not a market for him.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think so. I think they're trying to build something. They realize they're at the beginning, and they're trying to work with some of the players they have, but they realize it's going to be a multi-year process.
Yep.
Let's see what we got. And Cy Guy says, Flott in the slot. That's a great nickname. Will he take Dick or the kicker?
We're not taking Dick or the kicker. Camarda, undrafted free agent out of Georgia.
That's you've been calling for him forever. Blake says it's being reported the Chiefs wanted Robert. Yeah, people were saying that in the chat earlier. And
that's why they traded back.
I didn't even. I wouldn't be shocked if that guy did go in the second round. I just was surprised at the type of wide receiver we drafted. But at the same time, give them an opportunity. Let's see their scheme. Like week 3, week 4, we may be like, oh shit, yeah, that's why you drafted that guy.
Yep, exactly.
Now I know why. Like he fits exactly what they were looking to do. I love the way that he's able to utilize both Tony and him in this system. So let's see what they do with these players.
Yep.
And I understand it's new and it's fresh, and we haven't seen the offense that they're going to run. We could speculate what it's going to be, but at the end of the day, you're bringing it from 2 different teams. You got Kafka from KC. You've got Dable from Buffalo. So we don't know their exact vision of what they want to do with this offense. But by week 4 or week 5, you might be like, oh, yeah, that was a really good pick. He looks good here, and I understand why the Giants liked him.
Yep.
So let's see. Payback says, if this helps, Wendell is the highest rated wide receiver in the SEC. Yeah, somebody said that earlier, which is great.
And I was surprised. I was surprised when I heard that. Yeah. Very surprised over Pickens, Williamson. I forgot who else. Mechie. Well, Mechie kind of was a little lower, but I was surprised when I heard that.
Yeah. And Shay says, out of all the possibilities, Dean goes to the Eagles. Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully not. But obviously you got to understand why he dropped based off the things that came out. He had like 2 serious red flags in terms of injuries, and people said that he was undersized. And sometimes those players work out when you take them. And again, it was a late 3rd round pick, so it's worth the flyer if they think he could be good.
Worth it.
Could turn out to be nothing. He could turn out to be a great player. But I mean, every team passed on him, so I'm not going to kill the Giants for it.
Right.
He went like 85th.
Yep.
So, I mean, hopefully not. Knowing the Giants, like he probably will.
Right.
So, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. But there was a reason he dropped. There was a legitimate reason why he dropped.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see. Jimmy says Bobby was in Bill Belichick's head. He had Cole Strange as a sneaker guard in round 2, and he went in the first round.
First round, yeah.
It was a great call by him. A gem. Funny, Bill Belichick felt the same in Bobby I Trust. Yeah, I mean, that was great. I think him and Justin were both really high on him, and he went in the first round. He was projected to go in the 3rd round. That was like the biggest, reach of the first round. Right. Irish Red.
The Patriots seem to reach every year.
Yeah.
And there they are every year.
And Irish says, I enjoyed watching this draft with you guys tonight. I am not upset with our picks tonight. I look forward to seeing these picks coming to fruition. Hey, man, listen, we enjoy. We're going to tell you.
We love it.
We're going to respect your opinion. We're going to give ours. You're not always going to agree. But we're not even giving an opinion. We're just saying give them an opportunity. Yeah, we love doing this every year. It's a lot of fun getting to talk with you guys for 6 hours and just get excited about the season because it's dead, obviously, outside of that, right? You got the draft. It was a dead free agency period, so it was boring there. We got a new head coach and GM, so it'll probably be a bit of an exciting offseason once it starts to kick off. Mm-hmm. I talked to Patricia Train. I think she said May 15th.
Yeah, I saw them up there, the camps or the mini camps or whatever.
Yeah, it's like mid-May when it starts.
Yep, mid-May to the end of May. Yep.
So you'll start to hear some things, and it'll be interesting to see how the new coach operates and things like that. And the schedule comes out, I think, May 12th or May 13th. But outside of that, it's kind of a dead time until mid to late July. So this is like what we look forward to as football fans, and it's fun to get to experience with you last night.
Love it, absolutely love it. And it was fun, like I said, From this point on, my goal from work is to take the week, one of my week's vacation on the week of the draft. I loved being live with Chris every day, Monday through Friday, 11 to 1, building up to our draft, doing our mock drafts, trying to figure out who we're going to pick. And then, of course, covering it is so much fun. And, listen, like I said, we will never as Giants fans sit there through all 3 days go, yes, what a pick. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You're always, like Chris said,
and I'll tell you what, Bad Dog.
Every fan base is going to go, what the hell?
And if you want me to be completely honest with you, Bad Dog, if that does happen, it's just as likely that draft could suck as a draft that you're miserable for.
Yep.
That's the truth. That's the truth. I mean, it is at the end of the day. I mean, so sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Period. End of story. So,
yep. I agree.
And NY Giants 26, man, thank you very much. Strange will be good. Pat's the dude. I'm sure he will be. A lot of, like we were saying earlier, a lot of it has to do with where these players go. and the Patriots know how to get the most out of their players. And we have to hope that our new regime, because this is no longer Dave Gettleman, this is no longer Joe Judge, this is no longer Pat Shermer. We have to hope that Brian Dable and Joe Shane can get the most out of the people they bring in.
Yep.
Let's see what we got. Michael says, I feel like we just had day 3 on day 2. You don't think tomorrow will be more of the same? There's barely anybody left. Well, in terms of big names, sure. But yeah, is there going to be somebody we get excited about tomorrow? I think there's going to be some picks, hopefully, where you're like, yeah, I like that pick. But is there going to be? Are you going to be like, oh my god?
Yeah, we're not going to be celebrating like we did when we drafted Evan Neal.
Yeah, you're not going to be like, oh my god, how do we get that guy?
Right.
But there may be like a running back that you like that we get in the 4th round, and you're like, okay, that's a good pick.
Tight end or
There
something.
might be a tight end where you're like, yeah, I like that guy. A linebacker, I don't know, but yeah, I think there could be picks tomorrow where the fans like what we get.
But again, I mean, when we took Tay Crowder, were we like, yeah, Tay Crowder, and he ended up being a pretty good player.
Yeah, for sure.
Same thing with Darius Slayton. You took Darius Slayton, and again, Slayton certainly has problems, but his rookie season, when we took him in the 5th round, everybody's like, yeah, Darius Slayton. I mean, he ran a 4.39 out of Auburn, which was nice. Like, oh, he's got pretty good size and he can run fast. But I don't think anybody was like, yeah, that was a great pick. He ended up being a great pick for 1 year, and then he ended up being listen, for a 5th round pick, he was productive.
Yeah.
He was productive for a 5th round pick. Your 5th round picks don't normally do what Darius Slayton did. And if Slayton stopped dropping the ball, he would have been even more productive. But that's usually what you get.
Yeah.
You're lucky that you got the production from a 5th round wide receiver like that. Doesn't normally happen. The
Yeah.
same thing with a guy like Victor Cruz. I mean, that's a lottery ticket that he ended up being what he was.
I was probably the 2nd or 3rd most important player on that team.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, MI Giants 26 is Justin Ross. I know, I could tell.
He's great. Listen, he's got a ton of talent. If the Giants get Justin Ross tomorrow, I'll be happy.
Another perfect example. I didn't even go to that draft. I should have. You want to talk about a draft, Michael, and I wasn't on YouTube yet, where the fan base absolutely loved it, start to finish, pretty much. It was that one. Not necessarily the Barkley pick, but the 2nd round and the 2 3rd-round picks. And BJ
Jimenez, right? Was that
Will Hernandez? Oh my God!
Well, I loved Will Hernandez.
Jaw dropped. Every Giants fan.
I loved it.
Dropped.
Loved it.
How did we get him? How did he fall there? Lorenzo Carter. Giants fans thought he was going to be the 2nd coming of Lawrence Taylor. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but they loved that pick. BJ Hill really liked the pick.
Yep.
So doesn't always work that way. And a lot of times when you hate a pick, it might work out. So, let's see what we got here. Let me get to Mark real quick. I missed somebody. Gowies, man, thank you very much. Great job looking for the Giants to pick up a tight end, running back, and maybe another cornerback or linebacker. That would be ideal. I think we will.
We have 6 picks, so I think we can cover those.
I think we're definitely taking a tight end and running back tomorrow for sure. Yep. After that, I'm not sure. I mean, they could do a lot.
Pierre Strong's still on the board, right? He's pretty decent. I don't think anybody took Pierre Strong today, did they?
No, I don't think so. No, I saw somebody ask about Cook. Yeah, he's gone.
Cook went early.
Yeah, he went. Who got him?
Bills. The Bills got him at the end of the 2nd round.
He's gonna be good in Buffalo. He's gonna be good. Mark says Shane has a little cockiness in him with the media.
Good.
That's a good thing.
That's a good thing with the New York media.
I think he comes across well prepared too, which is a good thing.
Yep.
2018 was the Giants' greatest draft in history until the players hit the field. Yep.
Exactly.
So I mean, and so sometimes you feel a certain way and it goes the other way. Like I said, the 20 draft that we love, and the first 2 picks look really good, but we love the Lemieux pick. We love the pair pick for sure. We love the Darnay Holmes pick. Those guys haven't been major contributors.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see what we got. Who are our linebackers? I mean, obviously Martinez is back, and Crowder.
Azeez Ojulari.
Yeah, he's on the outside, but yep, Azeez Ojulari, and same guys pretty much.
Yeah.
Don says I like Zamir White, running back out of Georgia.
Yeah, Zeus.
Yeah, I've seen him. I mean, at least in mocks. Who knows where he's going to go in the real draft? I've seen him go in like the 5th or 6th round. But yeah, I think they will take a running back. Whether it's your running back, I don't know. Whether it's but I think they're going to take a running back tomorrow. And my guess would be, do yourself a favor if you want to at least like guess which running back it could be. Look at the top 30 visits. They took the cornerback that they brought in for the top 30 visits. They brought in 5 running backs. I don't remember off the top of my head. Obviously, Cook was one of them. He's gone. But they brought in 5 running backs. My guess would be if there's 2 or 3 running backs left on that list, good chance one of them is a Giant tomorrow. So we'll see. Tana, give me a breakdown of who's the third-day targets. Dude, I can give you positions at this. I mean, tight ends. I give you the tight ends that I think we're looking at.
Cade Otton's definitely one of them.
Yeah, let me pull up tight ends. Let's see. I just want to see a list.
Otton.
I think Otton is for sure in play, especially if we're going with a tight end with our next pick, which is possible. I think he's for sure in play. But let me see who else. Walker's gone. Ruckard's gone. Otton. Kolar. I think he's possible. I would say Otton. I think I don't know this, but I think I'm leaning that there's a good chance we take Otton tomorrow.
Yep.
I think there's a good chance we take Otton tomorrow if we go tight end. Because we had reported interest in him as well. Running back rankings. Let me see.
Except Pierre Strong's got to be up there because he's pretty decent.
Let me look at the Giants' top 30 visits real quick. Because I looked at this a couple days ago, and let's see. Here we go. They had an updated list. There we go. All right, so here's the running backs that visited the Giants. Breece Hall, he's gone, right?
Yes, he went early. He was the first running back off the board, I think.
James Cook, he's gone. Brian Robinson, I don't think he's been picked.
Is that the kid from Alabama?
Alabama, yep.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
6'2", 225.
He's not bad.
I thought there was more. Maybe there's more to this list, but he was a top 30 visit. I thought there was more. I thought there was at least 2 more, but I don't see it here. Tight ends, you wanted to know about Cade Otton, Trey McBride, who's gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Nick Benito, gone. Louis Sign, gone. Flott, who we drafted. Bo Melton, we went to his pro day, and he was a visitor. So he's a possibility. I know people like him.
Yep.
Bryce Watts, maybe as a late round prospect out of UMass as a cornerback. He was a top 30 visit as well. So I mean, I'm leaning Otton if right now with the current tight end pool, if he's there, and we're picking relatively early tomorrow. So if we're going tight end with that pick, good chance we take him. And I guess keep your eye out on Brian Robinson. I mean, we brought him in for a visit, so keep your eye on him as a possibility tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's projected to go, but as you saw tonight, it really doesn't matter. If they like a player, they're going to take him.
Yep.
Let's see. MY Giants 26. He says Washington took Robinson. Oh, I didn't know. Okay. So he's off the board. Okay. I didn't know. Okay, so he's gone. Let me look at running back rankings real quick. Uh, 2022 running back rankings. Is Pierce gone? Let me know in the chat. Damian Pierce, is he gone?
Is he Florida?
Yeah, Florida. Zamir White, I don't think is gone. Pierre Strong is not gone. There's still a lot of options. Brian Robinson, at least according to these rankings, was a reach. He was not supposed to, at least according to these, was not supposed to go today. All right, so those are some names. I mean, and PFF actually ranked Damian Pierce 3rd in this running back class, so he's still not taken. I don't know where he's ranked on other boards. He was actually ranked ahead of James Cook.
Yeah, Cook was ranked 112th when I would do the mock drafts. That's where he was, and he went 62nd.
Again, I don't know what specific type of running back they're going to be looking for, but that's the name to keep your eye on tomorrow. Damian Pierce is a possibility that we could take. Zamir White, that was suggested earlier, he's a piece you could take. Pierre Strong, like you said. Those are some names at the running back position. Let's see what we got. I'll look at some linemen too. I'm interested to see what interior.
JoJo Doman, I know that was a guy
I like. Yeah, I'm a fan.
Linebacker at Nebraska. Yeah, we talked about him. That's a possibility for tomorrow.
I actually
we haven't done our linebacker yet.
Yeah, he's a really fun player. He's like a chess piece. He's a coverage linebacker. He's kind of a hybrid. Yep. But I like him.
And we have 2 4th rounders tomorrow.
Yeah, he's a guy I'll have my eye on. I like. He was a guy I called a while ago that I like.
We have
The crowd, man, thank you very
we have
much.
2/4 and two fourths, 2/5, 2/6, I think, right?
Yeah,
Because we got a fifth and a fourth today when we traded back in the second round. So what are we? Where are we? 10. What do we pick? We 114. I got to see.
I think we're at 111. I could be wrong though.
I know. Let me see what the hell we got left before my phone dies.
Let me read a couple of these. Grom says best quarterback, wide receiver, running back, top 3 edge, and a tight end from Long Island. Best Jets draft I've seen. The Mets do it. I can't wait to watch back the Mets. No wait, I'll probably watch it tomorrow. I'm sure they'll show it on SNY. I saw the end of it. I saw the last out. I flipped it on, but I'm definitely gonna watch that back tomorrow. But yeah, man, that's awesome, man. And yeah, I know Jets fans are excited. So congratulations on your draft. Ayub says Shane has no guts. You have to take Dean round 3. Yeah, I mean, for all we know, and I know Dean's, I want a Dean.
I'm on a Dean.
But for all we know, he doesn't think Dean's the type of linebacker that he wants. So, we don't know. We have 6 picks, King Joe. We have 6 picks.
We got 112, 114. That's in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have 146, 147 in the 5th. And we have 173 and 182 in the 6th.
And Gowie's, man, thank you very much. He says, Haskins power runner, good replacement for Booker. Okay, yeah, somebody mentioned him earlier in the stream. Might have been you. So yeah, I mean, once we draft these guys at this point, I'll look into them, do my research. We got 6 picks. And I'm just excited to see what we do in terms of the positions. I wanted them to get another interior offensive lineman. I'd probably like to see that tomorrow with an extra pick, 2 extra picks than we had going into the draft. Tight end, running back, and
linebacker.
Yeah, linebacker. Maybe get a couple, maybe take a flyer on a receiver.
Listen, Justin Ross, JoJo Doman, Kate Otten.
I'm actually excited.
Those are names to look at tomorrow.
I'm actually excited to see where the Azaria goes, the punter from
San
Diego State. I'm excited because people thought he'd go in the 4th round. So I'm excited to see how early it goes tomorrow.
So we'll see. Like I said, I just named 4 names. We'll see if we get any of them. Because you just never know. The pool of talent, it really is like just picking a name out of the hat.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of good running backs left when I looked at the list. There's a lot of good. Not many went. Like 3 went, 4 went. So there's a lot of good running backs that are going to be there for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Y'all should, I guess, we're going to get some sleep in a minute. Just trying to hang around it and, talk to you guys for a little bit longer. We're going to close this out. We'll close it out at midnight. It's 11:50.
Yeah.
We'll close it out in 8 minutes. Michael, man, thank you very much, man. Fans got to relax. None of us know what any of these guys will turn out to be. These are the same people who thought Mitch Petrie. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
In the NBA, I understand it a lot more. In the NBA, there's only 2 rounds. And for the most part,
yes,
which players are going to not now. There's always surprises. Gilbert Arenas was a second, but for the most part, when there's like a really bad reach, and so I understand it more so in the NBA. In the NFL,
the Knicks did it a lot.
Yeah, the Knicks did a lot, but in the NFL, when the game is so complex, each team has a completely different philosophy. The types of players they're looking for. There's no way.
What, 53, 55 men on a roster as opposed to 12?
Yeah. There's no way you're going to know.
Yeah.
Ryan says Isaiah Likely tight. Oh, he's still available. He's an interesting one. Okay. Good call by you. I didn't know he was still available. He was popular for sure. So there's another tight end that they could potentially take. Isaiah Likely. He was pretty highly ranked. So that's a good potential pick. But I'm really warming up to the window. Loopy, I'm going to tell you what. I know I'm going to come around to the pick. I already know I'm going to come around to the pick. Yeah. I don't, at least be excited to see what he could do for sure.
Let's give him a chance.
He looks like an exciting player. I remember when I watched
the thing with Wendell Robinson was this. Like I said, Chris, we really didn't get into the 3rd. We did the 6th round mock picks, but we were really focused like on the 2nd round because it was an early 2nd round pick. So we're thinking Petrie, Brisker, Dean, and Dean fell way the hell back there. So we were looking at a lot of safety, like secondary help and defense. So when we went wide receiver and it was Wendell Robinson, it's just not a guy that we had mentioned all week. It was kind of like, that's an interesting pick. But again, I don't think we were never made. It's not like I said, we didn't throw things around and get pissed off. It's just like, well, it's weird, but I'm going to get on board and see what the hell he does. And
he just wasn't the type of wide receiver I envisioned them drafting.
Right.
Because
we have one.
We have one like him. So, but let's see what they do with the scheme, right? So, they have a plan. They're not going into this and just like they have a plan. It's not, so let's see if their plan works out. Let's see. Wish we went Pickens. Yeah, Pickens went a little bit later, but yeah, a lot of people like Pickens. And he was probably, at least in terms of the type of receiver, I envision that more so than taking a player like him. Who knows?
Justin Ross tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll make him happy. Brett says, if Shane wanted a scheme fit with a guy that could play the slot, why not go Sky Moore? He's a similar build to Robinson, but he wouldn't have been a reach. Fair. That's why that was one of the guys I was expecting them to take if they were going to go wide receiver there. So Watson
they must not have thought Sky Moore fit what they wanted to do. I saw a few people in the chat say Sky Moore sucked. I don't know. Again, it's
well, Sky Moore was kind of a guy that I don't know exactly where he was ranked before the combine, but he was a guy that shot up because of his combine. And maybe the Giants didn't buy into it.
It's all speculation.
So, and Rel, man, thank you so much, man. He says, let the GM do the job. Talk about it later.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like a situation like with Gettleman where it was 2 years in and okay, now, but he's just starting. Like
I said, if we're having this conversation in 2024 and the first 2 years he sucked, then we're going to really start nailing the guy.
Yeah. It's a completely different situation. And with Dave, even year one, you were skeptical with what he was doing. You were like, rebuild and win at the same time, like taking a running back second overall. You don't have those vibes here. The guy took a tackle. He took a long-term player. He took an edge. He's building. You might not necessarily agree with the players he took, but that's always going to happen. You're never going to agree with everything the guy does. Mark, thank you very much, man. I'd rather miss on Dean than any player we got. Oh, you mean you'd rather take him and if you miss, you miss? Is that what you're saying, Mark? Well, I don't think you mean that for the first two picks. You mean for tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we wanted Dean.
Yeah, we did.
But there's a reason everybody passed on him, and maybe the Eagles will be rewarded for it.
And maybe they won't.
There were medical reports that came out. It wasn't like we just passed on him to pass on him.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Rather take BPA and miss than take a project and miss. Wendell Robinson is a very explosive receiver that's a playmaker. I hope he does a great job. King Joel says offense should be lethal, a lot of weapons, and probably the best O-line we've had in a while. It's definitely going to be the best O-line we've had in a while.
Yes, it will be.
I don't know if it's going to be right out of the gate. I'm not going to,
they have to build chemistry.
I'm going to give Neil a little time. Like, I know Neil has experience playing on the right side, but he hasn't played on the right side in 3 years. He
hasn't played under the system. He hasn't played with these players.
Hasn't played with these linemen. Hasn't played with this quarterback. So, I'm going to give him some time. He's a rookie. But do I think at some point this year this is going to be the best line we've had in years? Yes. Yes. And that's a good thing. JD says Chris, he's 5'8". We got the little ding thing.
I love the ding-a-ling thing, how that worked out. But yeah, Mr. Ding-a-ling. Mr. Ding-a-ling. You don't really come around this area.
Ravens always crush it. I saw somebody say the Ravens always crush it.
Ravens kill it all the time.
Yeah, always kill it. Yeah. Vikings straight up one spot ahead of us, I'm pretty sure. We should have taken Andrew Booth. People in the comments were arguing with me saying Leo Chanel. Loopy, if it was up to me, I would have preferred Petre, and I think Booth would have been second for me.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. I wanted secondary. I wanted a corner or safety there if it was up to me, but I'm a fan.
Yeah.
But that's what I wanted. That's what I was hoping they would pick. I was hoping they'd pick Petre. I thought Petre was a beautiful fit for our defense. And I was a little upset when I saw him go, but at the same time, I like the value we got, and I still like a lot of players on the board. But I wanted Petre. Petre was my first choice there, and then Booth was probably my second.
Yeah.
But we're gonna close this out now. It's 11:59. I just want to hang out with you guys for a bit because I know a lot of you guys are either probably excited. Some of you guys are probably excited. Some of you guys are probably down in the dumps, and I understand it. It was an unexpected day two after.
It definitely was. And you know what? This is the other thing. I don't know, no matter who we picked today, if it was going to live up to the hype of last night. Because you can't.
It was euphoric
better.
Yeah.
You can't. So, yeah, do we take some players and some surprises? Probably. Did we really knock this one out of the park tonight? On paper, doesn't look like it, right? Last night, there was no doubt about it. We were pumped up. We were excited. came in with extremely high expectations, and yeah, he probably let us down a little bit on paper. But we got to give him an opportunity to see what they do on the field. But I love this, and I'm looking forward to day 3 tomorrow with all you guys and girls. In 12 hours from now, Chris and I come back for another 6 hours with you guys.
What time? I just looked it up. It starts at noon.
Yeah.
So because it's such a long, and we won't be the whole time because the Giants end in the 6th round.
Right.
We'll probably hang out for another 20 minutes after that.
Right.
And then call it a
Probably
stream.
hang out at the beginning of the 7th round.
But because it starts at noon, we'll start it at noon. We'll, maybe like
11:55 or something.
Yeah, like we'll start it like right at time when the draft is starting. But that's when we'll be live. And we'll hang out with you guys until probably about 20 minutes after the Giants' last pick tomorrow.
Yep.
So
you guys and girls are freaking awesome. And I just want to say that. And still, like I said, we were never living up to the hype. If we got Petre or Dean, and Dean obviously would have been a mistake at 36. I would have been definitely more excited than Wendell Robinson, but it is what it is. We'll come back. We'll do it tomorrow, and maybe we can get some of these guys that you want on the team. A Justin Ross, a JoJo Doman. I forgot who else I saw on the. I don't know. People said Kate Houghton, but that's definitely a guy that we could take tomorrow. But we'll see.
I would love Doman. Just because he's a player that I picked out that I really liked when I did my research. And every fan.
That's what I mean. That's what you want. You want to get one of the guys that
every fan has their favorite because they want to feel like the smartest guy in the room. But regardless who they
I'm
take,
definitely not this. When it comes to this, I'm definitely not the smartest guy in the room.
Absolutely
Maybe the most vocal guy in the room, but I'm not. I
Yeah.
don't even pretend. Like I don't even pretend. Right? Like this. I know there's content creators on YouTube, and I'll just talk about the Giants in general that act like they know. Oh, yeah, well, I got this and I know that. And no, you don't. If you did, you wouldn't be on YouTube. You'd be with a team, at least at the collegiate level.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't pretend to go into the, oh, yeah. Oh, God, but the Giants did this. And how do you, it's not like in the 6th round. Oh, how do you not take this guy and pick 182? He was sitting right there. Man, I don't know. Again, I look at projections like anybody else. I look at what the Giants' needs are. I pick out some players that I like, and I'm like, damn it, we missed on him. Like Nakobe Dean. I wanted Nakobe Dean. And why do the players I always wanted them going to the damn Eagles? That's what makes me hate it more. Anywhere but there.
Yeah.
Anywhere but there. Anywhere but there. But it's a good pick for them. I can't lie. I think that's a good place to take them. It's high risk, high reward.
By the way, noon, Corey, the draft starts.
Yeah.
Noon. And that's when we're going to start the stream, noon, on this channel. But yeah, we're going to wrap it up, guys. Get some sleep. We'll come back tomorrow. It'll be probably a 5-hour stream, if I had to guess, being that we'll end it probably like mid-6th round.
They go fast.
Yeah, they go fast
tomorrow.
So I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait to do it again with you guys, of course, with Bad Dog, and appreciate all the support you guys showed all night. Always have so much. We had over
all week.
Yeah, all week. And we had over 2,000 people in here at one point. Incredible for day 2.
Awesome.
How many people we have in there last? I didn't see the numbers.
It was like 2,300.
We matched it for day 2. We matched it.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Oh, last night was like 2,500. Yeah, but yes.
Right around the same for day 2.
Right around the same.
So like incredible support from you guys. Can't say thank you enough. For everything you do for both of our channels.
You guys are amazing. I say the best fan base on YouTube, and we're never going to agree on everything. There's millions of Giants fans. If everybody agreed on the same thing, it'd be boring, right?
Yep.
It'd be boring if you agreed with everything that we thought or every pick that we wanted. It'd be boring. So I love it. I like getting your opinions on stuff, whether I agree with it or I don't. And that includes the people that defend Daniel Jones or the people that want Malik Willis or whatever. You're going to give us your opinion, and we're respectful of your opinion, just asking you respectful of ours. That's all. But we're not always going to agree. I always say the one thing we can agree on is we want the Giants to get better. And maybe we may not agree on the players that we think will make them better, but we definitely want them to be better. And when they become Giants, we got to root for them. It's just the way it goes.
For sure. And Pete, man, thank you so much, man. We could agree this day sucks. What's up, Abdur? It's not an exciting day. I'll agree there.
Yeah.
And for me, it's kind of I'm going to give him an opportunity. It's year 1 day.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hope that he brought in the guys that he feels he could get the most out of. We don't even know. This is all new to us. Joe Shane has never had a draft before.
Right.
we don't even know the way he's going to draft, and you can't just go based
Right,
off,
he has no track record.
yeah, you can't just go off pre-draft rankings. And he's like, we're learning him. We're going to learn as we go, and it's year one, and it's a new experience, and hopefully these guys develop into something. I love day one. Day two's kind of a little bit underwhelming, but
Anticlimactic.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
But we'll see tomorrow. We'll see some of the players they bring in, and I'll be excited to see how all these players develop once the season gets going.
Absolutely.
But Pete, let me just read this. Yesterday was amazing. Today kind of confused me, but I trust. Let's go, Big Blue. You don't even need to trust. I mean, you trust. But I'm just saying, I don't even know if I trust, but I don't know yet. So it's like I'm giving him a chance, and
Right.
I'm going to give him as long of a leash as I feel like he deserves, which to me is 3 years. He inherited a mess, and it's going to take some time to get out of it. So, I like his overall approach so far this offseason.
Yep, me too.
So,
Especially with limited cap space.
Yep. So we'll see where it goes tomorrow. Appreciate all you guys for being here. Hopefully I get to see some of you guys back here tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your morning. But we'll see you today.
Enjoy your sleep tonight. We'll see you in about 12 hours. Yeah.
But thank you guys. Bad dog, Chloe, do what you do.
Yeah. You guys and girls are the best. Like I said, get some sleep. Chris and I will see you in about 12 hours. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight and all week. And we'll finish it out strong tomorrow. For the end of the day in Talking Sports, it is the Bad Diggy Dizzle. Good night, everybody. Peace.